Race Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Feraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know, not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day. Didn't need all you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Yeah, are you going to play any other tournaments? Or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
you could always just enter the raffle as well.
Yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day one.
You've made that up. Not again. You know.
That would be Mr. Fintan Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that particular...
The expletives?
Not really, no, I think I was talking all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day, because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker. If not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Yes.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5K High Roller, the Heads Up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5K High Roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonnell and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 Heads Up Championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's Six Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly, and the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm with a man that needs little introduction, Mr. Will Kassouf. You're doing pretty well.
Not doing too badly now. I had a horrendous final session last night, last level. I lost a big pot with ace king against ace 5 all in pre-flop. and he spiked a 5 on the turn, so it was a bit frustrating. Bluffed a couple of pots towards the end, just to chip up a little bit, but bagged up 48,000 for the start day 2, which is 40 big blinds, coming back to 612. I managed to spin that up now to around 150 odd. So yeah, it's a much better stack now than I had before.
You had a tough table yesterday, didn't you?
I did, yeah, a couple of tough tables. Got moved about twice, but a few pros. So yeah, really tough tables. So it was a hard grind and didn't really get many hands.
And how are your fellow players on this table? Because I can see your dealer already wants a pair of earplugs.
Yeah, that's a fun table. No, we've got like David Barnes, Drayton Hackstairs, we've got Dan Sampson, a few of the guys from London. We're having some great bands, even with the Irish lads as well. They're getting involved with the crack. So yeah, it's a fun table. It's lively. Every pot's fun. Decent big pots coming now with the blinds going up. So yeah, we're having a good time.
And you are known as the Satellite King, in for the min to get the max.
That's it. Yeah.
Has it been that way here at this trip?
It had, before I even arrived here, yeah, I played one satellite online on Party Poker, the €109 satellite, one shot, one attempt, one a seat, first time. So I was in for the min then, had to play day 1A, like most of the qualifiers had to as well. I bagged up a stack, in fact, then 32,500, which just over started stack, 27 big blinds for day 2. But fortunately here, you could play another flight and take a bigger stack through. So in the meantime, after I finished playing, I played cash games last couple of days, spun up over 1,000 in cash. And yeah, I had a friend of mine who was selling a ticket. It's €1,150 buy-in, but he sold it to me for €1,000. So I thought, okay, happy days. Got a discount. In for them, not quite in for the min, but yeah, semi-free rolling. So I'm in for 1K to win 318,000.
How did you deal without live poker the last few years?
It's been tough. Yeah, I had to adapt. I had to play online. It was like playing online poker or no poker. So I had to be versatile, adapt, play online. It's a completely different game for me. There's so many good players online. It's tougher to win online compared to live. But as you know, I played the Irish Poker Masters, satellite in again, then €109 to €1,100 event. It was like 1,300 something players. Cut a long story short, 4 days later, won outright for 215,000. So yeah, can't complain.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well,
and
in
not
for the
only
min and won the max that time. So I'm hoping to do the same today or this year.
we'll
live,
try.
yeah.
We'll try. Also, not just the Satellite King, but Karaoke King.
Oh, please. I don't know. That was just for entertainment. No, I don't claim to be any kind of karaoke king.
No, you're not.
It was great fun. Thanks. You were there. I could see the photos on Facebook and you're in it. So you qualified. There you go. You made the cut. Congrats. So you were there. You had a good time, I see. So yeah.
I did. Hopefully, we'll hear some more karaoke when you win this one.
Hopefully, if we win it, yeah. 318 bags later, yeah.
Thank you very much for chatting with us. Good luck.
Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Cruickshaneda, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I said to the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing. You know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played, and this is your first live cash in your Hendon Mob is now ready to go. But you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies, or do you normally play mixed games?
No, mixed, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's like it's harder.
Yeah.
It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you? The main event?
Nope.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe, maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil the Tower Hield. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you've not seen for 10 years. It's like you're playing again. Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided. I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we've now, I started walking. I start getting out and talking to people and speaking, and it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way? How good?
It's such a good
How
buzz,
good
isn't it?
is this
He
room?
was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left, and he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone from 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA and he's literally going, you can dance, you can dance, you can dance. And I went, I don't know the next line. I said, how do you not know the next line? And so now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long. If he gets
Absolutely.
any further as well.
Absolutely. Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was karaoke.
There was karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was the song.
Crowd going,
It gets the crowd going, and everybody knows it.
So are you playing poker, or are you just
I've
socialising?
tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the Seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the Seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it, and I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come.
I know.
It has to be on the calendar. Now we're back, so it's just great. It
Well,
really is.
it is so nice to see you.
It's lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone
Absolutely.
again and be back.
It is brilliant. It really is, and such a vibe. And the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Phil.
very much.
Cheers. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Well, the news is just in, and the Irish Open 2022 has done it again. The records have been smashed. This is the largest ever main event, live one, in Irish poker history. We have an astounding 2,040 entries, which means a prize pool of just shy of €2 million. That means 263 places will be paid out, and our champion will receive a payday of €318,700, and of course the trophy and those all-important bragging rights. Stay with us here. You can follow all of the updates with the live stream and the commentary on YouTube, and of course on irishpokeropen.com. Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the
Just
tournament.
just busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much.
Rocky, he says, welcome back to what is essentially the countdown to the final table at the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker. We're in the City West Hotel in Dublin. Happy Easter. It's Easter Sunday. Fintan Gavin.
How are you,
on
Emmett?
Colour
How's
Comms.
things?
I'm all right, my man.
Good, good.
Mine feels a bit clouded. It's like I've been hit by it. It's like I walked onto the tracks, heard a noise,
Yeah.
looked up, and went, "Oh crap!" It didn't react as a train just smacked me. And you're probably thinking, "Oh, the lads were up till all hours in the bar last night." Oh yeah. No, I was watching Moon Knight in the room, and then went to bed, and that bloody snoring kicked off again.
No, it's ridiculous. Absolutely. I think we're on, must be on the same corridor.
We
We're
have to
probably
be.
on each side of this guy that just keeps snoring all night.
I'm gonna kill him. There's
No,
gonna be a murder
I'm
in the City
I'm
West.
pretty fresh today. Yesterday was my bad day. Today, new day, new start. Irish Open Day 3, Emmett. What's going on?
So, first of all, we have to point out the fact that if you've been with us all the way through, fantastic. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've brought you the high roller main event. We've brought you the ladies main event. We did high stakes poker here, which was pretty cool, the cash game. But obviously, it's all about the Irish Poker Open. First time in 820 plus days that we've actually had it live. As Dermot Lappin said in the comps booth yesterday when he joined us for a little bit, he respects the players who won it online, but it's not the same. It's not the same thing.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
the reaction, getting 2,040 runners into the main event, waking up with 860 of them yesterday, and dropping down all the way with the bubble bursting in, I'd say, nearly record time.
I was really surprised actually that we went from like over 800 players right down to like, I don't know, it was crazy, 400 in just the space of a couple hours.
It was absolutely insane. And one of those things is the structure. The blinds are 10, 20 with an ante of 20k as well, so big blind ante. And we got a big hand. So ace queen.
That's John Howlett on the left. Viewers from day one will be familiar with John. He played so strong.
Very strong play.
Same table as Max Silver. He actually outplayed Max in a hand. Remember the two ace-4 suited?
That's right, yeah.
Incredible.
Because Max came back over to look at that. So there's a 3-bet with the queens.
Now, Seamus Cahill is one of the more established Irish regs. Actually made the final table here in 2000. I was going to say last year again. It nearly got me again. Emmett.
2019.
2019 final table here.
This
Of course,
is Jose Antonio Arras.
yeah,
And
the Spaniard. I'm not familiar. I would be familiar with quite a lot of the Spanish players, but his name doesn't ring a bell. But he's got the goods here, a 3-bet to 140. Now, this guy, Seamus Cahill, is top tournament player. He's actually transitioned over to cash, high stakes cash, in the last 7 or 8 years.
a
But
lot of players have done that, haven't they?
well, that's where a lot of the money is, live cash, you know. And Seamus will be known on the PLO streets.
So what do you
Look
do?
at that.
Yeah, that's
Look
the
at
way.
that. Yeah,
That's
it's quality,
terrific.
quality fold.
It
doesn't
looks
need-
pretty, but you can get yourself in a really bad spot there.
Yeah, and you're totally right. But it's not just the hand. It's not just the hand strength. He's looking at his opponent's stack. If you can see here, Seamus, I believe now, just at a glance,
1.2 million.
these white chips are the big value chips. So Seamus would be probably the chip leader here. And this Spanish guy directly opposite the dealer, who we just seen 3-bet with the ace queen and take it down, he's one of the very few players that can really damage Seamus. So he's decided out of position as well. That was another factor.
Yeah.
The Spaniard had the button in front of him. So all these factors, you could see him take, 10, 15 seconds to make his decision, and he decided, you know what, it's too complicated. Let's just wait for a better
Yeah.
spot. And I think, depending on your stack size and how many blinds you have, I think that's a real important question a player's got to ask themselves.
So we are playing to the final table today, which means hopefully this goes crazy like it did yesterday.
Is that possible that we can get to a final table
I
today?
think we do. We've dropped down to 71. Obviously, final table will be significantly lower than that. But the current average chip stack, just so you know, is 840k. Blinds are 10 and 20. This is level 23, the 20k big blind. And it's officially table 2. You can learn more at irishpokeropen.com. And in seat 1, we have John Busfield.
No, that's Bousey.
Bousey.
Well known in the UK, Emmett.
He is, actually.
He is one of the top performing players on the GUK PT circuit. From
Tara will be telling us an awful lot
Teesside.
about him now. Yes.
From Teesside. And a bunch of them have come over. They're great crack, these lads.
The amount of bad beat stories I was listening to from Eastern Europeans, British and Irish and Americans on the way in today. You know the little rail that we have, the tunnel that you go through as you're coming in.
Yeah, that's always a great.
So he's drawn dead. He's got ace high. It was one conversation. Then I hear, and I get him all in, and I've got the quads. I've got quad kings. I'm walking past, and this moron makes a move. It's just priceless.
While you bring that up, right? I was walking in today, and there was a couple in front of me. Okay, now they were in front of me just as I got out of the lift, and I walked, around the corridor there.
The boring voiceover.
So they were in front of me all the way, and they walked all the way down that tunnel and into the tournament area. And for the 2-3 minute walk that I was right behind them, all I can hear is the guy going to his partner. And this fella kept raising, and he just wouldn't stop. He just kept coming over the top. I just had to make a stop. And his partner, I was just waiting, trying to hear was his partner replying to. I mean, she was just probably hears this every week,
Yeah.
But it was really funny.
Oh, it's priceless. In fairness, it is priceless. So there is the graphic.
Justin
with the
Boyle,
chip count
top
for
of
you,
that graphic, Emma. Justin, another Irish reg.
along with Cahill. Or Cahill. What am I saying? God, I've
Yeah.
gone with the Sky Sports pronunciation of Cahill. Dermot Blaine, of course, who we saw yesterday, and is one of the most recognised faces in world poker, never mind Irish.
Now,
I
do
know
you remember he was down to 7 or 8 big blinds?
He was down to 7. He's on 410 right now. So what is that in terms of big blinds?
How did it all start? On the small blind,
Yeah.
Jack 10, and he ripped it into the UK player, who was...
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Let me think. Anyway, ripped it in with the Jack 10.
Yeah.
And the UK player made the decision to call with the King 9 suited, which was the right decision. And that got him started.
That got him started. We weren't completely in love with the call, but
Yeah, I think he's got to make. I
think your argument was, given the size of his chip stack, what else is he supposed to do?
I think
really?
he had to call there. It was close. Look.
Also, Dermot's range in that point could just be stealing.
Oh, totally. That's the reason for the call.
So Dermot's in 2, Daniel Myers in 3, Jose Antonio Caraz in 4. We got John Howlett in 5, Justin Boyle in 6, and Seamus Cahill, who obviously we've already seen and we're about to see again here in a second, is in seat 8. So we've got 2 millionaires at this table, Justin Boyle and Seamus Cahill. This is the feature table. It's officially table 2 of the Irish Poker Open, where we are down to 71 players. We're on a 15-minute delay on the live stream. Fintan Gavin, Emmett Kennedy with you on live comms.
The player's name in the big blind was Ben Windsor.
Oh, how could we
Ben
forget
Windsor.
Ben Windsor? And Ben Windsor is
Still
currently sitting at table 13, where Irish Open champion Patrick Clark is on 800k. We got Mark McDonnell, nearly 900k. Gary Spinks, and somebody who's been mentioned a few times on this stream, Mr. Kassouf.
Why didn't we get that table as the feature table? Talk to me.
I don't know, man. I don't have that power. I don't have that power. It's drawn randomly.
This is the problem with professionals. They do everything right. Was me and you running it, Emmett, we'd have every Tom, Dick, and Harry
Jesus
up
Christ,
there.
could you imagine how much it would collapse within seconds? It's like, we'd be
the
calling
animal-
NAMA for a bailout straight away.
The monkeys taking over the zoo.
We'd just
type
be
thing.
giving out bottles of Moet to everybody. This is trouble here for Seamus because he's hit top pair, and he might think he's good. And the board pairing,
Did he just check back? No, he bet flop.
he bet 40 and Dermot checked. Now,
Yeah,
I think
just-
Dermot has to know he has the best hand, unless he's putting Seamus on something like King 5. They've checked it down.
Yeah, goes check here. The ace. Dermot can't value bet now with that ace. That could have hit Seamus's range quite easily. Seamus raising on the button. Dermot just defending here in the big blind. So I expect this to go check.
Oh.
Yeah, went check. And Seamus Cahill loses that one. Dermot Blaine wins. Why is it going plus 15 for Seamus? Because
Pair of fives, pair of jacks with the ace kicker.
Chop. Yes.
Chop pot.
Well spotted, Emmett. You're on the ball today.
I don't feel like I'm on the ball.
Oh, you certainly are, my friend.
One of our team has gone for the antigen test, and I'm like, oh no, don't mention the Rona word.
It's gone. It's finished.
Yeah,
Over.
it doesn't exist anymore.
It's
It was a conspiracy in the first place. That's
It's taken off the last Ryanair flight. It's all over.
Michael
folks.
O'Leary sorting it all out for us, folks.
Yeah, so really
What a
good
nightmarish 2.5 years. Jesus Christ. But yeah, look, this is a good table,
Yeah.
and we've seen some great quality. Apologies to those of you, by the way, who are grossly offended. Again, not something I have any control over. By the, listen, you dress to impress at these events, right?
Yes.
But Boyle obviously is a player we respect. He's wearing a jersey that's so loud, I'm getting tinnitus over here, right? What are you doing sitting there with a United jersey on you? All United fans have just decided they don't exist anymore. Oh, I don't want to be a fan of football anymore. There's too much money in the game. When you were buying out everybody. Yeah, it doesn't suit you now when you're in 7th place. Yeah, that's my rant over. Dermot Blaine decides to call with queens. Myers in the big blind checks the ace-6. Now, is this going to get Dermot in trouble? Or is he going to be able to have... So only one overcard.
Myers did have a hand that would have called the race, but given that it's been folded all the way round and it's blind v blind, Dermot was trying to induce some action. He's just disguising his hand. Of course, he's not delighted about the king, but he would hear back from a lot of kings. And Myers here, that limp in pre-flop, Myers thinking his ace is good, and it is good now because he's got there. Dermot's going to check here, has to check, and it's too likely. Dermot could try and get his opponent off a king. That's what he's doing. He thinks that Myers might have a weak king.
Or get him off a weak ace?
A jack. He's thinking his opponent has a jack, king. He's going to try and get him off it, but it's going to get called here.
Yeah.
It's just a straightforward call by Myers. And Dermot, with that limp pre, it just didn't work out. There is times where he would actually get, quite a lot of blinds there with disguising his hand.
Normally, Dermot doesn't react like that at all. Normally, he's cool as a breeze. And he's just like, what? On the river? Really? The one time I actually bet into the pot, that's when it comes.
I think it's pretty standard call there. Call on the turn, that is, with the ace high. This ace high can be ahead quite a lot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially given Dermot's image, his chip stack, the positioning. It made sense.
Now, this gentleman, John Howlett from Galway, what a performance he put in on the first day, day one stream.
Magic.
He was in a seat. John...
I'm glad you've highlighted that, because it would be very easy to forget just how good he was.
He was the standout player from the first stream, and I'm delighted to see he's here on our feature table once again, playing around the 900k mark.
Running deep.
Now, another big hand
Ace
for
king.
the Spaniard in the big blind.
Jose Antonio Arras.
Looks like Myers is limped.
No hablo mucho español.
Nah, poco. Myers with the 6-4 limping,
blind,
and here's the race, straightforward. Two pretty decent stacks. Average, well, actually, both are sitting around the average. I think is around
895, 965. Yeah, have a guess at the average.
I was going to say 800. I'm trying to see the clock. Yeah, it'd be 915 minutes time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, day 3, our feature table. Justin Boyle there in the beautiful sporting jersey.
Oh, for God's sake.
It looks really class. Justin is very well known, very solid online.
Great player.
Grinder.
Hey,
listen. Deep in the deep stack. He final tabled the deep stack some years ago, was unlucky.
Wearing an Adidas jersey worked out in Paul's favour. He wore the Munster Rugby Adidas shirt the entire way through the tournament.
Yeah, he's still wearing that.
He was,
same jersey. I'm not
he
joking.
was getting the Lynx deodorant treatment in the Febreze every day. He wouldn't take it off, and it worked magic for final table.
Yeah,
was runner-up.
unfortunately, Paul didn't make it to day 3.
He didn't make it today. Will I tell the story, or do
Yeah,
you?
no, because I don't know. He won't even answer the phone. He's like, I don't know what the problem
So
is.
Paul, I'm walking through reception yesterday because our commentary comes on later,
Yes.
and not just the 15-minute delay, but like play goes on for about 2 hours. We let that happen, and then we come in because we know that it's going to be slow. And so I've had breakfast. I've been chatting with Paul Newey. I've been chatting with David Lappin, Scott Gray. Number of players I haven't seen in quite a while. Met some new players as well, and all spruced up, heading down to meet yourself and our production team. And there's Paul.
Okay.
And I go, "Oh, Paul, great seeing you, mate. How are you?" He said, "Sure, look, I'm alive. You know, I'm still in. I said, "When are you coming back in now?" And he goes, "Yeah." And this guy goes, "Paul, we've been playing for the last hour." He goes, "What?" He said, "What?" Oh, by the way, this is going to be trouble. So I'll wrap this up quickly. He goes, "No, that can't be." I said, "Yeah, Paul, we've been looking for you. We've been playing for the last hour." And I went, "What sack was?" 30k. It's going to be gone. I went, you might have a few crumbs left. He goes, so he just goes to run, but he runs out the front door. And I'm like, no, the side door. So Paul Carr, I think, just found a bowl of rice left in his place, and that was the end of the tournament for Paul, which is a real shame because he's a very talented player, but hopefully he's still around and playing some of the side events. So Ace Jack versus Ace King.
Yeah, this is unusual because you would expect a 3-bet from Myers, but I don't mind the flat call because he's disguising his hand, number 1.
Yeah.
He also has the benefit of position. So Joe acting first.
This is
and this is
trouble.
the dream scenario, really,
This is
for Myers
trouble.
because Joe McVicker is going to be loving that ace. Now, there's 2 sixes on board. It won't really be that concerning given that the call came from the cut-off position. If he was in the big blind, perhaps he'd be more concerned about 6s there. But Myers doesn't have many 6s. Now, this is an interesting check.
And
I think he might be... What's going on here? They both check.
Queen comes on.
This has been... I'm not
river.
sure they're trying to trap each other or they've just been playing very passive. The queen on the river. Oh, for sure there's going to be a bet here.
This is going all in.
Has to be. I don't know about all in. They're probably a little bit too deep for that. Although Joe is just playing 280 behind. You could be dead right.
I think he's going to come over the top.
Absolutely, you could be right. Myers here may announce himself now.
2 pair, strong kicker, queen on the board. He might be thinking to himself, it's going to be similar to...
You're spot on, Emmett.
He's moved.
Yeah, brilliant
And
call.
it's going to be... Now, he has to call in because we know what he has, but just
It's
how
tough.
difficult
It's
is
tough.
this for Myers?
It's very
for
difficult for Joe
McIver to
I'll
make
tell
the
you,
call.
because really, okay,
Because it's his whole tournament.
what's he beaten here? What is he beaten? Okay, it could be Ace Queen is definitely a hand that screams out here.
Yeah.
It's the kind of hand you would call an early position open Ace Queen. Ace King he's not worried about because he believes that Ace King would 3-bet pre-flop. So the real problem here is Ace Queen, and that's what he's convinced, and he's going to lay this down. I think. Now he's a lot of money in here. A lot of money.
I think he's going to call, and I think he's regretting that he didn't shove earlier.
You could be right, but this is for his tournament.
It
I
is.
think one of the reasons he might call is he disguised, when that ace came, he was disguising his hand with a check.
Yeah, they
you
both
know?
were. Yeah, they were both doing that on the
And
turn.
then the check back, of course, from Myers, which I was surprised about. But he is really, completely deceived his opponent here. There's no way Joe will ever put him on Ace King, but he may be putting him on Ace Queen, and he may fold.
But I genuinely feel awful for Joe because he's in the torture chamber, and we haven't seen much of this. Like, we've obviously seen players get bad beats, and we've seen players react badly. He's done it. He's called. Oh my goodness!
You got a spot on him.
That's
You
from
got a spot on,
that's from
buddy.
spending 4 days in the booth with you, my man.
Yeah, it was close. It was very close. He went in the tank. He
He thought long and hard about that.
I mean, let's be honest. Daniel Myers just played it perfectly.
Oh, it's a
I mean,
perfection.
I was just stunned the way he
perfection.
just flatted pre, and he checked back turn when that ace came. He got the absolute maximum payout, and ace king versus ace jack. The ace jack under the gun open, and then just a flat call. I mean, if he 3-bet pre-flop there with the ace king, it was in the hand. He doesn't get any more chips. But he had the advantage of a massive stack, and he had the advantage of position, and he decided to just flat call, under rep his hand, and see what would unfold. And what did unfold is, well, an elimination.
An elimination on the feature table.
Joe is Busto.
Where we are playing down to the final table. This is level 23 of the Irish Poker Open. And that now leaves us with about 67 players left in the room. Average chip stack has now reached the 900k mark. Fintan Gavin and Emmett Kennedy with you on Easter Sunday. If you're watching on your phone, never mind that. Never mind Celtic Rangers. Go onto YouTube, into Sky Q, open the YouTube app, Apple TV, Google Chrome, whatever you're using, and put us up on the big screen. And there's your Easter Sunday sorted. Kick back, relax, and watch the utter mayhem and chaos that is the Irish Poker Open, where there's a raise to 40k from Myers, who would then 3-bet to 115 by Howlett with Queen Jack, and the Jack 10 goes in the bin. Great piece of play from Howlett, who, as Fintan said earlier on, really stole the show on the feature table on day one. He was magnificent. And it's great that he's still in the tournament. It's great that he's running deep and doing so well.
Big shout out to John's family, who I happen to know.
Excellent.
From the east side of Galway City, the Howletts.
Sure, they're
and I'm sure Des and
borrowing
Ross,
cups of sugar from me the whole time, I'd say.
they're tuning in to cheer on their finest.
Under the gun, King Queen off for Dermot, but he's having none of it. No, he is. He's decided to raise to 40k. Now, can Dermot manifest his alter ego, David, put someone in the box and make them disappear?
Under the gun
because
open.
It's pocket fours in the small blind.
This is pretty risky what Dermot's doing from his stack size.
Yeah.
Well, he does have 20 big blinds. I guess he's less than 20. He makes it 300. He makes it 400 from a 340 stack. Seamus Cahill with a pair. He's considering. Well, he's not going to flat call here. He's going to apply pressure or fold.
Because he's going to want the big blind out of the way.
Yeah, he's not going to want to play fours three-way. This is Seamus
Although,
Cahill.
if you do set mine for 30k with 1.2 million behind and you hit in a three-way pot, you could be golden.
Yeah, I think he fold.
Jack 5 will end up in the muck
This
as
is
well.
Bosey from Teesside, John Bosefield.
50k into Dermot Blaine's pot.
So now Dermot and Bosey both playing the same stack size. It's going to be interesting when these guys are posting blinds, which they are now. Bosey in the small blind and Dermot Blaine in the big blind. You can see the chip count graphic there
You
showing
were spot on, by the way. You were saying 20 bigs, 19 bigs for Dermot.
Chip count graphic showing exactly what the state of play is.
You know what Blaine has to do? Is to make some magic. I'll get my coat.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. He played his short stack yesterday expertly.
Oh.
And he spun up like a really big stack.
I heard he read Dara's book. And that's how he learned how to do it.
I think everyone's read Dara's book apart from me and you, to be honest.
Busted.
Definitely my...
Busted. Sixes.
Now, this is Justin Boyle the Irish reg with pocket sixes. He makes the call, and now Seamus Cahill on the button.
The-
Seamus has all the chips here, but the hands he's picking up are quite marginal.
Now, the intriguing thing is that Jose Antonio Haraz has made the raise to 50k, but we don't know with what. And this is one of the beauties of the Irish Poker Open.
I think you're going to see a
association with
3-bet
Party
here,
Poker.
Emmett. This hand, I think, will be a good choice for a 3-bet from Seamus Cahill.
On the button.
He's been playing pretty snug. He's the one that should be running the show. And the reason he's 3-betting here is Justin has just flatted the original Open, okay?
Yeah.
So what that is saying is Justin wants to see a flop. He doesn't have a monster. That's what Seamus is reading from this. And now he's applying serious pressure. It's hard for the Spaniard Jose to continue unless he is
Jose
a
Antonio
premium.
Haraz.
Because he has that stress of Justin still to act after he makes a decision. And this is what we call a typical squeeze play.
Yeah.
Seamus Cahill 3-betting to 210.
It's 160.
I mean,
from the call.
I don't know what Jose has. But
Yeah, this is a slight technical glitch. It doesn't happen very often. Very, very rarely does it happen. But we don't know what Jose is going to be throwing into the muck ultimately. Now, if you're Boyle,
well, you're out of position. You're against. Like, by the way, Justin and Seamus would be very familiar with each other.
yeah,
Justin for sure would know Seamus Cahill. He just
he's
it's
going
not.
to get out of the way as
It's
well.
not. It's not really that clever to be playing against Seamus in a 3-bet pot out of position with a hand as weak as sixes, and Justin just deciding to let it go, which I perfectly understand, and you can just get a feel there. I mean, this at this stage of the tournament, you can feel. Can't you feel the difference in the atmosphere?
Oh,
even
yeah.
from yesterday.
Oh yeah.
How like things are like we're not seeing many flops, you know. It's like getting very serious now. The pay jumps are getting significant, so it's these shorter stacks trying to hang it on in there, pick the best opportunities, and what you're going to see more of is the bigger stacks. Players like Seamus Cahill just going up a gear, trying to dominate. Now this is great timing after 3-betting.
Oh,
This is why,
in
like-
the cutoff.
Yeah, and
In the cutoff.
This is great timing. Just after 3-betting, you pick up aces. You're the chip leader. You're in the cutoff. And basically, this could be any two cards. And you're definitely going to see Daniel Myers.
He's going to call for
Well,
sure.
I mean, these are the two big stacks on the table. If this comes down Queen High, well, it's going to be hugely problematic. Queen or Jack High is a
Yeah.
problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
trouble on the flop for Myers.
Yeah, he's not gonna pop off with just one pair hand with all the blinds. Like these are super deep.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be
He has
check
checked,
calling
yeah.
for sure. Seamus is gonna come out with a like 45, 50k bet.
How good is this man, Fintan Gavin? Again, nailing it. 50k.
Myers is just check calling here.
Yeah.
Can't see any other option. There's no point. He doesn't want a 3-bet and then have the possibility to be facing a 4-bet. I mean, he's just not in good shape if he's 4-betted. So he just check calls and sees what comes. Even if he is against kings or aces, he's got a 2-pair draw. He's got a trip draw. Well, this is super interesting. Now, this is super interesting. So Myers,
I did not expect this.
Yeah, Myers is just trying to end the hand here. And find out exactly. He's got kicker problems, okay? But there's a few things going through his mind. This 3-bet pop previously, that's on his mind.
Yep.
So he's thinking, right, Seamus, chip leader, he's at it. Seamus, of course, going absolutely nowhere here. I expect Seamus just to smooth call with the aces.
Oh, I'd love that.
That's what he's going to do. I'm positive he will, because smooth calling here is hugely profitable because you're keeping in all these weaker type hands.
Flush
you know?
draw.
Well,
Jack.
Yeah, well, a flush.
with the
You're totally right.
Jack
yeah.
10.
Jack 10. I'm thinking Jack 10. You know what I mean? Jack X type hand, which is exactly what he has. And there is
Ah,
this
you're-
smooth call
You're
from Seamus.
spot. It nails it again.
No.
90% of the time he's right.
Well,
every
I
time.
mean, any slight concern that Seamus may have had
Is now over.
Well, it's completely evaporated. and Myers is just going to shut down. I don't mind his move here in the flop versus a cut-off open from someone like Seamus Cahill with all the chips and being aggressive. And he's finished. I think Myers is finished with the hand. He's going to be check folding.
Do you reckon Cahill will check back?
Seamus, it's interesting. Couple of choices. I think he's going to want to get money in the pot, and he's going to try and charge these Jack X hands. You know what I mean? And it's not out of the question that he's up against like maybe a set of sixes, set of fives. It's not out of the question. They're the type of hands that would check raise in that type of board.
Yeah.
So he's going to be betting here on the turn.
Mick McCluskey in the house.
Now, what size? I reckon about 200,000. I don't think it's going to be any more. I mean, Seamus is hoping he's up against. Well, it's
250.
kind of on the higher side, 250.
Wow.
Starting to get spicy now, and Myers is saying, how much exactly have you behind? What's the bet? And all this is designed to try and extract information. But Myers has finished.
Yeah.
Hand over. That call when he check raised on the flop, he got his answer.
Well, what's interesting is just how it played out beforehand in that Cahill raise. So you have Seamus Cahill raising to 40, which Myers just calls in the big blind. Myers checks, Cahill bets. There's the 3-bet on the flop. They end up then seeing the turn, and Myers decides to check. And the ace then tells the story.
I mean, he's beaten nothing. Once he gets called there in the flop, he's just beating a big draw, really.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then that ace, like, a lot of the draws get there on the turn with that ace, because a lot of his drawing hands will contain an ace. Like ace 10, ace king, ace x of spades, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. It's good timing for Seamus Cahill. And this is why it's so important not to completely just lock up and just play your premiums, because you won't get any action.
Yeah.
How he got
Every
the
player
action
on the
there
table is going to know.
was, yeah, because he played the hand before, the 3-bet in the hand before, I think was important part of that hand, an important part of Myers deciding to check raise the flop.
So we're currently on a prize pool of 4,570 if you're knocked out.
It's getting serious, Emmett.
We are on 62 players left. Once it gets to 55, it jumps to 5,270 from 39.6k. And then I'm just going to say, if you make the final table, 26,000 at least, almost 27. And it's 81k for fifth, 100,000, 104k for fourth, 139 for third, 195 to the runner-up, 318,700 yo-yos to the winner. It's a lot of yo-yos.
It's huge. Absolutely massive record breaking Irish Open.
And that is another great point to make, by the way. This is the biggest ever Irish Poker Open in history. They've
Absolutely.
never had an Irish Open with this many runners, with this many horses. 2,040 in the field. Fantastic stuff to see.
So, a pretty wide open here on the button, and both the blinds defend the Jack 9, which I'm not a fan of, but he has flopped
Picked
best.
up a straight flush draw.
To go along with his second pair. It's pretty strong connection to the board. John has finished with the hand. He was getting a big price in the big blind to defend. Once the small blind completes, then he's priced in with his 6-4, but now he's finished.
Look at Myers.
Yeah, of course, Myers, this should be, I mean, typically Myers,
I love it.
pre-flop raiser, he's got all the big cards, and he's coming out here saying, I've ace-queen with the ace of spades type hand, or king-queen with the king of spades, but it's the Spaniard with the real hand here. He's got the straight flush draw, as you
Give us the
pointed
4
out, Emma,
spades, folks.
to go along with his second pair. John
Yeah, 10 of
obviously
spades,
folded
obviously. Kills
6-4. And now we're going to see a turn, which the 7. It's interesting. I don't know, will either player be overly
enthusiastic?
Well, it doesn't change much. 10 jack still the nuts, 10 jack of spades. And
goes check to the river, which is a 3. So Myers does pick up a small piece. So if Jose Antonio Aras had missed,
yeah, he could be beating a busted spade draw here. Some kind of hand like ace 10 with the ace of spades. But I mean, it would be. I don't think he's going to be calling a value bet. But maybe the Spaniard's just happy to get to showdown here.
Yeah, he might be. I mean, it's middle pair. Technically speaking, kicker problems. He could be up against 2 pair. He could be up against trips. But the 3 shouldn't change an awful lot. It just connects Myers to the board. So if Haraz, he's going to bet, but I was wondering if he checked what would happen. Would he try and value bet it? Put a value bet in to try and take down the pot.
I think Myers is completely finished.
Yeah, that should do it.
He opened really light pre-flop on the button, 4 high. I mean, it just doesn't get any weaker than this. He bet flop, trying to end the hand, but you know, he knows his opponent has connected well. He's put him on a busted flush draw, and we're going to see second pair winning. And
wow, he doesn't show, and
expensive.
I don't blame him. Wow.
Expensive. It's cost him about 60k this hand.
You know what Myers is currently saying?
Lost 2 pots in a row.
Madre ya puta!
He's lost 2 significant pots in a row.
Yeah. Now, that's the good thing about a player like Myers is the back in the day, you'd start to see a player going until he's not going to do that. He's too classy for that. He's
Well,
way
I hope
too
not.
good for
I
it.
certainly hope not. He's, from what I've seen in him, like, I mean, you seen straight away the same chip stack. He's sitting on 1.3 million as the other chip leader on the table, and you know he played back at Seamus, so he's not a passive player. We've seen the way he played the Ace King was super creative. He got really tricky with it, particularly on that turn when he, you know, both of them hit the ace. So we're seeing a lot of good things. We're seeing a lot of positive things from Daniel, but I'm not really liking that call, I'll be honest.
No.
I mean, he opened super light, which is very debatable, 4-3 off. Once he opens, I think he has to bet the flop. I think it's fine. But then once he gets called, I think putting another dime in that pot is a mistake, you know. So I think it will affect him, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
This is Seamus Cahill, he's in control here, Seamus. The reason I'm saying that is, like, he's along with Bousey and Dermot Blaine, he's the most experienced on this table. Seamus has done it. He's been there. Final table last year, 2019. Of course, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going super smooth for Seamus Cahill.
Ralph Lauren, baby. So I'm talking about from our new player, Michael Pilchta. Pilchta. Pilchta.
I don't know.
We've just insulted his entire family.
Of course.
I'm so sorry. Michael, sporting the Ralph Lauren. That looks like a Ralph Lauren soft touch polo, short sleeve. Good taste, my man. Good taste. So Seamus Cahill with the King Queen off and is going to open under the gun, sitting on a stack of 1.6 million. King Queen 9 in the bin. Dermot's got ace 10 suited. Dermot, how many times have we had this conversation? You don't fold ace 10 suited. He's gone. Myers with 9s. Now this is going to come back to what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
me asking you, will he?
He's just going to call
be
here.
good enough.
He's under the million now. He's just playing average stack, whereas he was on like 1.3. He's lost like 400,000 in the last orbit.
Yeah.
Pocket 9s. He doesn't want to inflate the pot, so he just smooth calls here, which I find it pretty standard. I don't think there's anything wrong with this.
Michael
now,
in the big blinds.
I actually know this gentleman. He's an Irish reg, He final tabled in Killarney a couple of years back. If I
Oh,
remember
nice.
rightly. Yeah, he's very well known.
He's getting the price to call with the ace-3 off. So we are going to see a flop, and it is Queen 6-5.
Problems for Myers. He's
Big
going to be
time.
it's just one overcard, so he's going to be calling at least one bet. Seamus, it's going pretty cool for Seamus at the moment. He's like, as I mentioned, he's in control here. There's no problems, and if a problem does arise, he's got the tenacity, he's got the capability to deal with it. But he's hitting the boards at the moment, and his timing is perfect. This 60k bet is for sure getting called.
Yeah.
And Myers really is drawing very thin. He just has I'm just trying to figure out how he can win this besides hitting a 9.
I think a 9 is the only way he can.
He has like 7, 8,
7, 8, yeah.
8.
7, 8. That was the ace of hearts that went in the muck, wasn't it? I mean, it's too late now, but 4 of hearts hits the turn. So no flush possibilities, but of course they don't know that.
Yeah, Seamus checks here. The third heart comes out, and now
Myers is going to bet.
Well,
no.
He probably feels he's ahead, Emmett, and
Yeah.
he's trying to protect his hand against hearts. Seamus is going to call this, I expect. I think it's just too nitty to be check folding here, and I like his check.
There's a 95k bet.
I mean, this is just perfect for Cahill. Now,
Yeah.
another heart would really kick things off. 3 of diamonds on the river, and it's going to go check. There's no way Myers can go again. He's got showdown value. It's too likely he's up against a queen that he can't, he can't get rid of.
It's
could be the ace queen with the ace of hearts, which is never folding to a bet here.
It's the 3 diamonds, by the way, so it's not quite the flush that it could have been.
Yeah, three hearts on board, but I'm just saying
if you've got 2 hearts in your hand.
Yeah, but even with 1 heart, like the nut heart, I think Seamus will check call a bet.
Yeah,
and that's
makes
why
sense.
Myers does check back, and unfortunately, I mean, this is not going well for Myers at the moment. And
he's seeing what's happening as well, in that he's getting it in good, and then the board's just slapping him in the face. Now they're laughing and joking about it, which is good to see. And again, I think he's skilled enough that he doesn't just go on tilt, but all will be revealed.
It's a pretty brutal orbit.
Yeah, level 23 has
for
not been kind to Daniel.
Daniel Myers, pretty brutal.
Level 23 has not been kind to this man.
His stack size, right? He's still a bigger stack size than the 2 guys you see on the left here, Bousey and Dermot Blaine. But the fact it's on a downward trend, you know what I mean? I mean, this is hugely challenging to just reset, just step back. You're still there, but losing 3 significant pots in a row, this, believe me, is challenging.
Yeah.
And let's see how Daniel Myers, still 8 under K. I mean, he's huge stack. Let's see how this unfolds.
7 off goes into the muck. So in the hijack position, King 4 suited is folded.
Now, John in the cutoff, everything we've seen from Howlett on day 1 was pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
Technically, he seems to be well versed. I would imagine that he plays online, and just looking from his results, he's been around the poker scene for a while, John, and he's putting in a super account of himself here. Cutoff open.
Yet again.
Takes it down.
We talked yesterday about how, and the day before, about how players adjusted once they reached the feature table, about how their own activity off the table, as Ono D was able to break down for us, how a player was really loose, but the second he got to the feature table, stop. So he's currently 9th in chips overall, and 1.8 million for Seamus Cahill.
That's a really cool graphic to
It's
show.
brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, because why we're looking and our viewers are just seeing one table, it's not the full story. There's 8 other tables in play or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So a lot happening. This is Dermot Blaine. This is a great situation under the gun.
with the rockets on. Myers at 8-5 suited. That's going to be mucked.
17 big blind stack and under the gun
5,
here.
4.
Nice situation to pick up the bullets. Fold it right around. Action on Michael Plichta.
He mucks in the dealer position, so we've got small blind with Jack 10. This is going to be a call. Oh, just let it go. That's respect. But Bousey, you were saying this. This is inevitable. Bousey
Yeah.
makes the call with the Jack 8.
Well, I think, yeah, he's getting the right price. Min raise. He is suited.
6-6 queen.
He's completely missed, which is probably good for him. He's just going to check fold to a small bet. I expect Dermot will put in a really small little bet here, about 30,000, and try and induce Bousey to come over the top with hearts or Queen X, but
90% of the
hand.
time, he's right every time. 35k and a very valuable 70k goes into Dermot Blaine's pot. So, level 24. And if you didn't get to see that graphic in full, as we are on day 3 coverage, where level 23 has not been particularly kind to Mr. Myers. We're about to hit level 24, but our chip count at the moment, Dermot Blaine, well, it'll have increased now, but he was in 17 bigs, 340k. Plichta, 18 bigs, 370. Bousey, 410k, 20 bigs. Myers, 40 bigs, 800. Howlett, 44 big blinds, just shy of 900k. Then we got Boyle, who we've been very impressed with, 1 million. The Spaniard, Antonio Haraz, 1.1 million. And Seamus Cal, who's been the boss of this table, 1.8 million. So Myers with the ace-queen raises to 40. Called by...
the Spaniard has a pair. He had a decision there. He could have 3-bet. I'm not crazy about this call. These small pairs, they don't really play so good post-flop. But, I mean, their strength goes up, heads up, and that's where he is now. He's heads up against Myers.
he gets to set mine, misses.
And it's an okay board for, like,
Sixes, yeah.
sixes.
He's
It's
still
just
in the
one
lead.
overcard.
Ace-queen misses. Does have a backdoor flush draw. This is Jose Antonio Araz.
He's definitely going to be calling this bet for sure.
Yeah.
35k. 6 is good here quite often. And Myers has missed. Under the gun, though, he will be concerned about premiums. Always the chance he's up against
Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Hey, we're in sync, baby.
Oh, yeah. 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s are also reasonable.
It's amazing how many times players miss the fact that they've got a pocket pair, but their opponent could have a pocket 8. If you've got pocket 6s, what's to say they've got pocket 9s?
Now, Myers, you see this ace of hearts, Emmett? This is very significant.
Massive for him.
That's basically like...
It's going to keep him in.
Well, it's one of the cards that completes the absolute nuts.
Yep.
Now, I would have actually expected him to bet there with that ace of hearts and apply a ton of pressure. And the reason I would have expected him to bet is no one's going to come over the top, you know, because they can't have the nuts, you know. So he's going to check call here, Myers, with his draw. I think he knows ace high no good, but he has a draw to the nuts. Now, he could turn his hand into a bluff with that ace of hearts.
Yeah.
He could check raise, which would be pretty cool to see. This guy, Myers, he is tricky, and we've seen him play ace-king really creatively.
Very creatively.
Yeah.
If he was to raise, what kind of raise would you be expecting?
Well, he can go big because he has that ace of hearts. He can represent the nut flush. So 80 is the bet from the Spaniard, he could make a 300k raise here.
Myers in the tank.
Now,
725 behind.
The problem is, like he doesn't want to get it all in. Well, he just decides to check call and try and hit his flush. Ace could be good, queen can be good, as we can see, but he has missed everything. And we're going to see the Spaniard now. Well, he can't win this with ace high, he knows that.
Yep. So what do you do in Jose Antonio Araz's position? Do you...
I check back. It's going to go check, check.
Check. 205,000 up in the 360k pot.
Yeah, this hurts Emmett. This is going to hurt Daniel Myers. I mean, this takes. This is going to. He's going to have to dig really deep here.
Yeah.
Because I'm just telling you. Like, I'm not like claiming that I know what's going on inside his mind or anything, even remotely like that. But
to Gavin, the mind reader.
No, but no matter what, no matter even someone that's like steel inside, this definitely affects you. Like,
yeah. Well, that's 5
yeah,
that he's lost.
It's 4 significant pots at least. Yeah, and it's quite a chunk.
4 where we've seen flops, turns, rivers, and it's 5 where, if you include pre-flop action, so that has to start. I mean, Phil Hellmuth would start kicking tables. Go with it, son. It's the Queen 3 suited. It can't go wrong. Oh, my poker book's going to be available soon on Amazon. It's available for the low price of £597 and 57 pence. The forward is by Fintan Gavin. He gets 57 pence from every sale, and it's absolutely golden. We just copy what Dara's written and put it in our own words.
I'm not getting sued.
Playing with aces again.
Yeah, Justin here.
And Justin has got 8s.
Yeah,
oh.
He's been playing pretty snug, Justin.
But I don't think he goes away with Snowman.
I think he does. Justin is quality live reader of the game. He would know Dermot Blaine. Dermot Blaine in the small blind here. And given the stack size Dermot has, I guess this is a fold from Justin. That would be my guess. But he may get sticky. He could get sticky.
Oh my God, Myers!
Yeah.
Oh, what a day for Myers!
It's just
this is either going to be the poker gods rewarding him with runner diamonds, or a cowboy hits the board.
Yeah, he's going to make a cold 4-bet, and this will certainly save Justin Boyle. But I actually expected Justin to probably lay down the 8s, even versus a 3-bet in the small blind from Dermot Blaine. So we're going to see a cold 4-bet incoming here from. I mean, it's just pretty sick, really, what's going on with Daniel.
Has he gone all in? Has he announced all in? He has.
Yeah, I mean,
he's shoved all in.
Yeah,
that's the Snowman out of the way.
Perfectly reasonable.
And Dermot Blaine is going to snap call. And we got showdown. Wow, the 2 premium hole cards that you would want. Dermot Blaine with aces for the second time on this feature table. Pocket Rockets. And Myers with kings.
Dermot does pick up quite a lot of premiums from what we've seen.
Oh, there's an ace straight away. Now, there is a diamond. Are there many diamonds on that flop?
It's over.
No. Good night and good luck. That
sick.
has smashed through Myers, which leaves him with 255. Blaine now up to 800k.
No, Myers, what? 255? You're spot on, Emmett. I can't believe that. So that means, okay, so Dermot had about 350. That makes sense. That makes total sense. And Dermot up to 800 because he got the couple of blinds out of Justin as well. Yeah.
And the big blind ante too. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah.
Now for Myers. Now we're going to see how you respond.
Yeah,
when the pressure is put on.
This is, I mean, just this image that you see in your screen, that is an image of someone just on a real downward trend and nothing going right. Absolutely nothing.
And the thing is, it's not like he's making donk moves
Absolutely
or
not.
doing anything wrong. He's doing
Absolutely
everything
not.
right. It's just the board is slapping him in the face.
Yeah, a couple of 1 or 2 questionable, perhaps questionable moves, maybe with the 4-3.
Yeah, I'd get
Yeah,
that. I
and
can.
possibly he had the opportunity there with that ace of hearts. He could have used that information in his hand to apply significant pressure to the Spaniard. Perhaps he missed an opportunity there, but what you said there, Evan, is spot on. I mean, he's not making significant mistakes. It's just the wheels have come off, and this is tournament poker.
Yeah.
And you got to dig deep, and in a way, he's lucky because. I mean, most people will be absolutely busto at this stage.
Oh, they'd be gone. Good
He
night,
still
good
has
luck.
chips.
Thanks for playing. See you later.
He still has like 12 bigs.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. Everything is possible.
That's one of the things that I admire so much about how he's played, and a lot of the players actually, is that 5 years ago you would have seen all-in positions. You would have seen players just donk it off, or show of thinking that they're going to get it through, and they get snapped, and they're out. Now, Seamus Cahill has got the Snowman facing a 50k raise, but he's the dominant one at the table, just shy of 2 million. Calls the 50k raise from Plichta. Oh, Blaine wakes up with jacks. It's not Dermot, it's David. David Blaine has come to play. Ladies and gentlemen, pocket jacks.
I think Plichta might go with this. Dermot, well, there's complications here for Dermot with Seamus Cahill
Yeah.
calling with the eights. That's a problem, but he is going to 3-bet, and he 3-bets big, 150k it looks like, 180, sorry, yeah, 180k.
There's 1-8 gone anyway.
Now, Plichta might go with this.
Pair of fives out of the way. You think he could shove here?
He could. I mean, Dermot has chips. He could be squeezing here,
Yep.
but it looks like, well, the way he's looking at his cards, it looks like he's going to fold. He might take a stand. This guy, Michael Plichta, a very accomplished. He's not going to be pushed around too much. He's going to realise he has to make a move at some stage, but he does fold.
Disciplined fold.
And
now,
Seamus
Snowman
lets it go.
gone. So Blaine takes it down with the jacks.
Another premium hand for Dermot Blaine, and another pot.
Puts him close to 1 million. As the action continues at the Irish Poker Open, this is our feature table. We are playing down to the final table tonight. We'll then come back tomorrow around about 2 p.m., 2:15. We're broadcasting on a 15-minute delay. Fenton Gavin and Emmett Kennedy with you at the Irish Poker Open in the City West in Dublin, brought to you in association with Party Poker. There are so many side events. There's cash games as well going on.
About 300k in the 2k high roller.
Yeah, that was a big one. That worked out quite nicely. And there's the mini
main. There's
mini
the
main.
PLO, which I believe is down to the final table. That got absolutely huge numbers. There's also
Somebody's WhatsApped him the United jersey's been put away. Well done, whoever that is. Well done. This Boyle hides
I
the jersey.
think they just turned on the air conditioning, Emmett.
Nah, it's not that cold. Trust me.
Justin Boyle with the jacks opens to 40,000 blinds are due to go up pretty soon. This is still
Myers
the
is gonna
10,
get out of the way.
20k level, but this level not too much longer left in this level.
No. Couple of minutes maybe. This actually might be the last hand of this level.
Yeah, I think we go 10-25.
Yep. Yep, spot on with 25k.
Yeah, I mean the structure here is cool. I mean
big blind ante as
a lot
well.
of tournaments would just go to 15-30 from
Yeah.
10-20. So this is a really decent structure.
So three-way pot brings top pair
Howlett connects top
for
pair.
Howlett. So the jacks get busted. Doesn't know that, of course. A7 no good. There's a backdoor flush draw, but really the jacks can bet in here for Boyle. It's on.
Yeah, Justin will continue. I
Check the
expect.
king.
He's going to continue. He's
yeah.
a lot of kings in his range there under the gun open. He's a lot of premium pairs, even like a hand that contains a king won't check raise against him, because he could actually have aces in this spot under the gun.
Yeah.
So we're just going to see John Howlett just call, I'd imagine, just call with top pair, jack kicker, and then action will move to the Spaniard. There's the 30,000. Well, it's Spaniard jack first. Yeah, John just check calls.
As you predicted. So the board pairs with a 9.
Now, I love this lead out from John, because it's going to, you see, he's all the 9s in his range as the player in the big blind, and it's quite reasonable for him to check call with a 9 on that board. So this is pretty cool bet here from John Howlett. I think Justin just gives this up now. It's getting complicated, and this guy John Howlett is pretty solid.
Oh, he's very good.
I'm sure that these guys will be familiar. John, of course, from Galway, but based in Dublin for quite some years. I'm pretty sure Justin and John would know each other and have battled on the streets before.
Stuff out there in them poker streets.
I mean, it really is tough to continue here for Justin. Any hand that contains a 9 or a king is beating him. And the fact, well...
Okay. Oh, no.
Hello. He's getting
He's
sticky.
called.
He's getting sticky, Justin.
10 of
And
diamonds
10.
peels off on the river.
Now, I expect John to check here. Now, he could put in a really small blocker type bet in order to avoid getting a big bet, but check is the way to go, and positive.
That's what you call
Justin
first.
checks back.
Yeah. And hopes that his jacks are
And
good, and finds out that they are not.
Decent pot for John Howlett.
Puts him over $1 million. 1.1 million now for John Howlett. This is officially table 2. And we've been hugely impressed with John Howlett. There you can see his pre-flop raise is only 13%.
Now, is this? It's saying 6.
100%.
Oh no,
by the
that's
time
a
they've gone to
seat
showdown.
6. This is seat. This is the
Yeah,
seat,
seat
not your
6.
overall position. I get it, right?
Its chip count now is 1.1 million.
Now,
I like the pre-flop raise, but went to showdown 100% of the time.
that's what's interesting, which shows that he didn't get involved that often, but when he did get involved, he played all the streets, and that actually shows that demonstrates a lot of competence from a player, that they're able to play post flop, and John Howlett scoops a decent pot, but this kind of has been the star of the show, Seamus Cahill.
Oh, this is the boss of the table right now.
He does have a few contenders.
Well, he does, but in terms of chips, he's the boss of the table.
Dermot Blaine, of course, will be vying for that table boss position, and John Howlett here with Ace Jack in the small
He's going to
blind.
get his 3-bet.
3 bets, yeah, reasonable hand choice. He's blocking quite a lot of premiums.
Now, if you're Seamus Cahill, what do you do?
Wouldn't be out of the question to fold here. Seamus does have the benefit of position, and problem with folding a hand like this is, you're going to get exploited a lot if you're going to be folding hands as strong as Ace Queen to a 3-bet from a aggressive player like John Howlett. This guy John Howlett is pretty clever. There's a lot going on there. He's been playing really snug for the last hour, but he's up against a very tough competitor here, Seamus Cahill, and Seamus makes the call. He has the benefit of position, and again, it's probably a losing play to be folding. You'd be over-folding if you're going to be folding Ace Queen here to a 3-bet from a player like John Howlett.
What if we get an Ace Jack X flop?
Well, there'll be a lot of money going in.
King.
That's what's going to happen.
2-4 clubs.
It's not.
Which gives Seamus the club draw.
It's
club
not
draw.
ideal now for Howlett, because no matter what he continues with, and Seamus. You see, the problem here for John, once he gets called, it's really dangerous, and it's great recognition again from Howlett. He's once he gets called, and he's out of position, it's really tough. Seamus with that ace of clubs, Seamus Cahill can bet here comfortably with the knowledge that he's not going to get check raised, because he's the one with the information that,
Yeah.
you know,
In my hand is the
Howlett
ace of
does
clubs.
not have the. He knows that Howlett doesn't have the nuts. Howlett doesn't know that Seamus doesn't have the nuts. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
It makes perfect
Am
sense.
I just blabbering on here? Am I, Emmett?
No.
Okay.
You're talking absolute perfect sense. And it's great logic that, I mean, it makes sense that Seamus Cahill is in the tank. Yes.
Okay, well that's interesting. Seamus well that's absolutely fine. He checks back, getting a free card to his draw, and yeah, I mean Howlett's playing this pretty. I don't mind what he did pre. He got his answer, and he's checking again, and it's an interesting one because I think Seamus expected a bet there on the turn. Seamus was always calling, by the way.
Yep.
But he's going now. What's going on?
Check again.
Seamus decides to check, and that's bingo.
Nut flush. Happy
Absolute
days.
Nutty nuts.
There's no chance that Howlett tries to. Yeah, he
no,
doesn't.
John Howlett played this fine. He's given up. He's out of position. He can't do anything. Seamus obviously going for value with the nuts when checked to him, and it's end of hand. Just to let viewers know that the stream starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow. There's the value bet with the nuts from Seamus Cahill, who now has his chip stack over 2 million. John Howlett just below the million, but well above. Well, he's approximately average. Average stack is around the 950k. This is the feature table. It's one of about 7 tables still in play. And this is the table we're going to be featuring for a couple of hours. In the screen there, you can see on the right-hand side, Seamus Cahill, the chip leader. On the left-hand side, John Bousfield from Teesside. I haven't seen much of John, but he's very much shackled given his chip stack size. Next to him is Dermot Blaine, who got that huge pot with the aces. Versus Kings, opened originally by Justin Boyle with the eights. This is Michael in the big blind, Seamus folding under the gun, the king 10. Bousey folding, 340, well, it's getting dangerous. It's just 9 bigs now. Pocket sevens for Dermot Blaine, he makes it 50k, which is a min raise, and it's folded all the way around to Justin Boyle. This really is a tough table. Michael will definitely be defending here. Ace-9 suited, and he might even rip. He does let rip, puts it all in. Ace-9 suited. It's an interesting one. Dermot might take a flip here. 12 bigs, pocket pair. It's close. 295. Dermot asking exactly. He'll do the calculation. I mean, if it's one blind less, he absolutely has his money in here super fast. It's close. Flipping quite a lot. Sometimes you're actually ahead here with sevens. Wouldn't be out of the question for Michael to do this with sixes, fives maybe. But it's tough because it's 30%. It's 33% of Dermot's stack. Well, actually, it's just 2, 4, 5 to call. So it's just less than 30% of a stack. It's very close. And this guy is really tough, Dermot Blaney. Could make the call here. Very close. This is borderline. Eights, money is in. If it's just one big blind less, he has his money in, but he's deciding that he's not going to put in 245. Which is just shy of 10 big blinds with sevens. He's going to preserve his chip stack. And Michael, I mean, you know, this guy will jump on any opportunity he gets. Well versed, very decent live player. This is a super tough table. It really is. And if I was drawn on a table like this, I just wouldn't be happy. That's a fact. I mean, every seat has talent. some very strong players, technically, very, very high level. Bousey has to generate something soon. 6-5 under the gun is not going to be the hand to do it, but Blaine will open once again. Dermot Blaine, ace queen, and he makes it 50k, the min raise, and it's folded around to the Spaniard. He folds the 8-2 suited, and John Howlett, well, ace jack once again. John Howlett looks to be interested. Looks like he's just going to come in with a call. He does like to 3-bet with these type of hands, but he decides with the advantage of position, he's going to make the call. Well, it's reading that he's 3-bet in the graphic. Dermot opened with ace queen. 3-bet from John Howlett, and Dermot makes the call. He's out of position now. He will be first to act. John Howlett has the advantage of being last to act. I mean, no one has any connection to this board. I think John continues, and it's probably going to steal it, depending on the sizing. It's a 55k continuation bet, and it looks like Blaine, I think, will check fold here. Ace queen, no connection, out of position. Well, Dermot gets sticky here. I mean, this is really high level stuff. Both players playing ace high. Wow. Okay, John is going to take a hit here. Could check back, John, with his ace. The last thing he wants is to get check raised, but Dermot just going to check call here. 100k. Got to take his time. Dermot, of course, hoping that he's up against kings or queens, but so unlikely that John Howlett would bet kings or queens with that ace turning up, and this is a pretty brutal card. It really is. John Howlett has to go for value again. Has to go for value. This is very sick spot. Dermot Blaine getting huge rewards for getting sticky on the flop. Here's a value bet incoming from John Howlett. Just has a pot size bet. Both players similar stack sizes. Both players with pot size bet behind, but it's just too big a hand not to value bet. I mean, this would be an incredible check back if Howlett puts Blaine on ace king, ace queen. Absolutely incredible. Could put him on a set, but he has to value bet. There's no, doesn't make sense not to value here. And look at the sizing. This is, I mean, this is going to confuse Dermot. Dermot, of course, going nowhere. He might just call this, you know. Dermot might be the one afraid of ace king. This could be just a check call. $150k value bet from John Howlett. 150k into a 630 pot, like just around 22%. This is a real test for John Howlett now.
This is a proper test.
I mean, well, you're going to get your answer here.
465 to call with 490 left back.
Yeah.
How do you fold?
It's so difficult to fold. I mean, I do believe that Howlett, from what I've seen of him in the last few days, he is good enough to fold.
If he folds this, and I've been so impressed with him, but if he folds this, he's a genius. There's only 2 cards ahead of you that are the better kicker, unless he's got a boat.
Yeah, he could. You see, Dermot could have a boat here. He could be raising pre with like 7s and, calling a 3-bet, set mining with 7s, and he could have been.
He could have been doing with ace.
Yeah, he could have been check.
Ace
check
7
calling.
suited.
Could have been. No, A7. You see,
wouldn't
because
put
of
that
his
in
early
range?
position, I don't think
Yeah.
Dermot would be messing around with A7. And the fact he's blocking now, that is incredible.
Amazing fold.
What a fold. Wow. I'm proud of this young fella.
And this is a 15-minute delay, by the way, so
That's
it's not like...
super fold. I mean, how does he get away there? Dermot's going to be sickened when
Yeah,
he sees this.
Dermot's going to watch that back, and he's going to go, how? But Howlett's tournament life is alive, and it's because of the fact that he made that fold. He was donezo otherwise.
Lovely sizing as well from Howlett, the 150, super small size. And yeah, he value bet. He did the right thing. Had to value bet. Like,
Yeah.
Dermot Blaine now, like, he's well up over 1 million, 1.4 million. Normal service has resumed. He was down to 300k just a couple of orbits ago. It's crazy, isn't it, how this guy can build stacks?
It's crazy how the game can change so dramatically.
Did you notice Daniel Myers has been a little bit quiet?
I was going to ask you about that, actually. What did you think of it? And now that we've got to that topic, the fact that we were talking about Myers being clearly a player of some class, but that with the amount of bad beats that he's taken, how does he deal with it? And his way of dealing with it is to just shut down by the looks of things. So do you think he's just right to just take a few deep breaths, get through a few orbits?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really picked up any significant cards. Well, I mean, we see he didn't need cards to open before. We've seen him opening with 4-3 off.
Yep.
But yeah, no, he's just going to be folding now, just waiting to pick up. He's going to be way more selective, which makes total sense, given he's a lot less blinds in his stack, and it's getting serious. You pointed out the money jumps earlier, Emmett, and it's like it's not small change. These pay jumps are pretty decent. So, and it's all about money. That's what these tournaments are about. It's about making money, and all of these players, of course, getting paid. They're all guaranteed 3.5k.
3.5.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty cool table we got. We've been super lucky with the feature tables for the last. Well, this is day 5 in the booth, Emmett.
What?
No, is it? I'm getting confused.
I think it is.
It's like Big Brother.
It is. Day 5. Day 5. In the City West.
Yeah, I mean we have some super tables.
Day 5 in the City West, and the boys have lost count of how many days they've been working.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You do get lost in these tables. You get for me, I absolutely love watching this. It's super exciting, and I find it thrilling. I mean, just to see these guys battling each other, trying to take control, trying to get the chips.
Well, I think Blaine is just shoved all in.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense because his opponent just had a couple of
Myers
big blinds.
has woken up with the snowman.
Snap, obviously, from Daniel. And he won't mind this, Daniel. I mean, it's not pretty being up against...
Overcards.
2 overs, yeah. He could have been up against, Ace Rag, King Rag suited.
He did get it in good. Now the flush draw has appeared for Dermot.
Spade's not good. Daniel, and you can see the equity. It's still pretty much a flip. That ace now of diamonds. Daniel needs to avoid a spade or a jack or a 9, and he does so.
Oh, well, that's a man who deserved a change of fortune.
He's back.
In fairness.
He is back.
And Dermot is still over the million mark. But then that puts Myers on 465 as 220 gets added to his stack, and he will be relieved. But also, he very much deserves that, because level 23 was not a kind level to Mr. Myers, as we're now in level 26. We're on a 15-minute delay. We got all the toys. It's like Tony Stark built it. Our Estonian production team are absolutely top class. We got Oliver here, beside Vincent, Gavin, and myself on comms. Emmett Kennedy. Happy Easter to you. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage from wherever you are. Que mille fortune. Iowa. Lo siento, no hablo mucho español.
Un momento, por favor.
Ya madre de puta!
Justin, King 9, little light, but he's been super snug, so I think this is fine.
Ooh, blousy with the ace king.
He's going to get punished, Justin. It wasn't just a little light this open. Bousey just rips here. Puts the whole lot in.
Shoves.
330.
Blaine's in the muck. Mars in the muck.
9 big
Jose
blind.
Antonio Arad in the muck.
No, what am I talking about? He's about 13, 14 bigs.
But he does let it go.
So, Justin, under the gun +1 with the King 9 there, getting it shoved into his face, but easy decision just to snap fold, and now he folds under the gun the 10 deuce, folded around to Daniel Myers, one of the shorties on the table, sub 20 big blind stack, folds the 5-3, and now the Spanish player in the small blind, Geraz, with the Queen 9 in the big blind position. We have John Howlett. What a fold that was with the ace jack. That was pretty spectacular now, in my opinion. I'll be honest, I'm putting my money in there and I'm going broke, but Howlett around sticking in there, and who knows what will happen. It's really kind of slow down. Bust outs coming now. Like, they're few and far between the bust outs now. Obviously the pay jumps a factor in that. And of course this structure, it's a really deep structure. Plenty of play. This is day 3 and we're not even going to be like crowning a winner today. We're going to be coming back with the final table tomorrow. I think around 1 o'clock tomorrow is the broadcast time. Now, 2 million stack. Seamus Cahill. Min raises and a defend from Justin with the Jack 7. He flops a good shot. He checks. Action with Cahill here. Checks back. Both connect. I think this is where Seamus gets a bet out of Justin. And Justin, I think he has to call here. It's a tough one. He's ahead quite a lot, so I think a check call is pretty reasonable. Puts in the 60k, the 4 is a blank. Check from Justin. Seamus, now this is going to be interesting. Does Seamus go for thin value here? I think he does, you know. Target a 9x, weaker jack. Quality value bet here from Seamus Cahill, and it's so tough here for Justin Boyle. 185, I mean, he's just beating a bluff, really. Oh man, this is tough. 185k. Justin Boyle in the tank. Connected on the turn, check called. 4 of hearts, blank on the river. Can he get away, Justin Boyle? A significant proportion of a stack, 185,000. Big moment for Justin Boyle here. And he pays off Seamus Cahill. It's pretty disgusting. Tough to get away. Big hit for Justin Boyle. Leaves himself a 4-2-5. About 17 bigs. And Seamus Cahill. Final table in 2019. Seamus, of course, very prominent in the big cash games in the Dublin poker scene. Been around for quite a while, Seamus. Now, Myers, 18 big blinds, he folds. Small pair, early position, I like to see that. This is Gerard's 1.1 million stack, he makes it 60k. The big blind is 25k. Still about a half an hour or so in this level. Michael deciding not to defend with the 6-4 off. Day 3, Irish Open. Lots happening today. PLO happening. Day 2 of the JP Masters going on. All of these events really knocked it out of the park. PLO final, 2K High Roller. Also, there is a 1K mystery bounty that just kicked off. Now, Bousfield, I think this will get a lot of respect. Bousy has been pretty shackled given his chip stack size. Hasn't really come out to play. Opens here under the gun. It's got to get respect, this. He's been really selective. He hasn't had any opportunities. He hasn't been in any pots. I can just remember one pot in the last couple hours he's played, so I wouldn't be overly surprised if these 8s were folded. Geraz decides that he wants to peel a flop, and well, John Howlett lets rip with the 4s, but he's going to get action. Bowsey's going to be calling, I'd imagine. Big decision. Bousfield, ace queen suited. I think he has to call here, Bousey. It's tough, not ideal, calling off, but he does make the call as expected. Geraz has to fold. That was the problem calling with these 8s. And John Howlett, seen an opportunity, let's rip with the 4s in a straight race. Ace on the flop, not good. That is not good. 8 of spades. And Jack on the river. It's over, it looks like, for John Howlett. Disaster. Ace Jack cost him quite a chunk of change. First of all, versus Seamus Cahill, but then the big pot then against Dermot Plain did remarkably get away on the river. That's what did all the damage. And then he sees an opportunity. Early position open, flat call, sees a small pair and lets rip. Obviously just trying to take it down. Dealer does a count to confirm. It's pretty cool. Says good luck to Seamus. Seamus, the big stack, and Bousey back in business. John Howlett eliminated, I believe, in 52nd. Does get paid, gets rewarded, but you kind of felt that there could have been bigger and greater things for the young man, originally from Castle Park in Galway, but now based in Dublin. We move on. Dermot Blaine's going to open here 1.1 million with pocket nines. This is a real super tough table. Blaine with the nines. He opens, he makes it 50k. And light call here from Jerez, the Spaniard with the Queen 10 suited. But it looks like he's going to get to see a flop. Bousey getting a big price with the 9-10 in the big blind position, so he decides to call. And three-way. Wow. Queen 10. Pair in a straight draw. 9-10. Flush draw, straight draw. Dermot's completely missed. He's checking here. Spaniard could win this with a bet, I'm sure. Three on the turn. And no one showing any interest. First to bet wins. Spaniard needs to bet this now. Check to him twice. Gotta put in a bet. Just there's 185k out there. He's got the advantage of acting last. It's been checked to him on the flop. Now checked again on the turn. No one is showing any interest.
Given the sizes of Bousey's chip stack, which is nice to see how much that's gone up. Blaine, what kind of size bet do you want to see?
Well, there's 185 in the pot, and around 85, 90,000 will be good, which would be close to 50%.
And it's 95 indeed.
And I mean, just a snap bowl there that
yeah
was inevitable. I mean, I expected it on the flop, but Spaniard checked back, then pulled the trigger on the turn, takes it down, and you can see he's second in chips only to Dermot Blaine, who was like a super deep stack. We did lose the Galway man, John Howlett.
Yeah, I was going to say, as I stepped out to find out what was going on in some of the outer tables, because I kept hearing seat open, seat open, seat open. Now, there are side events, but I can tell you, in fact, don't look at the screen.
Okay,
that we are in a 15-minute delay.
Yes, yes.
Have a guess at how many players are remaining.
In the main event, 50.
Yeah, in the main.
John went out 52nd, I think.
That's not a bad guess at all. We're down to 49.
49, okay.
And we are playing down to the final nine.
Final nine
table tonight.
Confirmed?
Yep, definitely.
Long night ahead?
It's going to be a 4 a.m. job, I think.
Ah, stop.
Well, it's happened before.
I think I'll take a nap now. Come back at around 3 a.m.
We can
the final hour.
Yeah, Ollie's giving the thumbs up. Yeah.
You don't need me for the early parts of this.
Which one? Ollie's just put his head down on the desk. He's just like, we've also learned that the dinner break's not till 6:40, which means 6:55 really for us. We're like, oh no. Why did I skip breakfast this morning? Why did I think that was a good idea? So with the players now at the 49 marker, we have surpassed 4-5, and we're into 5,270. Once we get past 39, it goes up to 6k min payout, and the top 4, of course, you make the final table, you're 26k richer. If you're in the top 4, you're guaranteed 100 grand. 195,000 to the runner-up, 318,700 euro to the winner. Jose Antonio Araz with ace-jack suited. Myers with the queen 3 suited. We'll fold in the big blind, and that under the gun raise gets the respect that it deserves. He's been playing very well, the Spaniard, Jose Antonio.
Yeah, he's active. Couple of light calls, but yeah, no, totally. I think we've been given a super table. I don't know who picks the tables, but they're getting it right every time.
It's a random draw pick for who ends up on the feature table because it has to be fair. But you were asking early on about the Clarkey Kassouf table. Like, why weren't we given that? And it was because they knew it was going to break.
Okay.
They knew that once the next person went, they were going to have to break it, which they've done. Kassouf has gone very, very low, by the way. Quite low indeed. And our friend from last night?
We had a few friends we met last night.
Who was winding up Andy Black?
Ah, Mark.
And then starts...
I love him.
Dropping F-bombs.
I hope he's...
I wasn't slow playing at any point during the night. Had a short stack in front of him.
Yeah.
Went up to the bar, did a couple of shots, came on down, shoved it all in the bar now celebrating.
Okay. Fair
so
enough.
well done to him. He's made the money. He was sitting alongside one of the all-time greats, Andy Black, which in itself is a privilege, because I mean, I've made the comparison, like, before my back fell to bits, which is inoperable. Hey, I can walk around. I can move around, thankfully. And we got Crystal here to rescue me in the evenings with the massage. But I played golf every second day. And I can't do that anymore. I can go and putt. I can chip in my garden. But I can't go onto a golf course and unleash the power of the Sergio Garcia endorsed TaylorMade, which I'd only just bought, by the way, before that crash happened. The fairway driver I'd just gotten the hang of and was blasting the ball. Having great sport. Loads of great golf courses down in Cork. Tearing the place up, having great sport with some friends. I do the breakfast show, head on out. They're dentists, they don't care. They come on out. One was in medical school, ditch a few classes, out we go, play a round of golf. But if you do that, you're not playing alongside Padraig Harrington. You're not playing alongside McIlroy, Tiger Woods. You come to the Irish Open main event, and you're sitting alongside people that you consider heroes. You've been watching on TV for years. You're being commentated on by the GOAT, Fintan Gavin. If you're lucky enough to make the feature table. And it's going all around the world. And the fact that there were 2,040 entries, and that we had 51 in the female main event championship, some of whom decided not to play the main, but go and play cash, go and play like Sarah Link, who went out in fifth, the German Ice Queen, who actually ended up being a terrific player, and also was the person who came over with bottles of wine to our heads-up players, Kushnikova, sorry Fina, and Grace, which I've never seen happen in the final table before. You were like, what? The two of us were just, our minds were blown. But the atmosphere has been fantastic. But you mentioned the change in atmosphere, and it's weird walking around.
You can feel it, can't you?
You really can.
It's really evident.
It's got much more tense. Like yesterday, when the bubble burst super fast, and I didn't expect that. You didn't expect it. I don't think our viewers expected it. It bust super fast. It was 3 players went in one go, and all 3 were given a free ticket which is not cheap, by the way, into the turbo main, the mini main today, courtesy of Paul O'Reilly and JP. So the new owners of the Irish Poker Open. So that was very generous of them. You know, they could have just gone, because everyone was applauding, and Nick hadn't made the announcement as to why are we applauding. Oh, 3 guys are gone and we're all in the money. And then they say, by the way, the boys are in for free.
Very nice
which
touch.
was a really sound touch.
Absolutely.
Really sound touch.
Just to pick up on your point there, Emmett, about the atmosphere.
But yeah, it was very light and breezy last night, and you know there was a bit of tension on the feature. If you were watching us last night, you saw that. You were able to see how things reacted. Obviously, we got a seat open on the feature table. Be interesting to see who makes it over here. But it was still light and breezy. It was light and breezy even walking through the room after we'd finished comms and wrapping up. But today, Fintan, as I walk out, chatted to Nick, just wanted to get a bit of information, some stuff that are happening in some outer tables on the feature as well. Nothing dramatic to tell you about. Just some good, useful info that you can use if it comes up later on. But you can take it over because this atmosphere is very different.
I think the fact they've roped off this side of the room as well. So basically, you see the floor men. Like even when I was coming back to the commentary box, they stopped me and they says, "Sorry, you're not allowed in here."
Oh, did you get stopped? I didn't get stopped at all.
I got stopped, yeah. But you see, you being very well known, where no one would know me here. You know?
I just strutted along like I own the place, like like a complete tosser. So they're just like, oh yeah, he looks like he looks like he's in control. No, I think I've spoken to so much of the staff and so many of the people, but like you're one of the most recognized faces of the game.
Yeah, but
they're
you see,
they're probably expecting you to be playing, not commentating.
Well, they're doing their job. They're
Yeah.
they've roped off this section of the room, so it's just the main event players.
Yeah.
And it's the day 2. There's a few tables of day 2 of the high roller. Okay, so it's business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like I've noticed as well. Like the drinks on the side tables, they're all coffees and waters. There's not like Bulmers and Guinness where we had quite a lot of yesterday. Like, you know.
Yes, actually, I pointed that out to Nick as well because we were talking about our gentleman friend from last night with the once he made the money, the amount of pints he was sinking down. Which, by the way, listen, have your fun. The F-bombs towards the end were intriguing. That made for interesting viewing. But then again, I have said the F-bomb a few times. It's YouTube. We can say whatever we want within reason. But there's Paul Newey, by the way, who's going getting paid. So that means Paul is out, which is a real shame because Paul has been absolutely fantastic at every feature table that we've seen him on, whether it was the high roller or anything else. But
so, there's just 2.5% of the original starting field. Like, say, there's approximately 50 left or whatever, okay, out of 2,000 runners. So it's getting so close, to that, final table.
Yeah.
Where, 4 people will earn themselves a 6-figure payday. There's the potential for winning one of the most prestigious poker titles. It's it's a reality now for these guys that are playing. And, everyone is in the zone.
Yeah.
There's they're completely focused. This is a big opportunity for all of these guys left. And of course the guys with the experienced guys with the big stacks, like Dan Wilson, overall chip leader. What an opportunity for him, 2.6 million.
by the way, can we expand on that actually? So he's at table 3, seat 5. So Daniel obviously is a very well-known player. Is an Irish Open champion. Did he win it online or did he win it in real?
No, Dan
IRL.
won the live Irish Open here in, I believe it was 2018.
So just after I'd wrapped up.
Yeah.
I finished in 2015. And then Paul, to be fair, tried to get me to come back in 2016 and I was just too busy. I still am, thank God. Talk Sport, Final Furlong podcast, featuring Phil Baker, by the way, today. So make sure you're listening to that. And shout out to the Chip Race boys again, who do a tremendous job. But
Dan won the Irish Open for 150k in 2016. It was time does.
wait, it was
march on.
2016. It was the year after I left.
Yeah,
That's
2016.
amazing.
2016.
Now, first prize that year was
150k.
we laugh in the face of 150k at the Irish Open these days. It's nothing. 318,000 to the winner. It's important
Yeah, it's
because not just the structure, Fintan, not just the prestige of the tournament, but like you were saying it, and to be fair, Lappin was saying it because it was kind of teeing it up that for players like Dermot and for Andy, it's about the trophy. And Lappin instantly goes, money for me. And you were the same. But once it gets to the final table, that trophy then becomes very much in sight. But there are players who are in here on satellites. They haven't had to pay the full buy-in, and for them, this is no matter what they end up getting paid, it's going to be a massive result for them, and it's going to be on their Hendon mob as well.
Yeah, Dan went on to like bigger and better things. He did really well online. Apparently, he's like a consistent big winner year after year, and he's chip leader here at Emmett with like just 48 players remaining, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, what a story emerging if he would go on and make another final table.
But for those who don't know about Daniel, the fact that he was chip leader last night when we wrapped up on 1.8 million, but he's now sitting on 2.6 million, and the buzz around the lobby, because I missed breakfast, I decided, we'll be having an early lunch. No, we're not. So it's literally bags of potato here underneath the broadcast desk. Turn down the mic and try and just go with that a little bit. By the way, there's a 7-Up over there that belongs to you, which you shouldn't be missing out on, my friend. Courtesy of the Emmett Kennedy donation, the Emmett Kennedy Foundation. But like there is a buzz about Daniel. There's a buzz going around about Daniel, and that was one of the few things that I did notice, is that while like even going to the bathroom and walking through the lobby, again, you're hearing all the bad beat stories. There was a guy from the UK, and look, it's the Morrissey song, and I don't agree with everything that Morrissey has. I agree with very little that Morrissey has to say, but Irish blood, English heart. Like, I get that. London was so important to me growing up. All of my family, my mother spent time in the UK. That was nothing in Ireland. When my mother and her brothers and sisters grew up, there was no opportunities in Ireland. They had to move. They had to go to the UK. That's what they had to do. So my late Uncle Tony, God rest him, Uncle Bob, Uncle Mick, God rest them, they were big West Ham fans. Tony was a Millwall fan. I've got London Irish family. I spent a lot of time in Harrow. I spent a lot of time in the East End. I absolutely love it there. But so when I say this, I'm saying it with pure affection, because I really do love London. But there's this guy, as I'm walking through the main lobby areas, you're coming back into the poker room. He's like, mate, you're not going to believe it. I'm out. I'm out, mate. Listen, I got pocket sixes, right? And I fold, hit a set. I get pocket fives, I fold, I hit a set. I decide I'll call with pocket fours, I hit a set. Your man's got a bigger set. I mean, what am I supposed to do, mate? Hey, and I would have won the other two. I mean, come on. And he's obviously got a percentage with your man, and your man's kind of take it all in and go, wait, what? But it's just gas, like how all the bad beat stories, like as you and I were walking in today, it was bad beat story after bad beat story after bad beat story. So Dermot has an 81% chance of taking this.
Yeah.
It's just 3 outs.
Both of them have a good shot to the straight.
The more I see of Haraz, and I hope I can get that pronunciation right, I used to be able to speak Spanish fluently. I got an A in French. All right, here's one for you. Leaving cert.
Yes.
Right, GCSEs in the UK, leaving cert in Ireland.
Go ahead.
Right, so I did English, honours. What did I get?
Honor.
Top man. I got an A. I have mild dyslexia, but I got an A.
Fair play to you.
Now,
You should be very proud of yourself.
didn't figure.
In them
Didn't
days, they didn't diagnose
No,
it
they didn't have a
at
clue.
all.
I didn't find out till I was 22. I kept going because I would read a word and my brain would insert something else in its place that's the same length. Because when I was a kid, I used to read the dictionary. I was a right nerd. Still am, of course. Oh, this is going to be... Oh, Bousey got away with Ace Jack.
Yeah, it's a pretty disciplined fold.
That's a
there
very
from
disciplined fold.
Bousey.
Seamus Callahan, 2.3 million with the Ace King. And Queen 3.
Justin,
Oil
nothing
Nuts.
really happening for Justin.
No.
He's sitting on 330k. Big blind is 25k.
All right, geography.
Go ahead. Geography, well, I'm going to say you seem to have a really good grasp of like politics, which goes hand in hand with geography. So I'm going to say you got an A.
I did, in honours. Thank you very much, my man. History.
History, again, history very much associated with geography. I'm going to say you got an A.
So I walked in and did the test without studying it for 5th and 6th year.
B plus.
I got a B in honours. I just walked in and took the test. You can do that. Because I was so into documentaries and stuff like that. Now, accountancy.
No, I don't think you're a numbers guy. I would say you got a C.
You're absolutely spot on. I got a C, and I walked out with half an hour of the exam left. Business studies.
Yeah, definitely think that's... I think you were pretty good at business studies.
B in honours.
B.
French.
Okay, you're a languages guy. You aced it. A.
I got an A in French.
You sound pretty good at reading, you Emmett.
You're very, very good. Mathematics.
Honours or pass?
It was pass.
B.
D.
Yeah.
I got a
okay.
D. Irish.
B.
Pass. I'll give you one more go.
Pass Irish. C.
D. Bombed. In the Irish oral, you have to do so this just kind of proves the Irish educational system. How did I get an A in honours French when you only learn that from first year onwards, but in junior infants you're taught Irish, and it never went in? And the dyslexia explains a bit of that, but you're taught it and it's mandatory. You have to take it. Music.
C.
D. Mine was very up and down. I remember my vice principal, Mossy. I should give him his proper name, but we'll stick to Mossy because it's just better. He used to have this megaphone, and he just put it right into your face and go. We were in 5th year. We were honours 5-2, 5-1 for English, and like 5-1, get moving. If he caught you walking down the corridor, as I would be trying to meet up with Caroline Mullally. Hello, Caroline. Who was yet another of my exes who was married and has kids. First love of my life. She made the right call. She'd get away with it because her mother was a teacher there, but me, nah. Get rollicked. But yeah, I tanked Irish completely, and we did the Irish oral exam, and I ended up just blurting out English. I just said to the girl, I don't have a clue. So we got the set mining.
Yeah, this is going to be a sizable pot. There's 185k in there.
Yeah, you know how much I love the ace 10.
And the 8s flopped best here.
Yeah.
6s will stick about, I expect. Dermot has none of this. He's going to check back, I think.
New player, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Dermot's going to lead out.
He is. I kind of expected him to because I think he's going to try and rep, having been in +1 with the ace 10.
I think he gets called.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see at the side of your corner there, new player, most popular man in the room, according to David Lappin, William Kassouf has joined our feature table.
I think Dermot's going to get called in at least one spot here.
Yeah, one of them has to. Haraz
6.
elects to. Jose Antonio. Now, what do you do if you're Seamus Cahill and you've got 2.3 million? You've got Snowman.
60,000. I mean, you would draw to the nuts because, I mean, you can hit an 8, even if you're behind to, like, you know, a full boat of 5s. I mean, you still have a redraw. So I think he's getting the right kind of price. 60,000. There's already 305. Of course, he could be ahead as it is. He could be against, like,
which of course he is. He just doesn't know it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I expect Seamus to call, given the depth of his chip stack. He's sitting on.
Well, I expect, given his experience and the fact that they have the knowledge of having played with one another for so long now at this point, that I think you're right. I think the 60k is going to go in. He's not going to raise, is he? He's going to raise and find his position, or is he make it a flat call?
It's a raise to
275.
Well, he wants to find out where he's at. This is pretty cool.
Now, Jose Antonio.
I'm finished. If I'm Jose, I'm finished with this hand. It's like, I mean, you've one pair hand. The heart might keep him interested, but he could be like up against the full boat. Yeah,
he's
he
out.
just has to
Spot
let it
on,
go.
Finton. And the Snowmen prevail. Pocket 8s.
You can hear the table talk instantly gone up.
Yep.
With the arrival of Will Kassouf from the UK.
So I remember the first time I commentated on William Kassouf. It was the Irish Poker Open. I remember commentating on him in Galway as well. And I think Channing was in the box with me. It was Bex, Channing and I. And he was explaining how much of a regular he was at the Vic.
Okay.
And he was saying that I think at the time William would have been, I want to try and just confirm all this now because memory is reasonably good, but you know, we're not getting any younger, so let's backdate all this. Bex is watching from New York, by the way, so shout out to Bex.
Hello, Becky.
Metal partner in crime. Took great offense to saying that you're the new dynamic duo. She was not happy about that. I think I want to get this right now. We don't want to be putting fake news out there. Yeah, it was 2009. So it was the first year I did the main event, and that was with Bex. The late great Liam Flood was on comms with us. We had Phil Lack and Jennifer Tilley as well. And he final tabled and finished 6th. And his only other Hendon mob was earlier that year at the, actually, Tower will be talking to us about this, the GUKPT in Brighton, where he finished 21st. But Channing was going on about how solid he was as a cash player, and his background. He was able to give us a bit of a background on what he had done. Channing's not here, by the way, which I'm stunned by. I'm amazed that Channing didn't make the journey over. Maybe all he does have left is the trophy.
Neil is like, he's transitioned over to sports betting.
Yeah, he's very good at that, to be fair. He is very good at it. But Kassouf came back that year, and again, Bex and I were commentating on him, and that was for the Winter Festival, back in the days when the Winter Festival was there. And it just seems as though he is a player who has garnered controversy after controversy after controversy since then.
Well, I'll tell you one thing for Will Kassouf. He's a very high-level tournament player.
Exceptionally high-level.
Both live and online.
But look at the database. So this was when... This was my first ever Irish Poker Open with Rebecca McAdam, Liam Flood alongside us, Neil Channing, Jennifer Tilley, Phil Lack. That was the comms team. We got an all in here. Myers all in, and he's behind to Blaine. Oh, Myers. So level 23 was deeply unkind to him. His level 24 going to be.
Yeah, this is brutal, really.
I mean, he had no choice.
Let's rip 370k, which is pretty standard, Emmett.
Yeah,
and of course,
Blaine
super
wakes up
standard
in the big
also.
blind. Blaine
Yeah.
wakes up in the big blind with jacks.
With
What can you
jacks,
do?
which is
There
a
is
snap
paint.
call. So he's just got 2 outs.
Only, yep.
Backdoor clubs would help.
Yeah, turn card could be good to him. That's not going to help. So it's 94% that Dermot Blaine is going to knock him, and he does. And a shake of the hand. I'd like to talk briefly about Myers because I think he deserves it. He got it in good the vast majority of the time, and the table just did not want to play ball with him.
Yeah, I mean the wheels came off. He played. He was just probably just a little bit too active, and you know, he just kept running into it. He'd connect with the board. That flush draw, the nut flush draw he had against the pair of sixes against the Spaniard, that was a huge hand. And then of course Seamus Cahill versus himself. I mean, they just played 2 massive pots also. And then Dermot Blaine, he lost a significant pot. He lost 4, 5 significant pots, and now picked up 10s, pretty standard, gets it in, and Jack's call. And it's end of tournament. He put in a great performance. Nothing really we can say. You know, that's just tournament poker.
Other
That's the way
than
it goes.
that, he played very well, and you know that can sound like the boy. You know, that is not to be intended as a patronising comment. He played very, very well. He ended up in some situations that were they were sticky, they were pretty sick, and you know, he got it. He was ahead pre-flop, and it's almost either he had a really strong holding in the pocket and bumped into somebody who just had something better, and it would go to the river, and he'd find out, oh no, my 9s have been done by a 10 that hit on the turn. Or he ended up in situations where he got it in good and got out flopped. And you were saying, I asked you, I think he's good enough that he won't tilt. And you made the point, well, you know, when it's happened to you 4 times, 5 times really, when you're talking about how, you can see the players are about to go on break here, by the way. Will Kassouf has already just given out about the fact that, hey, I've just sat down, we're going on break, what's going on? But it never went his way. He's done nothing wrong, and it's just an example of tournament poker. And he could have gone earlier, and he didn't. He did something that
Yeah, I think
you
he showed
predicted.
a lot of character by just holding on in there, even though after he lost several pots, he did show a lot of discipline. He locked, well, he had to lock up, wait for the opportunity. He did get an opportunity. Unfortunately, 10s into jacks. End of story.
Especially
End of
when
tournament.
Dermot's in the big blind and wakes up with jacks. I mean, that's it. It's game over. But what can you do? But he did shut down for a while. Like, he regrouped. He was composing himself, waited for the right spot, found it, runs into a big hand. It just wasn't his day. So we're down to 45 from a starting field of 2,040. Bear in mind that yesterday morning, when we began play, there were 860 players in the main event of the Irish Poker Open, and we cracked the bubble super fast. So as we race down to the final table, and we are playing to the final table tonight, we are going to get the final table. It's going to be a 4 a.m. in the morning job, I reckon. But there's 45 players remaining, and we're heading on break. There's about 17 espressos about to be pumped into me, and a black coffee for this man. We'll be back in 15 minutes right here at the Irish Poker Open in the City West in association with Party Poker. See you in a bit.
Good.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Just busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while, and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped at it. I've been working maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile, or wasn't, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But, fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped, really.
Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No. You know,
there must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with? Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Jilly, who plays Jean Slater. And they're both amazing. But, I mean, they're all really, everybody in there is great to work with, everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but still waiting to work with my old mate Steve McFadden, who plays Phil Mitchell. We go back about 40 years. We know each other very well. I've never crossed paths on the set yet. But yeah, but everyone's wonderful and good to work with.
They're all pretty down to earth on EastEnders, because it's like a full-time job essentially, isn't it? Like they're in every day.
It's not like it is a full-time. I mean, when you're in the thick of it, when you've got heavy storylines, which I have had over the last sort of 8 months, it's non-stop. It's relentless. You're on the set 12 hours a day, then there's an hour each way travelling. I get home, I've got to look after the kids, wash their clothes for school, and cook their dinner, learn my lines, and then get 3 hours sleep and back to work. So it's busy.
It's full on, yeah. And back to the poker, obviously your bro Barney is in as well. Yes, yeah. What's the sibling rivalry like there with the poker? Who's the better player?
Oh, he is, absolutely. We both had our share of success, I suppose, over the years. Barney's continued to play when I sort of really, about 10 years ago, I stopped playing internationally. And Barney's continued with a lot of success. So he's always my hero. He's the best player in our house, that's for sure.
That's nice to hear. Are you going to jump into anything now?
I'm going to give it a little break. It's hard when you come out of the main event to go into something smaller, but so I'm just going to go and kick out my room for a bit and watch a bit of TV, watch a bit of EastEnders maybe.
I mean, you're not doing the Irish credit. You're drinking a coffee. You should be on the booze by now.
There's a whiskey in there.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. That's all right. That's allowed. Okay. Hopefully, we'll see you back on the felt soon, winning something big.
For sure.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Day 5 of the Irish Open saw flights Day 1C and a last chance 1D Turbo attract more players into the tournament room than we've possibly ever seen. The buzz and fun of the Irish Open was well and truly at a peak, as these tournament players put everything into their arsenal of making it to Day 2. Satellites for the main were still going strong in the upstairs tournament room for the ultimate last chance to make it through for just €115. The live streaming commentary kept viewers informed, and it was Stuart McNally who made it through as Day 1C chip leader on 299,500 chips. 820 entries were counted just for Day 1C, 313 of which made it through, and Guy Johnson leads the Turbo 1D field, meaning that 724 players remain going into Day 2. With a last chance to buy in on Day 2, this could mean we see entries break records and go past 2,000. Another monster field here in Dublin as players fight for the all-important title of 2022 Irish Open champion. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Fintan Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanot as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to Day 2. The ladies' final table was Fast and Furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Miguel Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Feraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You've caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know. Not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day.
Mate,
Didn't needle you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Yeah, are you going to play any other tournaments? Or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
You could always just enter the raffle as well.
yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day 1.
You've made that up. Not again. You know.
That would be Mr. Fintan Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that
Because of
particular
the
bit.
expletives.
No, really, no, I think I was talking all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day, because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker, if not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Cheers.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonnell and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's 6 Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly. And the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm with a man that needs little introduction, Mr. Will Kassouf. You're doing pretty well.
Not doing too badly now. I had a horrendous final session last night, last level. I had lost a big pot with ace king against ace 5 all in pre-flop, and he spiked a 5 on the turn, so it was a bit frustrating. Bluffed a couple of pots towards the end just to chip up a little bit, but bagged up 48,000 for the start day 2, which is 40 big blinds. Coming back to 612. I managed to spin that up now to around 150 odd. So yeah, it's a much better stack now than I had before.
You had a tough table yesterday, didn't you?
I did, yeah, a couple of tough tables. Got moved about twice, but a few pros. So yeah, really tough tables. So it was a hard grind and didn't really get many hands.
And how are your fellow players on this table? Because I can see your dealer already wants a pair of earplugs.
Yeah, that's a fun table. No, we've got like David Barnes, Drayton Hackstairs, we've got Dan Sampson, a few of the guys from London. We're having some great bands, even with the Irish lads as well. They're getting involved with the crack. So yeah, it's a fun table. It's lively. Every pot's fun. Decent big pots coming now with the blinds going up. So yeah, we're having a good time.
And you are known as the Satellite King, in for the min to get the max.
That's it. Yeah.
Has it been that way here at this trip?
It had, before I even arrived here, yeah, I played one satellite online on Party Poker, the €109 satellite, one shot, one attempt, one a seat, first time. So I was in for the min then, had to play day 1A, like most of the qualifiers had to as well. I bagged up a stack, in fact, then 32,500, which just over started stack, 27 big blinds for day 2. But fortunately here, you could play another flight and take a bigger stack through. So in the meantime, after I finished playing, I played cash games last couple of days, spun up over 1,000 in cash. And yeah, I had a friend of mine who was selling a ticket. It's €1,150 buy-in, but he sold it to me for €1,000. So I thought, okay, happy days. Got a discount. In for them, not quite in for the min, but yeah, semi-free rolling. So I'm in for 1k to win 318,000.
How did you deal without live poker the last few years?
It's been tough. Yeah, I had to adapt. I had to play online. It was like playing online poker or no poker. So I had to be versatile, adapt, play online. It's a completely different game for me. There's so many good players online. It's tougher to win online compared to live. But as you know, I played the Irish Poker Masters, satellite in again, then €109 to €1,100 event. It was like 1,300 something players. Cut a long story short, 4 days later, won outright for 215,000. So yeah, can't complain.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well, and in for the min and won the max that time. So I'm hoping to do the same today or this year.
We'll try. Also, not just the Satellite King, but Karaoke King.
Oh, please. I don't know. That was just for entertainment. No, I don't claim to be any kind of karaoke king.
No, you're not.
It was great fun. Thank you. You were there. I could see the photos on Facebook and you're in it. So you qualified. There you go. You made the cut. Congrats. So you were there. You had a good time, I see. So yeah.
I did. Hopefully we'll hear some more karaoke when you win this one.
Hopefully, if we win it, yeah. 318 bags later, yeah.
Thank you very much for chatting with us. Good luck.
Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Krukshinader, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I said to the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing. You know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Welcome back. It's the Irish Open. And what you're looking at is one of two tournament areas. This is the main tournament area. Of course, we have one of the events on break, so not quite totally full. Upstairs then, we also have support events running. The TB table is not quite in your view. It's on the very left-hand side. And that is a shot pretty much from where I'm sitting. Incredible turnout here for this year's 2020 Irish Open. I mean, it's been super. All of the events, every single one of them, 42. And the main event is what we're watching. There's over 2,000 entries with a 2 million prize pool. Getting serious now, just 44 players remaining, I believe. All of these guys have locked up considerable money for themselves, and young Frank Lillis, one of the top Irish regs online, and that's one of the top live regs. Mark MacDonald just leaving his seat. And in seat 2, well, you'll see on the Hendon Mob the #1 Irish player of all time, the American Steve Dwyer. Irish Open winner, we spoke about him, Dan Wilson, chip leader, 2.5 million. Dan with approximate, I mean, he's millions in live earnings and the same online. This is unreal. This, my friend Paul Coyle from North Mayo, also very well stacked, 2.6 million. Paul Coyle in the big blind with 3-2, getting a price to call. It's ace, queen, 8. Everyone has missed this board, but you would expect Frank Lillis here to have the advantage. He has a good shot, and I think a small continuation bet. Frank with 1.4 million behind, this will get it done for sure. Dan Wilson will let go the 7-9, and Paul no interest. He folds the 3 high. That's Frank Lillis. I understand he ranked #1 in the Irish online rankings. 7 players. Very notable. Steve O'Dwyer, based in Ireland. The American with, I mean, multiple millions. A regular in the high roller circuit. And sitting here in seat 2 is Jonathan McCann, Steve Dwyer. Seat 4, Chris Williams. Now, Wilson, pseudo connectors in the cut-off position. Good enough for him to open. Jakobsen from Norway. Ace-9 suited, button position. Well, there's a bunch of chips on this table. Jakobsen, 3.2 million, and he puts in the 65,000. Action moves around to Paul Coyle in the small blind, who gets rid of the Queen Jack. I kind of like this. Frank Lillis, 8-4, is suited, getting a big price, but decides not to continue. So we're going to go two-way. Jakobsen with the advantage of position. Makes two pair. Wilson, no connection whatsoever to this board, but first to act, he checks and check back with the two pair. Nice check back from Jakobsen. Might induce a bet from a weaker hand. Wilson, Irish Open winner 2016, and second check to Jakobsen. He now puts in a bet with his two pair, 45k. Super small sizing, but gets the job done. Wilson, no connection to that board. Check folds. This is the overall tournament chip leader, Jakobsen. Thomas Jakobsen from Norway. Playing about 3.3 million. Paul Coyle from Mayo on the button here in seat 7. This is Mark MacDonald. He's posting big blind under the gun. Jonathan McCann, he folds. Steve Dwyer now. You can see the field size. This is a great graphic, top left. It shows you exactly how many players remain. 45 remain. Now, Lillis, 1.6 million. Average is about 1.3 million. Lillis in the small blind here with ace queen versus a button raise. You kind of would expect a 3-bet from a button open with ace queen. But Lillis decides against a stack that has him covered just to flat call in the big blind. Mark MacDonald gets out of the way. We're going to go to a flop. 200k out there. Well, Frank Lillis flops the absolute nuts. And Paul, he has a piece of this. He's appearing a good shot to a bad straight. Queen will give him a bad straight, and Lillis, of course, just check calling here with the absolute nuts. Frank Lillis puts in the 75,000, and what a great situation. Paul Coyle, 2.5 million, that 3 is a blank. Coyle could fire at this again, try and get Lillis off weak 10s, Jack X, but Coyle shuts down, checks back. King on the river. Coyle just trying to, well, he'd be happy with showdown here. He's going to check back, but Frank Lillis will go for value, I expect. $350 in the pot. Lillis going big here, it looks like. Looks like 275. These white chips are the big ones. Oh, not sure about this. Snapped call from Paul Coyle. That's very sizable pot. It brings Frank Lillis up to the 2 million mark. It's a big hit for Paul Coyle from North Mayo. 45 remain. Frank Lillis. That flat pre has earned him a bunch of blinds. Could have ended it with the 3-bet, which I kind of expected, but decided to just flat on the button here. Blinds posted by Mark MacDonald and Jonathan McCann under the gun. Steve O'Dwyer. Now, Chris Williams, 2.6 million. This for sure, this table has more bigs than any other table in play. Everyone seems to be well stacked, well, apart from Mark McDonald, of course, and Jonathan McCann, who's in the big blind here with 9-4 suited, facing a raise. Well, the raise is from Chris Williams with the King Queen. Jonathan flops top pair here. Defends with the 9-4 of diamonds, getting the right price to defend, and he gets rewarded by connecting with the board. He goes ahead, he checks. Williams checks back with the 2 overs and the backdoor straight possibility, and now he picks up a good shot to go along with the 2 over cards. McCann won't be too pleased to see the 10, but he's going to fire. And now Williams with the good shot to the nuts and 2 overs. I expect him to call 100k. Well, looks like he's losing interest. Looks back at his King Queen. This is the Irish Open. Day 3, 43 from 2,040 players. Remarkable attendance. That 10 on the river will give Jonathan McCann a little bit of assurance. Less likely now his opponent Chris Williams will have a 10, so he's going to value bet his 2 pairs. Very small, I expect, a very small sizing here. Well, he's gone large. Williams with king high in the tank. I expect Williams just to fold here. He calls with king high. That surprises me. Williams getting super stubborn there. But he got it wrong. And now Steve O'Dwyer being moved to one of the outer tables. Tables balanced, of course. 43 remain. Average stack about 1.3 million. All of these players, well, they're guaranteed €5,270, but there's nice pay jump looming from 39 up. They'll be guaranteed 6k.
I know we're about to see an interesting hand here, but I can give you some info from outside the wire, if you would like, or inside the wire even.
Hit me.
When William Kassouf sat down, he was the one who talked the most, and he was only there for 5 minutes on our feature table. To which Dermot Blaine turned to the tournament director, the fantastic Nick, and said, "Can I get a mute button, please?"
Brilliant. Of course, Willoughby well able
Oh yeah.
to contend with that.
Well, look, he knows what the story is, and he knows his rep. So with the blinds now at 15 and 30, 30k big blind ante, and Jakobsen wakes up under the gun, 3.4 million in his stack with kings. How do you play this, Finton?
There's quite a few big stacks on this table. Definitely the average stack higher on this table than the outer tables. It's going to be really interesting. There's loads of big stacks, but there's loads of high-level elite players. I mean,
Yeah.
I just can't believe that, there'll be other tables with the amount of pros, like, winning seasoned professionals that this table has. And the guy in your screen, Dan Wilson, well, he's an Irish Open champion, huge online winner also.
This is who we've been talking about for most of the day.
Absolutely,
this
yeah.
is the guy that everyone's in fear of, and is the tournament chip leader. He's involved in this hand and has picked up a piece of it, which is not good news for him. Middle pair.
Well, I mean, I don't know how this is going to develop, but I know for sure that Dan is going to be continuing with second pair, backdoor diamonds.
Jakobsen obviously is going to know him, and the fact that he was an under the gun raiser means he's not going to put an ace in Wilson's hand unless he's thinking of ace 3, ace 4 suited, something along those lines, which might put the fear of God into him. But he's more than likely going to be pretty happy with his king spot right now.
Well, he snap checks back because he could be up against a weak ace, as you say.
He knows now, though, that he's all good.
Nice check back. He's just in check call mode here. He checks. I'm surprised he didn't go for a value
what
bet
size
there.
value bet was he going to go for?
Yeah.
Finton Gavin and Emmett Kennedy with you for day 3 or day 17 for us in the comms booth. Day 5 of the Irish Poker Open. I have loved every second of it, particularly, I have to say, alongside yourself, Finton.
Emma, thank you so much. You're a gentleman. I really appreciate that.
Listen,
You've been giving me compliments all week.
I mean that 110%, and not just because Finton slipped me a €500 note before we sat down on day 1. But no, genuinely, I've had the pleasure of commentating with one
I've no €500 notes left, by the way, just to let you know.
is that one gone? Oh, no.
Yeah, the other one is gone as well. So
balls. Okay.
No, it hasn't gone too well.
All right. All right. Don't worry. We got you covered in the bar tonight. Don't worry.
Okay.
We got
Good,
that sorted for you.
good.
But yeah, I've had the honor of commentating with the superb Rebecca McAdam, who better be watching this in New York. I know she is, with the man she met, who is now her husband and love of her life, Wes, who came over here with Dan O'Brien. That's who it was. It just popped into my head right now. You can even see I didn't Google it. Dan O'Brien was the man who was brought over by former Irish Open producer Ian Langstaff and director, who did pop in one day to say hello to everybody. And as you said, you used to boss everybody around. Now you're just getting his coffees. And by the way, where's my coffee, Langstaff? Taking the piss completely. But it was an absolute honor working with Bex. Bex brought me up to Galway to commentate with you on the Galway Festival, which ended up winning the best live poker event in Europe, which was a fantastic achievement for both of you. I know Bex worked her ass off on that one, but you did a tremendous amount of work to make that happen as well. Galway, your hometown. Poker's in your blood, and I've sat in this booth with Neil Channing, Phil Lack, the late great Liam Flood, who, by the way, is so missed from the Irish Open, and I had so much fun commentating with him. For such a guy who had this persona of being very serious, he was a real piss taker. He had such a character about him, and swagger. God rest him, absolute legend, and remembered here with the Liam Flood Memorial, rightly so too. But
I remember the first time I was introduced to Liam. Well, actually, the first time I seen him was on Late Night Poker.
Yeah, same for me.
And I always remember the cigarette. He was always smoking a cigarette.
That's right.
And he had the suit on. He looked quite dapper. And
always did.
He just kept smoking. He kept smoking. He wouldn't give up the fags.
No.
And even when he was carrying around the oxygen tank, He actually came to one of the tournaments in Galway with an oxygen tank.
You're not serious.
He did, yeah. He carried around the oxygen tank. Came because he just wanted to play. I mean, talk about commitment.
That's some pretty hardcore commitment. But Liam, Calvin Anderson, who was a massive fan of the Irish Open, an American pro, who, when Black Friday happened, moved to Mexico so that he could keep playing, and it's legal there. And Paddy Power, this is going to be very interesting.
This is amazing.
Three bets. Let's
Chris.
recap this, and then we'll go back
Frank
to
Open's under the gun.
Fairtrade.
I hate this Open with the very small pair, but
fours.
given his stack size, I guess. I mean, he knows what he's doing. But 3-bet now in the cutoff from Chris Williams and Dan Wilson. Well, he has the decision. He can. Well, everything is open here. It's possible he could fold. I don't think so. I think that's the most least likely. 4-bet is probably the most likely, and it looks like a 4-bet. It looks like these are bigger chips.
And at this stage of the tournament, where we are tonight at the Irish Poker Open on the live stream, Vincent Gavin, Emmett Kennedy with you. We are playing right down to the final table, so we will have a final table of 9. Once there's 2 tables left, we're going to have a camera on the outer table as well, and perhaps what we'll do is Laura can cover that for us with a wireless mic, if we can set that up. That's still Oliver's trying to figure that one out. Maybe, maybe not. If not, we'll just call the action ourselves, and the production team will look after us in terms of how they play things, telling us if something big happens in the future.
This is a really interesting spot here.
So it's a 4-bet from Dan to 465. Now, of course, both players don't know that they've got the hands that they have. But if you're sitting there with jacks in the cutoff and you've made the raise that you did, so you 3-bet pre-flop.
We've seen Chris play a hand there a couple of moments ago, and he called down with king high. So he's never folding here. He's like pretty stubborn, Chris Williams, and Dan Wilson, of course, very aggro. Now this ace is an action killer, but it could open the door to give an opportunity for one of these guys to win the hand with the same holdings as his opponent. So I mean, you probably would think, right, Jackson, it's a split pot, but I think we're going to have a winner of this pot of 1.1 million. But who knows?
I think you're right.
Who knows?
It's
well,
check.
Yeah, the check back. It's more likely now this will be chopped. And given the king comes out again, I think Chris checks again, and I think Dan checks back again. So there's 1.1 million. These guys, I mean, it's very close. Like, you're talking about 40 players remaining out of 2,040. You're getting so close to that final table. And I think we're going to see a check here on the turn. But I think a bet obviously wins it, but it's just too risky. I mean, given this is a 4-bet pot, like, it's like highly likely that an ace or a king could be in either player's holdings. But look at this.
He's going to go for it.
Chris Williams, 250. And it's going to be really difficult for Dan. This is a big challenge for Dan to call here.
It's the one thing you don't want to see when you've got a pocket jacks. You just don't want to see the ace or the king hit the board.
Well, the fact he got called in a 4-bet pot, right? So you just have to give your opponent credit for a premium. You have to, like. So what premiums, okay, is he beating? Well, I can't think of any. Tens maybe still there, could have stuck around. Tens is the only hand. I mean, it's so likely he's up against a bigger hand. He's up against queens or a hand that contains an ace or a king. And first to bet won it.
Well, you call that. You said.
Well, I actually expected.
It could check.
Yeah,
but
I
you
did
said
kind of
the
expect.
first to bet wins.
First to bet has to win there. It's like just so horrible for jacks to see not only an ace on the board, but a king also. And Chris Williams, who made the call pre, was not that straightforward, calling in a 4-bet pot pre with jacks. And I'm sure both of these players will be interested to see what the other player had when the information
Yeah,
is
in
available.
15 minutes time. Now, that's something I'd like to expand on as well, is in all seriousness, learning more of the info that's going on. So you were mentioning the rail. Now, obviously, the cam is focused on the table. We've got Mark McDonald, who was very impressive on the feature table. The couple of times we've seen him so far, he's on a stack of 515. He's just raised to 60k with the ace-7 suited, and Williams has woken up in the hijack position with 10s.
Mark is short here. Under the gun, suited ace. The big blind is 30,000. He's just
Flat call? Is it? 3-bet. Yeah, that makes more sense. I couldn't quite tell if he had just flatted or decided to make the raise, but the raise makes more sense because you want to figure out where you are. And for Mark, he's going to muck. Mark understands this game exceptionally well and knows the power of the chips that he has, and it is like that Mike Caro thing. Just because the chips you've put chips in, they're no longer yours. They're the pots now.
15 big blinds for Mark McDonald. He's getting close to that danger zone. On the button is Paul Coyle from North Mayo. Huge pot.
I believe, by the way, a big posse watching online railing him, because that was one of the things I wanted to say, is that there isn't much of a rail for the feature table, and one of the reasons is you were referencing it, but our cameras are focused on Oz and they're focused on the feature table now. Main camera 1 has switched to the outer tables, so we can see bust outs as they go. Wilson has made a raise to 60k with Queen 10. Mark has got 10-6 suited. It's 30k to call, and he's going to get busy with this. He's going to call in the big blind. He has the value to make the call. He doesn't want to see a 10. Oh, what a board for him. What a board for him. Wilson's got second pair with a decent kicker, but McDonald picks up top 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is ideal scenario for Mark McDonald to defend it with the 10-6 suited. Really pretty standard. He's flopped 2 pair and a check back from Wilson with second pair, and now this 9. This is big. This is Mark with 2 pair, and he's going to check raise all in. Dan now with that additional equity of the open ender to go along with his pair.
13 outs for him now.
I expect Dan to bet here, and Mark could jam, with 2 pair. It wouldn't be out. Oh, what a check back from Wilson, and he gets there. I mean, McDonald is just hating
when you're
this.
running good, you're running good.
Yeah, but this is a horrible card for Mark McDonald.
Why check the flop, though? Why check the flop?
Well, Mark was going for the check raise. He expected. I mean, Dan, like 90% of the time, Dan would continue there. And Dan, he just had too much of it. Like, do you know what I mean?
Okay, but then you get to the turn. Why are you not making a play when why are you not trying to take control of it when you got to the turn? Like, all you're doing is you're letting him get there, and now that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, it's
with the better 2
pretty
pair.
tough spot for Mark McDonald here. It really is.
And like, Mark McDonald is a fantastic player. We've seen this. He's an amazing player, but like, we gotta be. I gotta question. Maybe he was, as you said, maybe he was expecting the bet and he could just shove all in.
He was going for the check raise and the flop, that's for sure.
But he's only going to have 365 behind, which puts Wilson, who's got 1.6 million, in a sort of I'm going to have to call. And most of the time, McDonald's hand holds. But
this is a big moment for McDonald. 90k is like, it's 25% of his remaining stack. Big blind 3,000, and Wilson, he's raised pre and he's check back flop and turn. He could be value betting here with like ace queen.
Yep.
He could be absolutely have none of this. He could be betting here with like ace rag, absolutely none of it. Ace high, trying to move Mark off a one pair hand. So it's a real tough spot for Mark McDonald. I love the sizing from Wilson. This is a key moment in the tournament for McDonald. Mark McDonald.
Just to expand on the sizing. The sizing basically is saying, I just think you don't have it, I don't have it, so I'm going to try and take it. When
I don't
really,
know.
he knows there's a possibility of a straight out there, but he knows he's in.
Well, there's a huge high probability of a straight with like any
king, any eight,
any king, of course.
Ace
So,
eight of
huge.
diamonds would have possibly been an option.
Absolutely.
for Wilson, which
And
he's
you
now
can
thinking
see
about.
It's really interesting how long that Mark is in the tank here for this
And
90k bet.
this isn't Hollywooding, by the way. This is genuinely torture chamber stuff for him.
Two pair, he was setting up a check raise on the flop, and he calls the 90,000. It's pretty sick. This is going to hurt big time.
I like the call but I just would have preferred. I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're saying about setting up the check raise on the flop, but the turn is where I want to see Mark. But
Yeah, he's probably thinking the same strat on the turn. He's probably thinking, well, Dan Wilson is the pre-flop raiser. Okay, he's check back flop, but he's not going to check back again on the turn. And he's probably thinking the same thing. It was just horrible. The board ran away from him.
now, tell me this: as we're down to 37, now we're on a 15-minute delay. We got all the toys at this year's Irish Poker Open. Paul, JP, the whole team, they've all gone hell for leather, and you can see that a new graphic has been added by our Estonian production team, who are some of the best I've ever worked with. And Oliver is right beside us. Never puts himself on cam. Heimar is our director. But our field, you can see from a starting field, starting horses were 2040. And like the Grand National, they've dropped like flies. We're down to 41, and we're playing down to the final table. Where does Mark McDonald, Fintan Gavin, sit on the all-time money list for Irish players?
Mark is up there. He's millions in live earnings. He's been one of the top live players over the last 10 years. We're going to see him rip here
He's
in
shoved.
the small blind, but a suited ace.
But where
ace
does
five.
he sit? What number? I'll give you a hint. He's in the top 10.
He'd be top 5.
Which number?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. I'd say he's 5th. Fourth. Wow. Okay. Cool.
He's 4th.
Well, he's going to add more to his resume with a cash here, but how big will that cash be? Jakobsen with a huge
He's called.
stack is priced in. Yeah, he's priced in. It's a
3.2 million.
Jakobsen
sense.
opened pretty light, and then Mark 3-bet rip. But I mean, the amount is just 210 to call. It's 7 big blinds, so it makes sense for Jakobsen to call here, and he's up against the kind of hand he expected, and he's a ton of equity. You can see how close this is.
Yeah.
Ace
5
5
is a nice
that's not
starting.
good.
Ooh.
Not good for Mark McDonald.
Oh dear.
He needs an ace or a 5.
And the 5 was the first card he saw as well.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Boys,
That'll
baby!
work. You can see Mark just nodding his head, saying
Just one out for Jakobsen now.
that would help.
And that is tournament poker, and that is patience, persevering. I take it all back, my criticism of his play on the previous hand. McDonald knows what he's doing. And that takes him back up to 6-10 with 41 players remaining. As we are playing down to the final table tonight. By the time this live stream ends, you are going to know who our final 9 will be tomorrow. The prize pool as things stand, and I'll just go through the table with you. Fintan is going to do me a favor, and Fintan's going to look up what the prize pool is for where we are right now.
Sure.
This is table 3, and in seat 1, there is that man adding to his chip stack, Mark McDonald, 4th in the all-time Irish money list for poker players. And let me tell you, the quality of poker players in Ireland is unbelievable. Jonathan McCann is in seat 2. Steve O'Dwyer, honorary Irishman.
Steve has just been moved to one of the outer tables.
They
Steve
just took
O'Dwyer.
him out, didn't they? And I love commentating on Steve, so that annoys me. Chris Williams, 4. Daniel Wilson, 5. The richest man in the house, 2.6 million. Thomas Jakobsen, 1.9 million.
No, well, Jakobsen's on. No, these are The chips have been. This is an old graphic. I think you're reading.
No.
Yeah,
No.
Jakobsen is over 3 million. Now Mark's all in here. This is going to be a
Yeah.
straight race between Dan Wilson
And
and
Wilson's snap calling.
Mark. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Under the gun open with 10s, and Wilson's very active. Now that's not good for Mark to see the small blind folding an ace.
No, it's not. And the graphics will pick up on that as well, by the way.
And an instant call, as expected. A straight flip here, 10s versus the ace queen. Mark McDonald. Of course, he's covered by Dan Wilson, but this will damage Dan should Mark double through
It will.
Dan Wilson.
And also, you're doubling up one of the most dangerous players in the tournament. So, but it is McDonald's tournament life on the line here. He does have the flush possibilities covered. There's paint on the board, but not good enough for McDonald. The 10s hold with a 4-7 jack flop. Backdoor flush draw possibilities. Spade hits on the turn. This could give McDonald the win if the spade hits on the river.
The 8 of spades would be interesting.
Very interesting. Be the wrong spade.
Oh, sick.
Oh my
that's
God.
sick.
Oh my God.
Stop.
Fintan Gavin.
Mark is just, he's looking, he's going, what's going on here?
My
White flush.
God.
Pretty sick. The ace high, sorry.
Madre
Queen-
y
queen high
puta,
flush.
says McDonald.
Queen high flush versus
Queen
the
high
straight,
flush.
straight flush.
He gets the flush only to be beaten by a straight flush. To be fair, Wilson had got it in good, but McDonald picks up ace queen. And look, that's going to take us down to 40. McDonald's the 41st to be gone. So the graphics are going to update in a second, but oh, that was sick.
Pretty standard though. Ace queen. He's got a move in there. He's got a 3-bet rip. I think a stack. I mean, we've seen.
Oh, no, it's
from
not-
what we've seen with Dan. He's opening pretty light. Like he's opening like, you know, all kinds of suited connectors, etc. So
Yeah.
I think it's a spot he has to take.
But let
with
me
ace queen.
let me put it to you this way: you're on that table, and you know that you've got the flush draw coming, and you see the spade, and then you realize it's the one spade you don't want. It's the 8. That's
Yes.
pretty sick,
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
especially when you're this close to the final table of the Irish Open.
Yeah, 40 players. A lot of poker to be played yet before we get there. I mean, it's some story developing with Dan Wilson here on your screen.
Yeah,
Irish Open winner.
so the last live Irish Open winner, 2019, wasn't it?
No,
sorry,
the last,
it's 2016.
Yeah,
2016.
Jervy won. Jervy from Galway won last.
You're definitely going to
the
remember
last
that.
one. Yeah, Jervy with Dave Masters second, and third place was Tom Gallagher
So
from Boyle County, Roscommon. Now Frank Lillis, this guy is top quality. Frank.
yeah,
It's a pretty standard 3-bet here. Paul Coyle had all the chips. He had about 3 million at one stage, but he took a couple of hits. Suited ace here, and he just quickly folds to the
Gets it out.
3-bet from
and
Frank
he
Lillis.
could have very easily got sucked in there. He could very easily have got sucked in to
Yeah.
making the call.
Absolutely suited ace. I guess though he's out of position,
Yeah,
so he just decides to uncomplicate things and just look. I'll pick another spot. And as you pointed out, Emmett, we're like just 39 players, so getting very close to that final table. These guys, they can almost taste it, can't they? Like, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Patrick Clark, by the way, 2014, I believe.
Yeah,
Irish Open champion, if I
another
remember
winner still in
correctly.
there. I mean, the field is littered with like top quality players.
We ended up playing coins closest to the wall. Jenny, Bex, and the pot started growing really high. So you throw a coin, and whoever gets it closest to the wall wins. And Clarkey comes along and starts getting out like €100 notes. We're like, oh, all right, we're going big time here now. Let's go, baby. And Clarkey joins in. In 2015, mad crack. It would have been 2014.
Doesn't surprise me.
But he's a fantastic player, and that was a great story here. He took it down as well.
Well, Clicky's gone on to big things. He's like,
Yeah,
he's won some massive events all over the world. He's really top of his game at the moment, in good form, and I mean, it'd be some story for
but he's
Clicky.
he's
and
also
Tom
one of the
Wilson.
most popular players
Very popular.
in Ireland.
But for Clicky and Tom Wilson, for the two of them to get to the final table, that would be some
Madness.
story.
Utter madness.
Yeah, but let's see. Who knows what's going to happen? Right now, we've got like Jakobsen, who's the big stack in the big blind here. He's first to act. He's missed here, defending with the 7-4 suited. Paul Coyle has missed, but Jonathan McCann in the cutoff. He's got the good shot with the backdoor straight flush possibility, but it looks like Coyle is betting out with the 2 overs. It's going to be interesting. Jonathan's going to have a little bit of interest here. He's got a straight draw, as we can see, and that backdoor straight flush draw. So he's going to stick about. He's going to put in the 80k, and the chip leader who defended in the big blind just gets out of the way and lets these 2 guys at it. Coyle obviously just trying to take it down. The 10-6-6 board. Well, it's
5 of clubs.
Yeah,
hits.
it's going to keep Jonathan. It's going to keep Jonathan interested. If Paul decides to fire again, well, he's checked. Paul is shut down now.
Well, you take the free card then, don't you? Or do you try and win this?
Jonathan could win this check to him. Well, he doesn't want to get check raised. That would be absolutely horrible.
That's true.
Because then, it's very difficult for him to call. So a check back makes a load of sense, Emmett. Like, get a free card. He's a flush draw and a straight draw, but looks like he's going to lead out and with the intention of just ending the hand. And if he does get called, he does have a bunch of outs.
But by the way, as we happen to mention him, and that's exactly how it's panned out, as we happen to mention him, who sits down at the table? Clarkey.
Clicky, brilliant.
Go on, Clicky.
That's brilliant.
Go on, Clarkey boy. Patrick Clark, absolute gentleman. So we're on a 15-minute delay. This is day 3 of the Irish Poker Open. This year, JP and Paul changed things up, as they now own the Irish Open. So Paul put his heart and soul into rebuilding this. Everything was set for 2020. We know what happened. Everything was set for 2021. You and I were signed up. We know what happened. Bloody Rona. And thank God we're here. And it's great that it's been rewarded so much with all that hard work that Paul and JP and the team have put in. Our tournament director, for that matter as well, who's one of the first of all, he's incredibly tall. But second of all, Nick is just one of the nicest people in the business. Don't mess with him, but he's one of the nicest people in the business. And it's incredible to see the side events have been so heavily supported, to put on 42 tournaments, 14 of them championship, and the amount of satellites where they were guaranteeing 20 seats and it ends up they get 50 seats. Like, I mean, strolling in here on the Tuesday evening when I was staying in the Burlow, because it was date night, because I knew it was going to be up close and personal with Mr. Gavin for the next few nights. So sitting in the Burlow, I decided, do you know what, I'm going to take a quick spin out, say hello to Paul in City West, see what the story is, expecting like the studio's built. I'll see what the final table, look at what the feature table looks like, see what the screens are like. No way did I think it was going to be like this. 2 floors of poker, City West incredibly just taken over. There's nobody staying here who was not involved in some way. Some people have come to play the cash, some people have come to play sides, but so many, 2,040 for the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker, but it's very much the Irish Open, owned by Paul and JP now, and they have gone all out. And we talked about the change in atmosphere, but there's been no change from the atmosphere of players' attitudes. They've loved the experience. They've loved being here. And I think that for those of you who are watching, we're delighted. Fintan and I are thrilled that you're tuning in. We really hope you're enjoying the coverage. Fintan's commentary has been fantastic. And I'll go back on that point. I've loved working with Dara. The last Irish Open I did was with David. Loved working with Calvin Anderson. Calvin came down on a Sunday evening because he said, I play online poker on Sundays. And he strolls into the booth. And I go, hey, Calvin, how'd you get on? It was all right. What does all right mean? I was up 28k, $28,000. Yeah, it's an average night. Like, anyway, Calvin Anderson's here to comment. He's just like, all right, $28,000 up. Okay. But his comms were fantastic. Rory Brown was brilliant. Ono D. But and obviously Bex and Laura. But I've never had as much fun.
That's really generous of you to say that.
And
Thank you so
I'm
much, Emma.
holding the man's shoulder as I say this.
Gentleman.
And
top guy, Emma.
Genuine friend.
100%.
But also, the way you've called it, Fintan.
Well, it's been really
remarkable.
interesting. I've loved watching the action, and what we're seeing here now is one of the top Irish regs, Clicky. Also listed here is Patrick Clark, who's an Irish Open winner.
Yep.
He's under the gun with the
2013 champion.
Suited connectors. A little bit loose. Given his stack size, this is a little bit loose. The 7-6 suited.
But this is what Clicky does. This is what Clark does, though.
Well, he's going to get punished. Gets 3-bet here, and Jakobsen, the big stack.
Oh dear.
With the goods here. I think we're going to see a 4-bet.
Raise fold?
We're going to see a cold 4-bet, and I think it could be end of hand.
Now, what does the ace queen do when it comes back around?
It depends on the sizing, but given the situation, I think it's a pretty straightforward fold, depending on the size of the 4-bet. But let's see what happens.
Where is Clicky on the all-time Irish money list?
He's well up there. I'd say top 5, 6.
Not bad. He's 8th.
8th, yeah.
But that could change after this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, big opportunity for guys to have a big score, 300k plus up top. But this particular hand we're looking at is really interesting. Clicky getting punished. I didn't like this open, given his stack size, 7 high, does get out of the way, and now Deegan.
So what do you do if you're in Deegan's spot?
Well, he's just arrived at the table. I'm not sure what kind of knowledge he would have on Jakobsen. It's really difficult. It could be at it. This could be at it, but it's pretty unlikely given how serious the stakes are here. We're down to like just 37 players, so as expected, he does just fold the ace queen, and Jakobsen extends his chip lead. Clicky takes a little bit of a hit, loses a couple of blinds. He's going to lose a few more blinds now because he's posting big blind and big blind ante. This is our feature table, one of several tables still in play. There's 5 tables in total in play.
5 left, yeah. They just broke 2. And to be fair, they're super fast at rearranging things. So obviously, you have to delicately balance how many chips are in play, who's got how many chips, what do you do. But they've handled it brilliantly.
Yeah, Emmett, that's a good point. We need to just recognise, we've given obviously due credit to the owners and organisers, the guys at the top, but I think it's fair to recognise all the middle guys, the middle management, like the floor staff, the cage people, the registration people, and of course all the dealers, and it's been super, how slick this operation. It's very rare you see a room this big, completely full with poker players. We did mention a real display of how big the event was day 2, when there was 800 unique players coming back for the day 2.
Shout.
I mean, they basically barely fitted in the room, but it ran super slick. Every tournament bang on time started, every break, every chip race. It's been really well run, so hats off anyone involved in the dealing and the floor staff, and even the services have been. This is a quality venue. The services have been really good, so hats off.
No, City West have been remarkable, and obviously City West are going to do something incredibly decent with the news coming out that Ireland are going to be taking in a significant amount of Ukrainian refugees, and you and I have been glued to the news. It's been pretty horrific, and they are going to be here in the City West. So what that means for the Irish Open next year is basically a different venue, because I believe it's a year-long commitment, possibly a 2-year commitment. There does need to be a final decision made on it, but it looks as though it's going to happen. It seems to be the general attitude, so maybe we go back to the Burlow. But you don't have to worry about it, because Paul and JP will work it out, and they'll figure out the right thing to do. But Fergal Nealon is back, and his charitable organisation, where they take nothing out, everything is put in, and Fergal is taking donations and has been overwhelmed. Fergal's been away from poker for 5 years. He's been blown away by the generosity of the players at the Irish Open. Ian Simpson, playing the high roller, comes over to him, a man who was sole survivor back in those days of a former sponsor, and final tabled the Irish Open, and then a year later comes back and takes the whole thing down, and then proposes to his girlfriend, Emma, now wife, on the live stream. There's a picture of Owen O'Dea, Rory Brown, Calvin Anderson, and I, where the 4 of us are going, huh? As he does that. But he was going to propose to her, if he went out first, he was going to do it there and then. The only person who knew was Bex, and she said nothing. Kept it under her hat the whole way through, and it was pretty cool that he wins and then proposes. And Emma's lovely, so she'll be watching. But he went straight over to Rory after he busted from the final table of the high roller, and threw a load of sovereigns, rolled of sovereigns at Fergal, and posed for a photograph with him, more so to promote it than anything else. Wasn't telling him what the donation was, and Fergal starts counting it out. It's £800 sterling. There you go, son.
Very
amount.
nice.
So were you, by the way. So were you. Fergal was saying that. Very grateful to. I mean, the second I saw him, obviously making a donation, but players giving percentages of their winnings, players making donations of £1,000, 500. It's just been absolutely phenomenal. The official name of Fergal's organisation is, because they give you the choice of chip, and obviously I decided to go with the purple and yellow. Glory to Ukraine. So it's Rapid Response Ukraine, and because so many of the Red Cross, UN, they can't go in because it'll be seen as a move of aggression if they do. So it's got to be an independent organisation who does, and Fergal set it up. You were talking about his interview with Claire Byrne, which is basically Newsnight in Ireland, and they gave him 10 minutes of commercial airtime, which is serious amount of time, and the father's voice is there in Fergal. He can talk for hours. I know that, having commentated with him, and he was just no waffle, straight to the point, was so clear, is such a kind and generous individual, and he's back here today, so support him. What was his phrase again? It ends with run good. Give good to run good.
Brilliant.
That's what it is. Give
Well
good to run
remembered.
good. So Rapid Response Ukraine. You can find out more about them on Twitter. And I've got the Glory to Ukraine, Good Luck Ukraine chip in my hand as well. And basically everybody here is wearing the stickers as well, including our Estonian colleagues. But great to see the support that's been given. So the flush draw has worked out for Dan, who's about to get richer.
Yeah,
Question
he
is,
backed-
how
he
much
backed
richer
into-
is he going to get?
He was actually ahead with the Queen High on the turn. Clicky got his pair counterfeited, and Wilson. Queen High was good, but he backed into a flush. He's not going to get any action here. He's going to bet out, and well, yeah, he does bet small value bet with the flush. No interest from Clicky or John McCann, who I'm just after recognising. The Tower called me over on Friday. I'm getting confused in the days. The night of the Turbo, and Tower calls me over. He says, Fitton, will you give us an opinion here? He says, this is John in C2 here, John McCann. He says, John has 20k stack from day 1A, and he's deciding whether to play the turbo or not. So he says, what advice, what would you say? And I said, well, look, what kind of bankroll is this guy? I don't know, John McCann. I says, so what kind of walking around money does he hold? And one of the lads goes, well, he's a lot of Bitcoin. I says, look, just fire the bullet and stop messing around, you know. So he fired another bullet. But I met him on day 2 walking in. And I says, so it worked out for you? He says, no, it didn't. But he says, I still have my 20k stack from the earlier flight. So he came back. He started day 2 with just 20k.
Oh, this is going to be action. But keep going.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the story, Emmett.
I hope you got a percentage.
No, I mean, he seems like
consultancy
an absolute
advantage.
Gent. He really is.
Consultancy percentage.
Well, it turns out the turbo didn't work out for him, so he brought the 20k stack from one of the earlier flights. And, well, it just shows you, like 20k in day 2, which was like about 20% of the average stack.
Yep.
And now he's here with just 36 players remaining. 3-bet from Frank Lillis, who's been super impressive for me. Like, Lillis, he's made 0 mistakes. I love the way he played the ace-queen from out of the small blind against Paul Coyle a couple of levels ago. But he's 3-bet here. Now, this guy Williams is really stubborn, like. And
yeah, he's sticky.
Yeah, I mean, he's out of position here. King, queen. It's a kind of hand.
4-bet to 420.
Well, I'll prefer this a lot more than calling. And I think this could work, you know.
Well, under the gun, this reps ace-king, essentially, doesn't it? It reps ace-king, kings, queens.
That's exactly what Lillis is thinking. This, I'm up against ace-king here. I'm up against a premium. I could be up against kings as a real, because he's blocking aces, he's blocking kings. He's trying to figure out, well, kings is, you know, a reasonable hand that, you know, he'd be getting a 4-bet back from. And that's why he lets go the ace queen, and that's pretty cool. I prefer that 4-bet to a call. I thought he was just calling there, which would have been absolutely horrible. And Williams just showing that he's up for the task, and well, he's getting moved. That's a pity. I would have liked to see
I really
more
would too,
of
yeah.
Williams. So the fact the player's getting moved, it tells us that, like, we're down to 5 tables, 7 players in each table. 7 5's 35, correct?
Spot on.
And with
Spot on.
35 players left, I think the payout's probably around $6,500. Of course, I'm just guessing all these payouts. I haven't a clue, to be honest. Let's have a look.
You're close to it, so I'm going to let you work on that.
Let's see what it is. It's 6,000, in fact.
Dara Davey busted out in 38th, by the way, for those who are wondering. As you can see on the top there, we're down to 35 now. Mark, as we were commenting on the feature, went out in 40th. Paul Rigg is gone. Dara Davey gone. Bowsey's out. We had on our feature earlier on. John Barfield was out.
He was short for a while, wasn't he?
He was. So he did get it up for a little bit, but unfortunately didn't quite last. Yes, that is innuendo. So 6,050 is what they're currently getting paid. But what's the next jump, my man?
Now, the pay jumps, I'm not really paying too much attention to at this stage. I'm just engrossed with the play. These guys are very high-level elite players, and I love how they play each of the streets. This is John McCann, who got through to day 2 with just 20,000 stack. And Dan Wilson, who's certainly been the most active, and that's the chip leader who has position. Sorry, that's John McCann. Clicky on the very left, and then on the right of your screen, a new arrival on our table is Edmund Deegan.
Yeah, so this is officially table 3. So in seat 1, Irish Open champion Patrick Clark, aka Clicky. Jonathan McCann in 2, Edmund Deegan in 3, Seat 5, Daniel Wilson. 6, Thomas Jakobsen. Paul Coyle in 7. And Frank Lillis, who was a millionaire last night and remains a millionaire, 1.4 million, is now in seat 8. Fintan, Gavin, do you want to take a quick guess at what the average chip stack in the room is?
Oh,
You've been pretty damn good at this.
I'm sure it's very sizable. And just as I say that, we have Mr. Darrow Carney, just as Frank Lillis raises to 65.
McCann goes with King Queen, Lillis with Kings. Dara, you're welcome on board, my friend. Good to have you back.
Thank you, Emmett.
You were involved. Are you on break or are you?
I'm on a break.
Excellent. You're still in.
No, I bust the high roller.
I thought I seen that
Damn
because
it.
you were
Three from
just
the
here
money,
on
yeah,
this
rank
outer table. I
Queens
saw
into
that.
Kings and
What stage did you cash in that?
No, I was 3 from the money.
3 from the money, nasty.
Nasty. So I went over and registered the mini main. But we're
Mini
on,
main,
we're on
okay.
a dinner break for 24 minutes.
Nice.
So
Okay, cool.
Well, thank you
Nice
for
of
spending.
sweet. No, it's
Thank
it's
you for
always
spending
jumping
that
in.
20 minutes with us. We
always a
appreciate it.
pleasure.
Yeah,
Uh,
John has made a bit of a sidestep here because he's going to get punished.
Yeah.
Lillis with the goods, of course.
3-bet to 270, 205.
It's a real high
the call.
high level table.
This is unreal.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot about Frank from online. He has been one of Ireland's top online players for several years now, and I think he's probably the highest ranked Irish player on Pocket Fives at the moment.
Oh, wow.
He plays as Denman online. I think he might be as high as number 20 or 25 in the world at the moment.
Jeez.
Really, really high.
I knew he was good. I didn't know he was that
yeah,
good.
he's extremely good. He doesn't play a ton live. So when people were saying the name to me, I was saying, yeah, that's Denman. And yeah, I didn't even know what he looked like, to be honest.
It's interesting when they connect the online persona to the live name,
Yeah.
and suddenly people start to go, oh, shiza.
Yeah, he's an absolute crusher.
So,
And he's in the tank, which is, I mean, he knows
yeah.
he's got a customer here with his kings.
But
He's loving this 3-bet back from John McCann.
the question, first of all, for you, Fintan, and then for you, Dara, is what do you do in this position with kings? When it's
Well,
you've got
he's-
1.7 million behind.
He's trying to get as much money
Is
over
he
the
just
line.
going to flat call or is he going to re-raise?
Looks like a very small. These 4-bet sizings are really small, aren't
Yeah.
they, Darren?
Yeah. Yeah, because someone like Frank is so aggressive that he will do this with a very wide range of hands as well. So he's more likely to get action when he does it.
Does McCann
might
call or does he walk? Or does he come over the top?
He's finished. He's absolutely finished with his hand. I mean, it's getting a super price, but
getting a super price, but he's in horrendously bad shape.
yeah, he just needs to fold this, move on. I mean, the 3. I don't mind the 3-bet against someone like Frank Lillis, but I think he's got his answer.
You're both spot on. Yeah.
And even though he's getting a really attractive price to call, I mean, the problem there, if he hits a piece of that board,
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Yeah.
Good looking, good and nice. Thanks for playing. So, Frank Lillis is on the Irish all-time money list is 335th. But when you mentioned Pocket Fives having
He's an
ranked
absolute
so
crusher,
highly,
yeah.
that's really interesting to know.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find where he's currently ranked.
The question I wanted to ask you though, Dara, as you've joined us with just about 17 minutes of your time left before you head on back over, with Patrick Clark, Jonathan McCann, Edmund Deegan, Daniel Wilson, Thomas Jakobsen, Paul Coyle and Frank Lillis, where's the action going to come from in your view, and who do you think is most likely to survive and make it to the final from this feature table?
Definitely Frank Lillis, in my opinion. He's just a sick player, and yeah, I think. I mean, they're all really good players, but for me, Frank is a cut above. So what were the other names?
We've got
unless
champion
Steve O'Dwyer
Clicky.
is there, I might change
He-
my mind.
Steve was
on
moved.
the table and he was moved
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just an incredible table.
Yeah.
So we
Um,
Patrick Clark in seat 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Paddy's a former winner and he's a very good player too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dan Wilson actually. Dan Wilson's definitely in the mix. Another former winner.
Quite remarkable that Dan was a millionaire last night and is on 2.6 million now. Basically slightly over that with this bet, but we've seen players be chip leader night before, and then the next day it all goes spiraling. But Dan is just so good that that has not happened. He's just increased his stat.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I see that Frank has been surpassed by Alex Kulev on the Irish rankings list.
Kulev, who Lapham was playing with the other day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
which resulted in the Kasuf story.
Yeah, he's currently ranked number 30 in the world. He was as high as number 19 at one point.
That's pretty good representation, isn't it, from Ireland?
Yeah, well, he's 30 in the world, and he's not even the top ranked Irish player. So
that's interesting.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So King, 8, 2 spades out there, King of clubs. Nobody is hit. There's a backdoor flush draw with the ace deuce. You can see that obviously Dan is in the lead, but he's not to know that. So it's gone check. What do you do, Finton, if you're in Dan's position here?
Yeah, well, Dan just bets everything, doesn't he? I mean,
he does like to barrel.
Yeah, the hijack opened here, right?
He's checked
and
it.
Dan just flat it, and now he goes ahead, connected with the 2. Paul Coyle, I know he played a little bit with him during lockdown from North Mayo, loves the tournaments, and delighted to see him. Delighted to see a Mayo player performing and going deep. It's great to get the Irish on the...
It is indeed, yeah. I have to say, there was another Paul Coyle from Dublin who used to play years ago, and when I saw Paul Coyle in the updates, I assumed it was the same
I
guy.
thought so too, actually, when I saw the name on the list. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And Paul had a massive stack here. He lost a big pot to Frank, who Coyle was on the cutoff. Frank in the small blind. Frank just flatted with the ace queen pre, and he took a chunk off him.
Yeah, so Dan has called here because he obviously has the pair, so he's beating all the bluffs. And now the question is, will McCann be able to find... Oh no, he's hit the river now, so that actually...
He might check back, given
he
that
might
he's
check now that he
showdown
has
value. Yeah.
Showdown.
And what does Wilson do? Well, Wilson checks back, right?
Does Dan try and take it?
It depends on what he thinks the checking range is. If he thinks he's checking because he has showdown, he might go for it. But spades miss. There's not too many other draws on the board. So yeah, Dan might actually decide to turn a pair into a bluff if McCann does check. He also might even call a small bet here because of the missed spades.
Well, the action is on him. 985k, and he's bet 3k.
Yeah,
300,000. This is exactly as you called it. So this, I mean, Wilson can't really call because yes, he's got 2 pair, but what the hell is he beating?
Well, I think Dara mentioned the
missed spades. I think
busted flush, yeah, which is reasonable to put his opponent on that. It checked flop, right?
Yeah.
And then, I mean, John just bet with absolute air in the turn, but he got there in the river.
Yeah, because I mean, if the river was an 8, he probably was going to do the same thing. So the fact that he's hit the river doesn't really change things too much. From Dan's perspective,
Dan,
I mean,
from Dan's point,
Dan was probably going to call. It's a tough enough spot because he's beating all the bluffs now.
It's just another fascinating hand.
He's definitely having a think about this one.
Yeah, and this isn't Hollywoody either. This is genuinely.
The fact he has no spades in his own. The fact he has no spades in his own hand as well means that he's unblocking the bluffs. Yeah, I don't blame Dan for the call there at all. And I think McCann got very lucky there. If he'd missed the river, he was going to do the same thing, and Dan was obviously going to call.
And it looked like call, sure.
Check, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And as you can see, the update on the screen, we're now down to 35, Finton. So, I mean, look, both of us were of the view yesterday that it's going to be slow. It's going to take a long time to crack the bubble. How wrong we were. We kind of had a view that it was going to be slow to get to the final table as well, and they're just rattling on through. I know there's a lot of short stacks out there that have been forced into positions, but when it does come down to the final 3 and the final 2 tables, That is going to be very, very interesting dynamic. Dara's going to head off.
Thanks, guys.
One
Pleasure as
final
always.
piece of advice, by the way. Anything that you spotted outside, or anything that's happening on the sides that we should know about?
Well, the Mystery Bounty started upstairs, and they've already got a very good field. I think that's going to be a huge tournament tomorrow.
Excellent stuff.
Thanks so
guys.
much, Dara.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Dara, pleasure as always. Dara will be back at some point. David Lapham will be chatting to us at some point as well. We believe Andy Black's coming in. Andy's on Instagram. He has 53 followers. That needs to be fixed. And 94 entries for the Liam Flood Memorial, the 6 Max Turbo, which is just fantastic. 95 as we speak now. So each tournament has got really good numbers each time, which is great to see. But you are watching the Irish Poker Open main event, day 3. Fintan Gavin, Emmett Kennedy with you. Dynamic duo. Sorry, Bex. Back again. And we will play to a final table. Ace 2 from Jakobsen. The 5s pair on the board for Lilith. We now know just how dangerous he is. We already knew that, but we have added info from Dara. I mean, you're a walking encyclopedia of poker knowledge. And then Dara comes into the booth as well, and it's like two encyclopedias.
Dara's different gravy, I'll be honest. This is an interesting pot here. Button raised from the chip leader.
Flush draw has started to become more interesting as well. There's now 14 outs for Jakobsen. So it's going to be hard for him to get away from it, knowing that he has the nut flush draw.
Ah, yeah, his pair here.
An ace is good.
Rarely good, but it gives him 2 pair draw, trip draw, and now he's picked up the flush draw.
Yeah.
Frank Lillis, I think he's probably finished with it now. I think the check call on the flop was absolutely fine, but now it's just getting too expensive, and he does check fold.
And he didn't have enough of it to continue on either.
Yeah, he was still ahead, but you see the additional equity that the chip leader picked up, along with bottom pair, he picked up that flush draw, and it gave him the confidence and comfort to fire again on the turn, and that is the chip leader. You're looking at Thomas Jakobsen from Norway, who's sitting on over 3.5 million. We're 7-handed here on our feature table. You can see the graphic there in the top left showing you exactly what's happening.
How many are left? So, having asked Dara, I've obviously got to ask the main man himself, how do you see this feature going? And of the players on it, who do you think is most likely to make the final?
Well, good question, Emmett. This is what's so exciting about watching this poker content. I mean, I have no idea how this is going to develop. I really don't, and that's why every hand I'm absolutely glued to. And I mean, for me, it's thrilling to just watch these top players just battle each other. The likes of Clicky, Dan Wilson, Frank Lillis, the Irish guys, and then, of course, you've the Mayo player Paul Coyle, who you see in the centre of your screen in the mix, the chip leader from Norway, and you also have John McCann, who's putting in a real strong performance. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? We heard Dara's shout out there about
Lillis.
Yeah, Frank, who's certainly technically, he's pretty close to perfect. Like, I mean, if you're top 30 in the world online, you've got to be.
Ridiculous.
But how, there is that element of live. It's not the same as online. So, and as Dara pointed out, Frank would not be known for, online for live play. So, how the deeper he goes, I'm just wondering, will there be like some kind of psychological barriers for him? I don't know. I really don't. He's done everything pretty cool so far. But let's see how it develops. It's really interesting. I'm loving it. I'm loving the battles. I like this guy, John McCann.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize him at first, but I'm loving how he's playing. And of course, Paul, who I know, I'd love to see him go real super deep. And again, I know Clicky pretty well, so I'm shouting for him. So I've all kinds of
Not that we're biased.
I've
at
all kinds of bias. I have to admit, I'm
not that we'd ever be biased.
I've all kinds
but
of
I'm
favourites.
absolutely rooting for Clicky.
Yeah, I mean it's great. I mean it's great to see the Irish putting in a decent performance, and it's the Irish guys you want to be still there and thereabouts. You know, like the Irish left
Like
are all very capable
Daniel
of going on
Wilson,
and
Dermot
winning this.
Blaine. Dermot's now up over 1.2.
Now, Clicky on the button with the 9-8. 835 blinds, 20-40. So 20 big blind stack for Clicky. And standard open here in the button, John McCann. Could get tricky here. He knows that Clicky will do this quite wide. So he could come out here with a 3-bet. It wouldn't surprise me. But he decides just on this occasion not to get tricky. He lets that go, and Deegan, we haven't really seen much of in the big blind, deciding that Jack Deuce offsuit. Probably one of these trash hands that is just undefendable in this kind of situation. Clicky will take that. 9 high, take down the blinds, quite sizable. There's 100k out there pre-flop between the 40k big blind, 40k big blind ante, and the 20k small blind. Very right of your screen, Frank Lillis, top 30 in the world rankings online. Left hand side of your screen, Clicky Clark, Irish Open winner, and center your screen directly opposite the dealer is Dan Wilson, posting big blind there, also former Irish Open champion. So plenty of big name players on our feature table. Frank under the gun with a suited ace. We're 7-handed here on our feature table. 34 players remain. These white chips are the big value chips. They're equivalent to 25k, and the greens 5k. So 90k open from Frank in the hijack position, ace-2 suited. It's all pretty standard so far until we get to Wilson, who decides not to defend with the 9-3 off, and Frank takes that one down.
So as the tables are starting to break down and players get eliminated, we're now on 34. We have just been informed that the feature table is about to get a little bit more active, but there you get the chip count. Jakobsen 3.5 million, richest in the house right now. Coyle on 2.2. Williams on 2.2, 74 big blinds. Coyle, exactly the same. Lillis, who Dara was warning about. McCann on 1.3 million. And I've been so impressed with the way Patrick's play has upped, and you know, it wasn't just a case if he took down an Irish Open and then sat back in his laurels. He went off and he studied, he learned, he went on the tournament circuit, does a lot of stuff online as well. He's mixed up his game, and I was talking to him yesterday, and he was talking about how, you know, Rowan obviously hit everybody hard, but he just went and did a lot of online play, a lot of research, looked at his own game, how can I improve it? And that's a credit to someone, because if you're an elite NFL player, an elite, obviously big NFL fan, shout out to all the Americans who are Dallas Cowboy fans, the rest of you can all go screw yourselves. Sorry, 49ers. But, you know, Premier League in particular, the only way you're going to get better is through training, drills, amount of work you do in the gym, and that's the exact same for a poker player. You got to work on your mind, you got to work on your mindset, what it is you're doing, and Clicky, you know, that was it came out of nowhere at the time, but he has used that to propel himself all the way through and has emerged as one of the top players, and it's great to see.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
King Jack top 2
Clicky's one
for
of the
McCann.
Clicky is one of the lads, really well liked.
Oh yeah, he's just listen, top bloke. There's a question on the stream, which by the way, there seems to be this opinion that we're not looking at it. Yeah, we are, and I'll talk about my good friend Fergal Nealon's Ukraine charity as many bloody times as I want. In fact, we'll bring him in here. But Migo Gaming says, how are they reading the cards? Is there a camera for them just to know on the feed? No, all that's done with. So, do you want to explain the techniques and the technicalities of the IR function?
Yeah, the latest technology is that each of these playing cards has a chip in it, a unique chip, and the actual surface of the table reads that individual card, and that's fed directly then to the graphics. So it's pretty automatic. When a card is dealt, lands on the table actually picks up exactly which card it is, and then it's displayed on the screen. That simple. Really cool setup here, of course, this year. What a great event. Very pleased, very privileged to be part of it. And the poker communities from all over Europe travelling to City West this year really contributed to the atmosphere. I have to shout out to the Geordies. I got a message just there of Dave Malden, who says, the Irish Open in your mind is the best tournament going. From a player's point of view, I must insist on agreeing. Always has been and will be. Great crack, what a life, love this place. And then he goes in brackets at the end. Okay, I might be a bit pissed, but who cares? But a big hello to all the Geordies who came over. And of course, we had a huge influx of UK players that visited this week. We had Bousfield, John Bousfield from Teesside on our feature table a little earlier. I'm told he has busted. But right now, back to the action. It's Clicky with the Queen 9 getting punished again. Clicky trying to get the feeling he's really trying to generate something. He's not in a great seat. This guy, John McCann, seems to have pretty good recognition of what exactly is going on here. And with 34 players remaining, it's getting very serious. The prize pool, of course, gigantic, 2 million in that prize pool, but well over 300k up top. Now, McCann, suited ace, under the gun +1 opens, and it's folded right around to Frank Lillis in the big blind. It will depend here. Super standard, just to put in the additional 50k to peel a flop. Queen 9 of diamonds, and we're going to see a flop. Lillis first to speak. Ace in the window won't be good news for him. He's completely missed. He checks, and with top pair and nut flush draw, John McCann has absolutely smashed this board. Could check back, give his opponent an opportunity to catch up, but I think we're going to see a small continuation bet here from John McCann. Build up the pot, hoping that his opponent has a piece of it, but Frank absolutely none of it. He's going to fold out, and John McCann takes down the pot. So 7-handed here on our feature table. 5 tables still in play. 34 remain. We're going to play until we are down to the final table, which we expect sometime around maybe midnight, 1 a.m. But the way these tournaments go, I mean, you could get a flurry of bust outs and then it could grind to an absolute halt. But I think around 12:30, 1 o'clock, I think we will be down to our final table. This is Jacobsen, 3.3, great shape, one of the overall tournament leaders in the cutoff here. Raising, taking it down, and Clicky down under the 20 big blind mark. There's still about a half an hour or so left in this blind level. So now Deegan under the gun. This is a little loose. Queen 10, early position. Makes it 1-2-5 with the big blind at 40. It's quite big sizing as well. But I guess Deegan has been fairly quiet, so that open does get respect. Snap fold all around, and now Deegan posting big blind. Top right graphic showing you the blind level we're at, 20,000, 40,000. This is Wilson, 2 million stack. He min raises with the ace king. Clicky just shaking his head there. Not really happened for him on this table. He's tried to make it happen, but not having any joy. What's going on? I mean, this is surely not an all-in from Deegan, no. Just snap fold in the big blind, as you'd expect. What? Okay. I'm just not understanding this. Okay, well, perhaps he's thinking that Wilson is just opening all kinds of hands here. He's opening any two, but I mean, the hand choice to 3-bet rip is not one I'd pick. And the camera doesn't lie. It's 10-4 all in, and the peculiar thing about this is he's very live. It would be absolutely sick if he was to connect. Deegan, 3-bet all in rip, and his tournament's at stake. 3 on the turn. Deegan, who was pretty snug for quite a while and has just come out with a massive, huge shove, and well, Wilson survives, eliminates Deegan. I'm really surprised with that shove. I think he might just think about that. Perhaps just a little spewy. And what a gift, really,
for arguably the most dangerous player at the table.
Yeah, I mean, he just smiles and nods his head.
And he's,
goes,
yeah, he's shaking his head. We are also being asked via DMs and stuff. Actually, Clarky's looking over at us, so he's rewatching one of the hands from earlier. Yes, Clarky, Clicky, we're giving you all the mentions, all the shout-outs, all the loves for you, my man. But yeah, it is quite. It was a strange move given this position and so late in the tournament as well, given where you are.
Yeah,
particularly against Dan.
Totally. A couple of problems I'd have with it. Okay, first of all is your hand strength. I mean, it's just the bottom, like, 7-8% of starting hands, like, Secondly, it's like, the size of the shove, you
Yeah.
know, like he's 25 bigs. It's like he's still got a stack to play with. Like he doesn't need. Okay, if he wants to put Wilson to the test, he can 3-bet fold, like, So that's just a couple of problems I would have with it. But look, he's paid his money. He's bought his ticket. He can play any way he wants, and that has probably been successful for him up to now. I think though, when you are this deep in this type of tournament, particularly with the level of players left, I mean, all mistakes are going to be exposed, and he's getting called there even lighter than Ace King. But a really easy decision for Dan Wilson.
Yeah.
With Big Slick just to snap off that 3-bet all-in rip.
But you've worked so hard to get to this position. You've worked so hard to get so close, and you decide to make that move against Dan.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I really am, Emmett. Having said that, I mean, he does get, there's loads of opens there he does get to fold, but I think he gets more calls than folds,
This could be intriguing. So Ace-9 suited raised to 80k. Lillis has woken up with Ace-Jack. He just flat calls. And McCann's getting value here with the suited connectors. With 9-8.
Yeah, I mean,
hearts.
80k is going to be a call here, I think, for McCann. He likes to see flops. He's a hand that has potential. Small blind gets out of the way, and the chip leader now is getting a humongous price, like 40k to call. Look at the amount in the pot. It's 9-1, or something ridiculous like that. So I think if he calculates the odds, he'll make the call. I like this because
I do too, actually.
It's an important part of tournament play to do the mathematics.
And it's about his chip stack, and it's about the value of because obviously it can seem very, very loose, but it's about the value.
Now this is problematic for Paul Coyle.
Oh, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, he's opened now. It's four-way. So
and he opened under the gun as well.
Yeah, he will be concerned about his kicker, but he's got to lead out here and just protect his top pair. Obviously, Lillis, who's been really having a huge success against Coyle. They seem to be clashing a little bit, but Frank coming out on top. He has position on him, and it's a pretty standard call here for.
Would you like
Frank.
the flat call?
Absolutely, he can't do anything else. He could 3-bet, but then there's still two players to act, and anything could kick off, particularly with McCann, who actually does have a draw.
Yeah.
He has the good shot, and he's the backdoor hearts. And now he's thinking, hold on a sec, I'm getting serious price here.
He's going to call.
Yeah, this is really interesting. The King 4 is obviously finished.
Yeah,
with the
that's
hand.
gone. But this has suddenly become a very, very interesting and very big pot.
Well, there's 770k in the pot. Now Coyle, I think he's finished. He shuts down, he checks. And Frank could just check here. Frank check. I'm sure he's still got the problem of John McCann. And I think Frank checks here.
Yeah, he's considering what McCann is going to do in the cutoff.
Well, the fact he's looking down at his stack tells me that
a bet's coming in.
Yeah, he's going to fire a bet.
What size?
There's 770 in the pot. He's going to go about 330, I think.
Top pair, good kicker, 360. Give that man an award. Fintan Gavin, on point.
Yeah, John kind of got sucked in there, didn't he?
Yeah.
The pseudo connectors. That's the problem with the pseudo connectors. You don't want to be putting in too much money. Pre-flop.
What does Coyle do?
It's difficult. Lillis, of course. There's the dynamics between both of them. They're side by side. Lillis with position on Coyle. All this is playing in Coyle's mind.
And remember, it was Coyle who raised, and Lillis just flat called.
Yeah, but it's highly unlikely he's calling here with Ace-8. You know what
yeah,
I mean? It's
yeah, that's
just
that,
not,
or
it's
that
not
he's-
reasonable.
Or that he's
So-
betting with 360
Yeah.
with ace 8. But then again, they've played long enough now to know that it could be a king in Lillis's hand.
Yeah, but what kings call on the flop? King queen folds. That's the only reasonable king he
True.
would call. He
Maybe
would call
maybe
free. Yeah, Coyle is figured out what's going on, and I think he just lets it go.
that's
He
a really
does,
good
yeah.
fold. I've seen lesser players go nuts there. And yeah, there's no flush draw. But he saved himself some chips. Down to 32. There will be a dinner break. And the blinds will be, of course, increasing as well. So as we come to you from the Irish Poker Open in the City West. We try that again. As we come to you from the Irish Poker Open in the City West in association with Party Poker. The blinds are currently 20 and 40,000 with that big blind ante of 40k, which not only do Finton and I love, but the players love as well. It just means that things move along a lot smoother. And you can see there in the top left-hand corner of your screen, 32 remain from 2040 initial entries. If you're railing someone, comment on YouTube. We'll give you a shout out. And just to go back to expand on that point, there is red velvet rails all over the shop. So the feature table does not have the rail support that the ladies' main event had, that the interest that was there for the high roller. And in fact, our main man from Texas, who is a second tournament director alongside Nick, I was standing beside the two of them having a chat with them on the break, and he goes, "Oh, for God's sakes, what is she doing again?" And it's a woman who's obviously in a relationship with one of the players, was trying to come through, and he's like, "Nah, none of that's happening." And there was a couple of lads were trying to go through as well, and Nick just walked over to them and said, "Lads, you see the red velvet rope there?" "Yeah." "Do I need to say any more?" "Okay, great, done." So essentially, the players all know, and there's a lot of them are listening to the live stream, which they know is on a 15-minute delay. But access to friends coming along to them, telling them about stuff that's going on, that's not happening. You can WhatsApp, you can iMessage. I hate getting a bloody... I know that you're an Android user, and that's why I'm glad you WhatsApp me, because I hate it when the bloody green bubble pops up instead. So, new player at our feature table. Talk to me a little bit about...
I'm not familiar with Peter Fleming.
Fantastic. Moving swiftly along. He sat down with 930,000. The average chip stack is now around about 1.7. So, and Dermot Blaine, by the way, is on 1.2, for those who are wanting to know. There was somebody asking, can we get Will Kassouf on the feature table? They like the table talk. Yeah, Kassouf sat down with 2 hands to be played. We basically got 7 minutes of airtime from Kassouf. He spoke more in those 7 minutes, including as they were just checking their chips and getting up to leave the table, than anyone else had. And Dermot Blaine turned to Nick O'Hara and said, "Can I get a mute button, please?" And then the feature table was switched. So, but he's still there, still alive. Chip leader in the room has gone over, guess, how much?
Chip leader, well, let me see. What's the biggest stack on this table? The biggest stack on this table is about 3.3. So I'm going to say like 4.1.
4.8 million,
Huge.
4.5 million to Kyle McGuire. I think it was 4.8. Alex Weinstall has come from nowhere to be 3.5. And Thomas Jakobsen, as of course you were saying, is chip leader at this table. You see 3.4 in front of him. So Patrick Clark, Jonathan McCann, Colin McGuire in trap 3, trap 4, Peter Fleming, Daniel Wilson in 5, Thomas Jakobsen coming into trap 6, Paul Coyle in 7, and as we're 8-handed, Frank Lillis with about 1.4, close enough to 1.5, is in trap 8.
I like this 3-bet here from Paul Coyle.
I like the amount of pre-flop action we're seeing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So basically what Coyle is doing here, he's like, he knows that Jakobsen on the button with all the chips, he's going to be like opening here from such a wide range, and Coyle just sees an opportunity to 3-bet and scoop a pot. Is exactly what happens, and the button moves for 7-handed. $31 remain. Big stack on the table in seat 6 with the baseball hat opposite the dealer. And then on the very right of the screen is Frank Lillis. This is Clicky. 750k in the stack. He's going to have to make something happen pretty quick. Blinds 20,000, 40,000 under the gun. John McCann folds the suited king, and now new arrival. Well, this is the chip leader, Kyle, who's arrived at 4.5 million. He folds, Fleming folds, and Dan Wilson in the hijack folds. Dan just checking some hands from previous pots. Now, cut off. Going to try it once again, Jakobsen, the Norwegian, who's no longer the chip leader on this table. He's second in chips, but this raise gets the job done. The ace-3 suited gets a snap fold all round. On the right of your screen, that is Thomas Jakobsen, who you see there listed with the Norwegian flag. 86 bigs. It's super deep, this tournament. It really is.
Acquire 4.6 million, 114 big blinds. My goodness.
Great opportunity for Kyle.
Clark now at 16 bigs. How do things change for him? Because when he sat down at the table, obviously he was over $1 million, and he's run into a couple of tough spots. Now, we know how good Clicky is and how he can change things, but just exactly how does he get himself out of this situation, Vincent?
Well, I mean, he's not going to get blinded away. That's the first thing we know, because Clicky is super experienced. He's done it before. He's a serial tournament winner, like big events. He's won this event, and he knows like the worst case scenario is just blinding away. Like, so we're going to see Clicky. We're going to see Clicky make a move at some stage. He's got to generate something soon. He's just taking a breather there, getting the blood circulating, but he knows the situation. Clicky, he won a huge party poker millions event in Kings Razvedov. He also final tabled EPT Barcelona along with Bucco.
That's right.
Yeah, and he's won several events over in the States. He won a big event, multiple cashes. He really is one of the top Irish performers over the last 10 years. Like, if you're going to pick a live player, he'd certainly be one of the first on my list. So don't rule him out. I mean, Clicky is definitely, he's got the character. He's not going to make any mistakes. He's not going to 3-bet rip for, like, you know, what is he, 14, 15 bigs?
14 big blinds.
Yeah, he's not going to do it in a, you know, in a bad situation. He's going to have equity. Okay, Frank here. Jack on the turn. Check to him. And Frank fires 60,000, I think. Wilson with just ace high. I think he lets this one go. Wilson raised pre, was check, check, and flop, and now Dan, I believe, will check fold here. Okay.
He's actually
Well,
called.
Dan thinking his ace high is good here. And it's going to be a check back. I'm pretty sure from Frank Lillis. I mean, he just would hate a raise here if he was to value bet. It's not out of the question he could be up against ace 3 of diamonds, some hand like that.
Yeah.
But look at this. This is how you know, like,
Wow.
these top players, how they, stand out.
This is why
They
Dara was
just
highlighting Lillis so
pick
much.
out the spots.
360. The bet size as well is just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty big sizing. Like, it's huge sizing.
It's also, I mean, look, we know that he's in the lead, but he doesn't know that. He's got King Jack. That's it. He's got a pair of jacks with a king kicker. But he's gone to war with Wilson, who has been nothing but a superstar since he sat down, basically since the tournament began, but particularly on this feature table, now that we're getting to properly see him up close, and it's not just the myth and the mystery of how Dan has been playing.
To be honest,
see him up close. To fire into him like this is bloody impressive.
Well, to be honest, I really don't know what's going on here. That's a fact. I genuinely don't.
Do any of us?
Like the flop, I would have thought Wilson would have continued, but he checked, and
Yeah,
then he checked called turn. Obviously, thinking his ace high was good, or maybe with a plan in mind for the river, and he checked river. I think he's thinking of calling here with ace high. He's going to be putting. He has to be really exact on what he's putting Lillis on.
But even
he thinks his ace high is good. Maybe, I don't know, king queen.
Even ace high, like, what if he's got ace 8? What if Lillis is ace 8 of diamonds and he's at it? Like, what are you beating?
Yeah, there's some bluffs. There is definitely a few bluffs that Wilson is losing to.
Essentially, the only thing I can see Wilson doing here is, if he's going to try and win this hand, is come back over the top. And he's given it serious consideration. Like, they obviously know each other very well. They know each other's games very well, which is why I'm so intrigued that Lillis has done what he's done. Yes, it's top pair, but it's top pair. Wow,
I really don't know what is going on
listen,
here.
Hats off Fintan Gavin again, right? And I've said this since halfway through day one. My favorite person to commentate with. Sorry, Bex, but there's a reason for that. One, your generosity. You're so sound. You're a very good friend. I was in the bar 2 nights ago, again not drinking, except for Crystal's birthday, in which case we all went a bit mad. And I'm chatting away to the main man behind the Irish Open, Paul, and the equal main man behind the Irish Open, JP. And there's a few regulars there. And the next thing, Fintan walks in, and literally the whole place goes, Fintan, boy, up, yeah, boy. Like, an incredibly popular person, but zero ego, generous, kind, decent. But bloody hell, generosity and kindness can get you so far, but the ability to be able to call the amount of plays that you have, bet sizing, and all of that.
Emmett, I'm going to be really honest with you. I do not know what happened that last hand.
But that's
I just
the thing.
don't.
That's why we're both like, what the?
And Frank obviously put. I mean, but it didn't.
You put that.
So much of it doesn't make sense to me, and I'm just out of my league here with these two guys. Lillis read it perfectly. I mean, that's incredible. I didn't expect the value bet and this big sizing of the value bet. He just sensed that he was going to get a light call, and that's exactly what happened. He got called as light as ace high. Pretty big pot. This is the chip leader in the big blind now, versus a raise from Wilson, who just took a little bit of a hit. But I think we're going to see a 3-bet here from Maguire in the big blind.
4.5 million. Apologies. Professional broadcaster. And the mic peaks. But Ace King suited. It's raised to 80 from Dan, and the re-raise in the big blind, and this is where it's so tricky, is 215 for Wilson to call.
I know he's gone. I'm sure Wilson is finished here with this hand versus the chip leader at the table. Wilson just lets it go. Now I'm just looking at a remark in the chat. Someone saying that he actually had a pair. Wilson. Maybe he did. Maybe I missed that. I think he had ace 6. I didn't see any 6 on the board.
I didn't see a pair on that board.
No. Anyway, maybe someone, maybe Donna or someone who's following the stream can just confirm.
No, I didn't see a pair on that board. I saw the possibility of beating ace high, beating a busted flush with the ace high. That's what I saw.
Oh, Daniel says he rivered a 6. No, it was the 4 hearts in the river.
Yeah,
okay.
it was.
Thanks, Wayne. Wayne Condren in
thank
the chat.
You, Wayne. Oh, Wayne's been with us since day one, so thank you, Wayne. Shout out.
He's actually in the resort. I think I seen him there earlier.
Yeah.
So must be looking on his phone somewhere.
The amount of players who are either watching or here in the City West or are playing and listening, but it is a 15-minute delay. For those of you who are wondering about the ethics of that, we asked Max Silver, and he was like, maybe a 30-minute delay would be better, but actually I don't have any objection to it at all. And he was taking advantage of it too. We just saw Clicky standing up and looking at the screen, and it was to figure out what had happened, and then 15 minutes later we know why. So it's just made things really interesting, and I am thoroughly enjoying it. We'll be heading to the dinner break in around about, I'll try and guess, about 10 minutes time. But we are playing down to the final table, 31 remaining. Once we get to that position, we're going to put an outer cam on the second table, and then Fintan and I, possibly with help of Laura, will be able to call the action. If a big hand develops on the feature, we'll be told by our production team. But that will, when it goes to 2 tables, it then basically goes hand to hand. So second table will play a hand, then stop, feature table play, correct?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Now, the situation on this table, if you just tuned in, we've 2 Irish Open winners. We have Clicky on the very left-hand side of the screen, but Clicky under a little bit of pressure with his stack size. And as Emma pointed out, we are coming towards the end of this blind level, which is 2040. This is Clicky here. He's playing around 700k. Well, 655 now. 10-9. He's going to have to generate something pretty quick. Not on this occasion. Also, the other Irish Open winner is Dan Wilson,
who has been electric.
Yeah, I mean, he's really high level. Dan went on after he won the Irish Open to great things online, and also some real
and
big
live.
scores.
Love this. Ace
live.
10. Get it in there, son.
Yeah, I think this is a rip folded around to him in the small
He's
blind.
actually flat called.
Oh, wow. Well,
flat called in the small blind.
Wilson, this might work out for him.
It
'cause
might.
Wilson could put him in. Yeah, that's
And
what
he
he
has.
does with an
And he's
ace
going to
and a
insta
snap
call.
Let's
Insta call from Fleming. He's got it in good.
Good recognition there from Fleming. Just understanding that Wilson can be super aggressive, and he can put him in here with a very wide range.
The board comes down Queen 7-4, so the Ace 10 holds.
2 hearts, Wilson with or Fleming with the heart. So that's great. It kills the 2 hearts, but it gives him a wheel draw.
It does give the wheel draw.
Yeah, so 3 or deuce, but it doesn't happen. And Wilson.
What have I been saying to you about Ace 10? It's going to be in Chapter 5 of Kennedy and Gavin on poker.
Ace 10, best hand ever invented.
Absolutely. Prefer it suited, but you see me with ace 10, queen 3 suited, and you're wondering, how did you make that call? It's because it's two of my favorite hands, that's why.
I like the way Fleming played that. I mean,
Yeah.
I would have expected
He
him
under-repped the strength of his hand. And he knows that on the small blind, Wilson isn't predicting him to have an ace there at all, and particularly an ace that most of the time is going to dominate. Clark down to 16 bigs. When Clicky sat down at this table, when Patrick Clark sat down, and there's a big fan base for Patrick watching online, by the way, including Kelsey. Shout out to Kelsey, who wishes him all the best. Would have been saying, and indeed we were saying it ourselves, that this guy's going to go far, but Clicky needs, as you were saying, he needs to get some hands, he needs to get some action going, and this might be a move. Blinds are currently 20-40, 40k ante as well.
You can see
big blind ante.
Clicky just looking up at the clock.
Yep.
He's doing the mathematics, and he's going to open for a couple of bigs here.
I like this
He's a real
move.
tough player here. John McCann on his left. McCann.
A6 in the hijack position gets out of the way. McGuire, 9 deuce. Seven, 3 in the big, and Clarkey is going to get this through. And is going to end up with 755 in his stack. So that was an important one for former Irish Open champion Patrick Clark to win. At the time, I think his Hendon Mob was reading it something like a few live events that he played here and there. It seems like a strange thing to say now, but one of them was an amateur event. But then he comes along and wins the Irish Open itself. He played the Winter Festival. I remember talking to him about that because we commentated on him. And he got down to 16th. And his next live score is the €200,000 win in the Irish Poker Open in 2014. And nobody was allowed to pay for a drink that night. And not just by the sponsor, by Clicky. He was buying drinks for everyone and used that win to really build momentum. He's got countless tournament experience. Dublin EPT finished 4th for 193,000. Lots of online presence as well. Finished first in the Match Poker Nations Cup in Oxford. Obviously No Limit, very much his game. 2018, he wins the European Deep Stack main event for 33k. Takes a win in a side event at the Fitzwilliam. And his most recent, that final table in the EPT Barcelona 2018, it seems like a lifetime ago. Screw you, Rona. €155,000. €160,000 when he took down the Party Poker Millions Europe in Razdov. 40k for first in a side event at the Winamax WPO in Dublin. Third on the Asia Pacific Tour for $10,000. And last time was Razdov again. He played in the IPO before. Well, actually, Ireland had just reopened and then promptly was shut back down again. So you got 560 there, finishing 103rd. And it was an $18,000 payday last time out for him on the 3rd of December 2021. But the point to make is that we're talking about a player with a lot of tournament experience and a lot of experience of running deep. He knows how to be patient. He knows what to do. He knows when to make the moves. Dan's got pocket twos and is raised to 80. And it's big slick for Coyle in the small blind. with ace-king suited. And this chip stack is very similar, 1.9 to 1.8. As you watch the Irish Poker Open main event, day 3, 30 players remaining in our field, which started with 2,040. Yesterday there were 860 in action, and we burst the bubble super fast. Raised to 80k. Lillis with a7 gets out of the way. I like this 3-bet from Coyle. And as much as he would love to set mine, I can't imagine he calls. He doesn't. And that is the end of the hand for Wilson. So 30 remaining. We are playing down to the final table tonight, however long that takes. 1 year it took until 5 a.m. If you're an old school viewer of the Irish Poker Open, you will know that. It was not then the best of fun at the final table itself. It went on till 4 a.m. But if you're railing someone, let us know on YouTube. You can tweet us at Radio Emmett, Fintan Gavin as well. Love to hear from you. And there's plenty of side events going on here as well, plenty of cash games. So David Lappin, Dara Kearney, they're all in action. We got Laura Cornelius out on the floor doing some reporting for us. And we are approaching the break pretty quickly, with Maguire making a raise to 85k with Jack-9 suited. It's 85 for Fleming to call a pocket 7s. So this is where Maguire's raise pre-flop. Look, you've got the chips to go and do it, but this is where it gets him in trouble. Clark has ace-9 and he's going nowhere with 500k left in his stack. Clark has checked, so action's on Maguire, but Clicky's going nowhere. And the 175k bet is going to be music to Patrick Clark's ears. 500k left behind. Question is he going to shove now and be happy to get and take down an 8-15 pot? Or does he try and extract more? Because Yes, it's a raise +1, but he will know that Maguire has this range. He'll know Maguire can play, can mess around. And to be fair to him, Jack 9 suited on a feature table where players are under pressure. It's going to happen. Clark has indeed moved all in. It's an insta-fold from Maguire, and that does it. And Clark is just buzzing and laughing. It's a 1.3 million pot, so Patrick Clark heads to dinner with 1.3 million in his stack and goes from... He is still the short stack at the table, but suddenly he's got 32 big blinds. So that is a massive, massive swing. Maguire still has 4.5 million in his hand. And as the last two men standing there before they all head off to dinner, 111 big blinds for him. Jakobsen, 83, and Lillis, of course, who we're keeping a very close eye on, along with Wilson. Look at all the Irish flags. Not that we would at all be biased. Wilson, 45 bigs, and Lillis, 68 bigs. The action's only going to get hotter. 30 players are remaining at the Irish Poker Open main event, day 3, as we play down to our final table. But who will be our final 9? Well, you'll find out in about half an hour. Oliver, talking half an hour? 1 hour. You telling me I've got an hour to go watch Rick and Morty? You've got an hour to go live your life, spend some time with your family, share an Easter egg, and then get back here. Get the Irish Poker Open up on Apple TV, YouTube app, Sky Q. Get it on the big screen. Take over, because it's going to be explosive stuff. We could be in for a long night. It could be super fast like it was last night with the bubble. Who the hell knows? And who's going to make our final table? Only one place you'll find out. Right here, irishpokeropen.com, YouTube, Irish Open final table in association with Party Poker. We're back to you in an hour.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Krukshinaira, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I told the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing. You know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played, and this is your first live cash in a. Your Hendon Mob is now ready to go, but you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies, or do you normally play mixed games?
No, mixed, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's harder. Yeah. It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way, because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you? The main event?
Nope.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil the Tower Hild. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you're not seeing for 10 years. It's like Like, you're playing again? Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we've now, I started walking. I start getting out and talking to people and speaking, and it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way? How good?
It's such a good
How
buzz,
good
isn't it?
is this
He
room?
was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left, and he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone from 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA and he's literally going, "You can dance, you can dance, you can dance," and I went, "I don't know the next line." I said, "How do you not know the next
Having
line?"
the time of your life.
And so now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long. If he gets
Absolutely.
any further as well.
Absolutely. Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was
There was
karaoke.
karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was
gets
the
the
song.
crowd going,
It
doesn't
gets
it?
the
Yeah.
crowd going, and everybody knows it.
So are you playing poker or are you just
I've
socialising?
tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the Seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the Seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it, and I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come.
I know.
It has to be on the calendar. Now we're back, so it's just great. It really
Well,
is.
it is so nice to see
It's
you.
lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone
Absolutely.
again and be back.
It is brilliant. It really is, and such a vibe. And the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Phil.
very much.
Cheers. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Well, the news is just in, and the Irish Open 2022 has done it again. The records have been smashed. This is the largest ever main event, live one, in Irish poker history. We have an astounding 2,040 entries, which means a prize pool of just shy of €2 million. That means 263 places will be paid out, and our champion will receive a payday of €318,700, and of course the trophy and those all-important bragging rights. Stay with us here. You can follow all of the updates with the live stream and the commentary on YouTube, and of course on irishpokeropen.com. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Just busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped at it. I've been working all, maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile or wasn't, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon Mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But, fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped, really.
No. Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No. Oh,
there must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with. Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Jilly, who plays Jean Slater. And they're both amazing. But, I mean, they're all really, everybody in there is great to work with, everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but still waiting to work with my old mate Steve McFadden, who plays Phil Mitchell.
Yeah.
We go back about 40 years. We know each other very well. I've never crossed paths on the set yet. But, yeah, but everyone's wonderful and good to work with.
They're all pretty down to earth on EastEnders, because it's like a full-time job, essentially, isn't it? Like, they're in every day.
It's not like it is a full-time. I mean, when you're in the thick of it, when you've got heavy storylines, which I have had over the last sort of 8 months, it's non-stop. It's relentless. You're on the set 12 hours a day, there's an hour each way travelling. I get home, I've got to look after the kids, wash their clothes for school, and cook their dinner, learn my lines, and then, get 3 hours sleep and back to work. So it's busy.
It's full on, yeah. And back to the poker, obviously your bro Barney is in as well.
Yes, yeah.
What's the sibling rivalry like there with the poker? Who's the better player?
Oh, he is, absolutely. We both had our share of success, I suppose, over the years. Barney's continued to play when I sort of really, about 10 years ago, I stopped playing internationally. And Barney's continued with a lot of success. So he's always my hero. He's the best player in our house, that's for sure.
That's nice to hear. Are you going to jump into anything now?
I'm going to give it a little break. It's hard when you come out of the main event to go into something smaller, but so I'm just going to go and kick out my room for a bit and watch a bit of TV, watch a bit of EastEnders maybe.
I mean, you're not doing the Irish credit. You're drinking a coffee. You should be on the booze by now.
There's a whiskey in that.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. That's all right. That's allowed. Okay. Hopefully, we'll see you back on the felt soon, winning something big.
For sure.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Day 5 of the Irish Open saw flights Day 1C and a last chance 1D Turbo attract more players into the tournament room than we've possibly ever seen. The buzz and fun of the Irish Open was well and truly at a peak, as these tournament players put everything into their arsenal of making it to Day 2. Satellites for the main were still going strong in the upstairs tournament room for the ultimate last chance to make it through for just €115. The live streaming commentary kept viewers informed, and it was Stuart McNally who made it through as Day 1C chip leader on 299,500 chips. 820 entries were counted just for Day 1C, 313 of which made it through, and Guy Johnson leads the Turbo 1D field, meaning that 724 players remain going into Day 2. With a last chance to buy in on Day 2, this could mean we see entries break records and go past 2,000. Another monster field here in Dublin as players fight for the all-important title of 2022 Irish Open champion. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Fintan Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The Heads Up crowned Anthony Blano as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fate sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to Day 2. The ladies' final table was Fast and Furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Migla Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Feraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You've caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know. Not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day.
Mate,
Didn't needle you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Yeah, you going to play any other tournaments? Or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
you could always just enter the raffle as well.
Yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day 1.
You've made that up. Not again. You know.
That would be Mr. Fintan Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that particular
Because of the expletives?
No, really, no, I think I should talk all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day, because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker, if not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Yes.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonough and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's Six Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly. And the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm with a man that needs little introduction, Mr. Will Kassouf. You're doing pretty well.
Not doing too badly now. I had a horrendous final session last night, last level. I lost a big pot with ace-king against ace-5 all in pre-flop, and he spiked a 5 on the turn, so it was a bit frustrating. Bluffed a couple of pots towards the end just to chip up a little bit, but bagged up 48,000 for the start day 2, which is 40 big blinds. Coming back to 612, I managed to spin that up now to around 150 odd. So yeah, it's a much better stack now than I had before.
You had a tough table yesterday, didn't you?
I did, yeah, a couple of tough tables. Got moved about twice, but a few pros. So yeah, really tough tables. So it was a hard grind and didn't really get many hands.
And how are your fellow players on this table? Because I can see your dealer already wants a pair of earplugs.
Yeah, that's a fun table. No, we've got like David Barnes, Drayton Hackstairs, we've got Dan Sampson, a few of the guys from London. We're having some great bands even with the Irish lads as well. They're getting involved with the crack. So yeah, it's a fun table. It's lively. Every pot's fun. Decent big pots coming now with the blinds going up. So yeah, we're having a good time.
And you are known as the Satellite King, in for the min to get the max.
That's it. Yeah.
Has it been that way here at this trip?
It had, before I even arrived here, yeah, I played one satellite online on Party Poker, the €109 satellite, one shot, one attempt, one a seat, first time. So I was in for the min then, had to play day 1A, like most of the qualifiers had to as well. I bagged up a stack, in fact, then 32,500, which just over started stack, 27 big blinds for day 2. But fortunately here, you could play another flight and take a bigger stack through. So in the meantime, after I finished playing, I played cash games last couple of days, spun up over 1,000 in cash. And yeah, had a friend of mine who was selling a ticket. It's €1,150 buy-in, but he sold it to me for €1,000. So I thought, okay, happy days, got a discount. In for them, not quite in for the min, but yeah, semi-free rolling. So I'm in for 1k to win 318,000.
How did you deal without live poker the last few years?
It's been tough. Yeah, I had to adapt. I had to play online. It was like playing online poker or no poker. So I had to be versatile, adapt, play online. It's a completely different game for me. There's so many good players online. It's tougher to win online compared to live. But as you know, I played the Irish Poker Masters, satellite in again, then €109 to €1,100 event. It's like 1,300 something players. Cut a long story short, 4 days later, won outright for 215,000. So yeah, can't complain.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well,
and
in
not
for the
only
min and won the max that time. So I hope we do the same today or this year.
We'll
live,
try.
yeah.
We'll try. Also, not just the Satellite King, but Karaoke King.
Oh, please. I don't know. That was just for entertainment. No, I don't claim to be any kind of karaoke king.
No, you're not.
It was great fun. Thanks. You were there. I see the photos on Facebook and you're in it. So you qualified. There you go. You made the cut. Congrats. So you were there. You had a good time, I see. So yeah.
I did. Hopefully, we'll hear some more karaoke when you win this one.
Hopefully, if and when I win it. Yeah, 318 bags later. Yeah.
Thank you very much for chatting with us. Good luck.
Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Krukshinader, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I told the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing. You know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played, like, and this is your first live cash in a. Your Hendon Mob is now ready to go, but you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies, or do you normally play mixed games?
No, mixed, normal, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's like it's harder.
Yeah.
It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you? The main event?
Nope.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil the Tower Hild. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you're not seeing for 10 years. It's like you're playing again. Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided. I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people, you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we've now, I started walking. I start getting out and talking to people and speaking, and it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way?
It's such a good buzz, isn't it? He was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left, and he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone from 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA and he's literally going, you can dance, you can dance, you can dance. And I went, I don't know the next line. I said, how do you not know the next line? And so now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was karaoke.
There was karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was the song. It gets the crowd going, and everybody knows it.
Yeah. So are you playing poker, or are you just socialising?
I've tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So yeah, it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it, and I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come. It has to be on the calendar. Now we're back, so it's just great. It really is.
It is so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone again and be back.
It is brilliant. It really is, and such a vibe. And the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Phil.
very much.
Cheers. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Well, the news is just in, and the Irish Open 2022 has done it again. The records have been smashed. This is the largest ever main event, live one, in Irish poker history. We have an astounding 2,040 entries, which means a prize pool of just shy of €2 million. That means 263 places will be paid out, and our champion will receive a payday of €318,700, and of course the trophy and those all-important bragging rights. Stay with us here. You can follow all of the updates with the live stream and the commentary on YouTube, and of course on irishpokeropen.com. Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped at it. I've been working maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile or wasn't, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon Mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But, fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting, over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped, really.
No. Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No.
Oh, there must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with? Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Gilly, who plays Jean Slater. And they're both amazing. But, I mean, they're all really, everybody in there is great to work with, everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but still waiting to work with my old mate Steve McFadden, who plays Phil Mitchell.
Yeah.
We go back about 40 years. We know each other very well. I've never crossed paths on the set yet. But everyone's wonderful and good to work with.
They're all pretty down to earth on EastEnders, because it's like a full-time job, essentially, isn't it? Like, they're in every day.
It's not like it is a full-time. When you're in the thick of it, when you've got heavy storylines, which I have had over the last sort of 8 months, it's non-stop. It's relentless. You're on the set 12 hours a day, and there's an hour each way travelling. I get home, I've got to look after the kids, wash their clothes for school, and cook their dinner, learn my lines. and then get 3 hours sleep and back to work. So it's busy.
It's full on, yeah. And back to the poker, obviously your bro Barney is in as well.
Yes, yeah.
What's the sibling rivalry like there with the poker? Who's the better player?
Oh, he is, absolutely. We both had our share of success, I suppose, over the years. Barney's continued to play when I sort of really, about 10 years ago, I stopped playing internationally. And Barney's continued with a lot of success. So he's always my hero. He's the best player in our house, that's for sure.
That's nice to hear. Are you going to jump into anything now?
I'm going to give it a little break. It's hard when you come out of the main event to go into something smaller, so I'm just going to go and kick out my room for a bit and watch a bit of TV, watch a bit of EastEnders maybe.
I mean, you're not doing the Irish credit. You're drinking a coffee. You should be on the booze by now.
There's a whiskey in that.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. That's all right. That's allowed. Okay. Hopefully, we'll see you back on the felt soon, winning something big.
For sure.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Day 5 of the Irish Open saw flights Day 1C and a last chance 1D Turbo attract more players into the tournament room than we've possibly ever seen. The buzz and fun of the Irish Open was well and truly at a peak, as these tournament players put everything into their arsenal of making it to Day 2. Satellites for the main were still going strong in the upstairs tournament room for the ultimate last chance to make it through for just €115. The live streaming commentary kept viewers informed, and it was Stuart McNally who made it through as Day 1C chip leader on 299,500 chips. 820 entries were counted just for Day 1C, 313 of which made it through, and Guy Johnson leads the Turbo 1D field, meaning that 724 players remain going into Day 2. With the last chance to buy in on Day 2, this could mean we see entries break records and go past 2,000. Another monster field here in Dublin as players fight for the all-important title of 2022 Irish Open champion. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick-off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanor as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to Day 2. The ladies' final table was fast and furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Migla Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Feraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know. Not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day.
Mate,
Didn't need all you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Yeah, you going to play any other tournaments? Or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
you could always just enter the raffle as well.
Yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day 1.
You've made that up. Not again. You know.
That would be Mr. Fintan Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that particular
Because of the expletives?
Not really, no, I think I was talking all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day, because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker. If not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Yes.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and Day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5K High Roller, the Heads Up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into Day 2 of the 5K High Roller, although registration remains open until the end of Level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonough and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 Heads Up Championship event also got well underway, which will continue to Day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from Day 1's Six Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly. And the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm with a man that needs little introduction, Mr. Will Kassouf. You're doing pretty well.
Not doing too badly now. I had a horrendous final session last night, last level. I had lost a big pot with ace king against ace 5 all in pre-flop, and he spiked a 5 on the turn, so it was a bit frustrating. Bluffed a couple of pots towards the end just to chip up a little bit, but bagged up 48,000 for the start day 2, which is 40 big blinds. Coming back to 612. I managed to spin that up now to around 150 odd. So yeah, it's a much better stack now than I had before.
You had a tough table yesterday, didn't you?
I did, yeah, a couple of tough tables. Got moved about twice, but a few pros. So yeah, really tough tables. So it was a hard grind and didn't really get many hands.
And how are your fellow players on this table? Because I can see your dealer already wants a pair of earplugs.
Yeah, that's a fun table. No, we've got like David Barnes, Drayton Hackstairs, we've got Dan Sampson, a few of the guys from London. We're having some great bands, even with the Irish lads as well. They're getting involved with the crack. So yeah, it's a fun table. It's lively. Every pot's fun. Decent big pots coming now with the blinds going up. So yeah, we're having a good time.
And you are known as the Satellite King, in for the min to get the max.
That's it. Yeah.
Has it been that way here at this trip?
It had, before I even arrived here, yeah, I played one satellite online on Party Poker, the €109 satellite, one shot, one attempt, one a seat, first time. So I was in for the min then, had to play day 1A, like most of the qualifiers had to as well. I bagged up a stack, in fact, then 32,500, which just over started stack, 27 big blinds for day 2. But fortunately here, you could play another flight and take a bigger stack through. So in the meantime, after I finished playing, I played cash games last couple of days, spun up over 1,000 in cash. And yeah, I had a friend of mine who was selling a ticket. It's €1,150 buy-in, but he sold it to me for €1,000. So I thought, okay, happy days. Got a discount. In for them, not quite in for the min, but yeah, semi-free rolling. So I'm in for 1K to win 318,000.
How did you deal without live poker the last few years?
It's been tough. Yeah, I had to adapt. I had to play online. It was like playing online poker or no poker. So I had to be versatile, adapt, play online. It's a completely different game for me. There's so many good players online. It's tougher to win online compared to live. But as you know, I played the Irish Poker Masters, satellite in again, then €109 to €1,100 event. It's like 1,300 something players. Cut long story short, 4 days later, won outright for 215,000. So yeah, can't complain.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well,
and
in
not
for the
only
min and won the max that time. So I hope we do the same today or this year.
We'll try. Also, not just the Satellite King, but Karaoke King.
Oh, please. I don't know. That was just for entertainment. No, I don't claim to be any kind of karaoke king.
No, you're not.
It was great fun. Thanks. You were there. I could see the photos on Facebook and you're in it. So you qualified. There you go. You made the cut. Congrats. So you were there. You had a good time, I see. So yeah.
I did. Hopefully we'll hear some more karaoke when you win this one.
Hopefully, if and when I win it, yeah. 318 bags later, yeah.
Thank you very much for chatting with us. Good luck.
Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Krukshuneda, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I said to the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing. You know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played, and this is your first live cash in your Hendon Mob is now ready to go. But you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies or do you normally play mixed games?
No, mixed, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages. I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's like it's harder. Yeah. It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you? The main event?
Nope.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies' event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil the Tower Hield. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you've not seen for 10 years. It's like you're playing again. Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided. I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people, you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it? Yeah. But we've now, I started walking. I started getting out and talking to people and speaking, and it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way?
It's such a good buzz, isn't it? He was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left. And he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone from 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA and he's literally going, "You can dance, you can dance, you can dance," and I went, "I don't know the next line." I said, "How do you not know the next line?" And so now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was karaoke.
There was karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was the song. It gets the crowd going, and everybody knows it.
So are you playing poker, or are you just socialising?
I've tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the Seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the Seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it, and I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come. It has to be on the calendar. Now we're back, so it's just great.
It is so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone again and be back.
It is brilliant. It really is, and such a vibe. And the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Phil. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Well, the news is just in, and the Irish Open 2022 has done it again. The records have been smashed. This is the largest ever main event, live one, in Irish poker history. We have an astounding 2,040 entries, which means a prize pool of just shy of €2 million. That means 263 places will be paid out, and our champion will receive a payday of €318,700, and of course the trophy and those all-important bragging rights. Stay with us here. You can follow all of the updates with the live stream and the commentary on YouTube, and of course on irishpokeropen.com. Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Busted just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix.
Welcome back to what is really day 5, but officially day 3 of the Irish Poker Open. This is the main event. We are playing down to the final table. Emmett Kennedy alongside Dara Kearney, one of the greats, and my main man, Fintan Gavin, who's been colour commentator from the get-go and has been on point as well. Lads, we're sticking with the same feature table, which is officially table 3, and Patrick Clark won a very, very important hand just before the break, just to catch everybody up.
Well, it was critical. He had to make something happen. He was down to 650k, and we could see he was trying to generate something for quite a while. So, I mean, well, he's going to be dangerous now, isn't he?
Yeah. Of the players on the table, Dara,
Yep.
obviously you were talking about Frank Lillis, and you left to go play side event. Let's not talk too much about that, though. So you
that went very well. Yeah.
That went terrific. As you were playing the side event, we got to see some of exactly what you were predicting Frank would do, and this kid's class.
Oh yeah, he's absolute quality. I'll be really excited if he makes the final table. He's got so much experience. Like these online guys, they make so many big final tables a year. I mean, this is a quality table. Like Dan Wilson's a former winner. Kyle Maguire is a very good player from Scotland. And of course, Paddy Clark is also the former winner.
Yeah, in 2013, we got Stephen O'Dwyer still out there on table 4. Some big talented names out there. Gary Spinks. Gary Spinks is going to do something amazing, by the way. If Gary Spinks wins this, he's giving 100 grand to the dealers at Dusk Till Dawn.
Wow.
That's 318, nearly 320 to the winner, and that's what he's going to do. That's a phenomenal.
Is there a reason for that? Or a particular reason? I mean, it's a great thing to do. I'm not but is there?
I'll tell you what you do. Keep an eye on the videos, because Laura did a video interview with him, and he explains his reason as to why.
Okay, cool.
It's really, really cool. It's really, really cool. William Kassouf, we had some requests about Kassouf coming onto the feature. Well, that ain't going to happen because he's gone. He was the 31st player to bust out, and we lost Daniel Myers. Benjamin Windsor, who we saw a lot of on the feature table, is also gone. Paul Newey we saw cashing in his check as well. So given the fact that we're now on level 27, the blinds are currently at 25.50 with the 50,000 big blind as well. The structure and how this is going to play out, and we're already into a hand with ace-2, ace-3 pre-flop.
Yeah, ace-2 raised from the hijack here, and ace-3 defended from the big blind, which is fairly standard. Ace-3 can't really give up here because he's got a gut shot, and he has the best hand a lot of the time as well against the late position open. Thomas has had an interesting decision too, whether to bet or to check. The main purpose of the bet is just to fold out hands that you're ahead of right now, but have 2 overcards to your pair.
So he has made the call, and the turn card brings us the 7 of spades. Neither have a spade in their hands, so backdoor flush draw is not a possibility. However, in their minds, they may be thinking that could be an issue for their opponent. So, Fintan, you've been so good at calling how this is going to play out. What's your prediction about what
Yeah, well, just this guy Jakobsen. I mean, he's got the chips. He was the chip leader on this table, as Dara pointed out. Standard continuation there, and he just, he wants to end the hand, but he does have, even getting called, he does have equity. He has a 2-pair draw, trip draw. He has the backdoor clubs. That hasn't come about now on the turn, so it's going to be interesting. McCann with the wheel draw, but his 3 is good also. So I think another bet here will do the job. Jakobsen, I think, will end it here. It's pretty strong, Dara, this fire on the turn.
Yeah, it is. Most of your hands are going to have to give up. McCann almost certainly needs a spade to continue there, or a very strong made hand. The kind of hand he had, which, even though it might be the best hand a lot of the time, there's just too many bad rivers for it. So you have to sort of wave the white flag on the turn.
And that puts him on 89 big blinds, 77 big blinds for Jakobsen. 89 you can see for Maguire, 4.5 million, our new chip leader. Lillis worked his way up to 2.8 million. And Dan Wilson is still pretty strong. Millionaire last night, still a millionaire, 1.8 million. The average chip stack in the room is now 2.3. We're on a 15-minute delay as you join us from the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker.
I think it's going to be good now to watch Dan, how he adjusts. Instead of being the boss with all the chips, which he was for several levels, now he just kind of has to play second fiddle. There's several stacks that haven't covered, so
yeah.
I don't think we're going to see him as active.
No, for sure. No, Dan will knuckle down. I mean, he's very experienced. He's also an online beast, so he's aware that he just has to accept now that he doesn't have the stack he had. Also, it's possible that some of the players at the table don't realise who Frank is and just how good he is, but I can assure you Dan does. As I said, he has been either Ireland's number 1 or Ireland's number 2 online player for most of the past few years, and himself and Dan would have battled a lot online as well. So there would be huge history between those two guys.
I was going to ask you about that because the dinner break arrived, so that was time that, because of the fact that the velvet ropes are out and the security and the tournament directors are like, no, you're not coming over here, you're not coming near the tables. Obviously they can listen in, so they'll have heard your comments about him. And a lot of the players are watching the feature table and the live stream of the coverage, which is, this is how poker is done these days. Perfectly, that's how it is.
Yeah.
But during the dinner break, they'll also have been chatting to each other. So the players at the table who didn't know about Frank almost certainly know about him now.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I mean, if you go on Frank's Hendon Mob, I think he only has about 60,000 in cash.
Yeah.
So, and the fact he's Irish as well, a lot of the guys might just think he's just some local who's wandered in and he's taking a shot. But yeah, the word will be out now. And as you said, people will, even if they're not watching the stream themselves, they will have people at home watching them for them and relaying them information.
Yeah. I mentioned there a minute ago about Dan having to kind of tighten his range, but he's come out here opening under the gun with the King 8 suited. He's going to get punished for it big time.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's a fairly standard open. It's fine to go on opening your suited aces and kings even in early position, because you're going to get a lot of respect, and if you get called, you have some sort of playability. Hand like that is actually a better open than, say, pocket 5s or pocket 6s.
Patrick raises to 3-2. We should see action here. This is where the King 8 will probably go into the muck. So,
the King 8's definitely get done with that. Well, to be honest, once the King 8 got 3-bet, he was done with the hand. He was really only hoping for two things there: either it gets through and he gets the blinds, or somebody calls and he gets to play.
And he gets very lucky. Yeah. So Clicky has got Patrick Clark, former Irish Open champion, has got bet to 325. The 10s. Now, Fintan, what do you do in this position?
I'm ripping against Clicky. If I'm John McCann here, it's too strong a hand. Now, there's loads of considerations. These money jumps, obviously.
Yeah.
But and the fact Wilson under the gun open, but it is Wilson. And
I think actually. Probably McCann is far more worried about Wilson than he is Clicky, because Clicky has less than 20 big blinds. So you're obviously happy to get 10s in against 20 big blinds. But if he rips here, obviously Dan's going to fold with the hand he has. But if he called, the 10s will be in terrible trouble. So this is not a brilliant spot for the 10s. I wouldn't be completely surprised if he just lets these go.
Yeah, good, great shout.
What a shout from Dara.
Yeah, think about it. It's a horrible spot. You've got a guy with lots of chips who's opened under the gun, and you've got another guy who knows that and who has put in enough of a stack that he can't fold. Now, I mean, Clicky only has 20 big blinds, so normally Dan wouldn't be raised folding too much. Now we know he has a hand that obviously has to fold to the 3-bet.
But it is interesting, though, Finton, that you were just saying about how we'll see what he does now, how he adjusts, and then there he is with the King 8. Dara obviously in agreement with the play, but it is just intriguing. It's tournament poker. We're down to net. You can see now 29. By the way, Dermot Blaine out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, like the thing about Dan is that Dan's going to go on opening a lot of those types of hands, and every time it works, he picks up the blinds and antes. And when he gets 3-bet, he's just going to fold.
Yeah.
When he doesn't have it, and then when he gets a hand, he's more likely to get 3-bet because he's so active, and that's basically why that's a very profitable style at this stage of the tournament. Providing you have the chips, he's shorter than he was, but he still has 35, 40 big blinds, and it's better for him to stay active and keep trying to accumulate rather than sit back and wait for a hand.
Straight away after the hand, you could see John turn to Clicky. trying to glean.
If I'd only known that he was going to fold.
Yeah, I mean, he would have. It's funny, I mean, they go to war. If Dan doesn't open under the gun, it's folded around to Clicky. He opens on the button and they just...
They get it in every
it's
time.
a straightforward get. Yeah.
And we saw players folding an ace and a king as well.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, the 10s were in particularly good shape.
Could have been very intriguing. So Queen Jack raises 210 from McCann. Wilson, Jack 9 off. In the big blind. What's your move here, Dar?
You'd expect to defend.
Yeah.
From Wilson. Both have similar stack sizes.
Yeah.
And
It's
Wilson just putting in the 110. Well, this is a 3. These are big value chips, yeah.
That's a 3. That's a 3-bet.
Yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet here. I don't know how active McCann has been, or else Dan thinks he's going to just fold too much.
And he gets it through.
The power of the 3-bet there.
So we were kind of expecting him to defend. I don't think we were expecting him to defend in that way, but Finton, just break that one down for me and how Wilson picked up on that. Body language, previous play, history, mathematics, basic poker mathematics maybe?
Yeah, he does have a hand, I guess, that's blocking a lot of premiums, and it's a late position open. So he's thinking, right, John is doing this quite wide. And the other point which Dara said there, like, John's probably just over-folding slightly. So he's actually got it spot on. He's getting the better hand to fold.
That's exactly right, yeah. When you 3-bet a hand like Jack 9, you can get a lot of hands that dominate you to fold, and that's a huge result, obviously. In equity terms, if you could get Queen Jack, as we saw there, to fold, Jack 10, those types of hands, then or Queen 9 as well would almost certainly fold to the 3-bet. That's a huge result. If you get called, you have some sort of playability, and if you get shoved on, you have a very, very easy fold.
The chip leader on the table is Kyle McGuire, and I didn't recognize Kyle. He's a friend of Feraldo. And
he's a friend of Feraldo. I know Kyle for years. The Squire McGuire, they call him in that group.
Squire McGuire.
Yeah, I ran into himself and Ludo yesterday, and I said to them, "Oh, it's great to see two Scottish legends like yourself." And Kyle corrected me and said, "One Scottish legend and one leg end."
Oh wow!
This is a big flop.
That's a huge flop.
Now, Kyle's a smart player, so I don't think he's going to lose too much here.
So McGuire was the one to raise pre-flop.
Yeah, he's going to put out a small continuation bet.
Yeah, small
Try
bet
and just
here.
finish this off. Take the 295 that's in the pot. But obviously we can see that Jakobsen, who's like, he's the only player at the table that can really damage Kyle. So I think what you were saying there, Kyle is not, he's not going to pop off here with just 9-10. No pair, no draw.
He has some backdoors. Obviously, he can turn open-ended if a queen or an 8 comes. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's gone for a slightly larger size than you normally would on a paired board. Now, obviously, Thomas is not folding here. It's just a question in his mind between raising or calling.
This is nasty. He's going to check back, but he might be paying off a bet, depending what comes on the river.
Yeah, now that he's picked up Showdown, there's no... This will probably go check.
What did you make of how Jakobsen just disguised a flat call?
Yeah, I think it makes sense because you're going to have to hang on with a lot of weaker hands. So if you're going to start raising your jacks, then yeah, very, very quick check from Kyle there. He's hoping his hand is best now against a 5, and the 5 on the river.
It's a bad card for Jakobsen because it's a kind of card that Maguire could put him on as well as a jack. So
Yeah, well, I mean, Jakobsen called the flop, so when you call, you can't really have absolutely nothing. You can sometimes raise with absolute nothing, but when you check call, it's pretty much you have to have something. So yeah,
good fold by Kyle here.
yeah.
Excellent.
No, he recognised exactly that on the
Yeah.
flop he must have had something.
That 5 definitely favoured Kyle. Another scare card and a quick fold from Kyle Maguire. I remember him visiting Galway in 2013.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
the
No,
lads,
Kyle's been
yeah.
around for a long, long time. It's great to see him getting a deep run. He's a great lad.
So if you are railing somebody online on Easter Sunday, let us know on Twitter or on YouTube. We'll give you a proper shout out. Like I said, we're on a 15-minute delay, but they have railed off the area, and Nick and our second tournament director, the gentleman from Texas, is taking no nonsense. McCann opening up with ace queen.
Yeah, he's not going to be folding to a 3-bet this time.
And
ace
Maguire
queen
has
suited.
got pocket 7s. So suited ace queen clubs. 110k for Maguire to call. Both of you, Dara will go first, then Finton, do you raise or flat call?
I would personally flat call. It's an early position raise, so 7s isn't going to be in amazing shape if you 3-bet and get 4-bet.
Finton?
But he has gone for the small 3-bet.
Yeah, I think the problem with the flat, like for me, you're kind of inducing the blinds to come in. They're getting a super price, and the 7s they don't really play that well multi-way, you know.
Yeah.
So Maguire here is 3-bet really small, but like it's an interesting size. This 3-bet, like it's almost like a min raise.
Yeah, you can't really fold to this. So this is really just to knock out the players behind, and get to play it heads up in position against a guy that you cover as well. So you can put a lot of ICM pressure on him.
And you can get away from it if McCann comes over the
If he
top.
comes over the top,
with
yeah,
a 4-bet,
which he has done.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only downside to the 3-bet. When he does this, if you end up having to fold this hand, you folded away a lot of equity.
Now, is there any chance he calls here?
There could be, depending on the price, but I don't think there is.
Three.
Oh no, he has. Wow.
Wow, he's called
Snap-
it.
Snap call.
Well, he's in good. It's all in for McCann's life with the ace queen suited, but the 7s are ahead, obviously.
It's a big moment here. 28 remain,
Massive.
and John McCann ace
And there's
quad.
the
And
seven.
there's
over.
a 7.
Over.
Backdoor
Absolutely.
clubs. Backdoor clubs.
Unless it
No,
comes
backdoor
runner clubs.
Never seen it come runner in my life.
That's this.
Never ever, he says.
Not for me,
And
anyway.
it ends up being a full boat for Maguire, and the rich get richer
Mm.
as McCann is eliminated. The insta call, Finton, with the pocket 7s has obviously paid off beautifully, but were you expecting him to call that quickly?
I didn't think he would call, but I guess I don't know the exact chip to pot ratio, but
I think it was 22 big blinds.
22. Yeah, I think,
yeah.
like
It's reasonably standard. I
if he
would
had a
think.
couple of more bigs, I
If he had a
think
couple of more bigs, I also think that Kyle had decided what he was going to do if that happened before he made the 3-bet.
right.
He would have been aware that, well, if I 3-bet, that's opening the betting action again, and when it comes back to him, what am I doing if he 4-bets shove? Do I mind calling off with his hand? And, I mean, I don't know McCann, I don't know anything about him, but he seems to have been very active since I've been here.
Yeah, he was
So,
active earlier as well.
Yeah, when you have an active player who opens, a pair is very big. It's hard to beat a pair. So I think Kyle just decided, okay, I'm going to 3-bet small. If somebody else comes in behind, I can fold. But if he shoves, I'm going to call. Which is why he didn't need any time to decide there.
And it was a quick one, too.
So just like that, 26. So that's showing we had a bust out on one of the outer tables. Still so deep this tournament. Like there's like a bunch of blinds out there on that table.
Yeah.
Loads of play. I mean, literally, this could go on for several hours before we get to the final table.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you approach the final table, the RCM gets really, really extreme because if you have a medium stack, you really, really want to make that final table.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a great time to have a big stack because you can put so much pressure on people.
When for you, Dara, right? When would you say ICM is at its absolute maximum?
The final table bubble.
Final table bubble.
Yeah.
Okay, good one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously on the bubble of the tournament too,
There's
it's massive, and it depends on your stack. If you have a big stack, it's not as big, but if you have a small stack, just getting into the money is huge. But as a general rule for everybody in the tournament, it's at its maximum right on the final table bubble.
And the reason for that, of course, is the pay jumps then start to get significant.
The pay jumps get significant. If you get onto the final table, every single pay jump is significant. If you bubble the final table, you miss the chance to win all of those prizes.
It's always interesting when the bubble approaches in a, like a decent payout like this, like was 2K, was the min payout, and everyone locks up. There's no bust outs.
Absolutely.
No, it went pretty quick this time, but there's no bust outs for quite a while.
Yeah.
And then the bubble bursts, and then literally within 5 minutes you have a queue.
Yeah.
For the payouts.
Yeah, because a lot of people are hanging on and they have a few big blinds, and once they get through the money, then get into the money, they're just happy to gamble. Now, this is a very interesting spot here because Paddy is doing something quite unorthodox here with the 8-5. He literally has no equity, but he's the one who bet the flop. He does wave the white flag on the turn. Now, Frank has a marginal hand, obviously, but I think he's going to be pretty sure he's good.
Blind versus blind.
Yeah, this is blind versus blind. Again, Frank limped pre-flop, and then Paddy raised from the big blind with the 8-5 off. The reason he did that is his hand is so bad he doesn't mind folding it to a reshove, and he took control. I think Frank might be putting out a blocker bet here. Yeah, and that takes it down.
So when we came back, we were looking at 30 players. 4 have since exited. And there is a feature on Lilith. So for those who weren't watching earlier on, Dara, and have decided I'm going to tune in a little bit later on, spend some time with the family, now watch, talk to us a little bit more about Frank Lilith. Even if it is repeating for those who heard earlier, it's still worth repeating because what you told us was invaluable to Fintan and I.
Yeah, he's been
getting so aggressive.
He's been something of an enigma in Irish poker. He burst on the scene a few years ago, getting some really, really good on-air results, playing under the screen name Denman, some number, Denman 92 or something.
So he's a horse racing fan then.
And he steadily rose the ranks and rose as high as number 19 in the world on the Pocket Fives rankings, which I think is the highest position any Irish player has ever held.
Oh, ever?
Ever, yeah. Unless we can't see him on the wire.
Who's next to him?
Alex Gulev.
No, but who before?
From Ireland. Who did he usurp?
In the past, who was the highest ranked player? Was it Jude?
It was almost certainly Jude. Yeah, I would say so.
Do you know how far did he get it?
Oh, lads, this is going to be trouble. This is going to be big, big trouble. We have no idea what Lilith has. The graphics aren't showing us, but Fleming raised to 125 at Queens, and there's Maguire with a pot of 5.4 million stack, 375,000 in the pot already, and he's woken up with the Cowboys.
And Fleming's just putting it all in here. There's Frank just flatted the 125, and now the 3-bet from Kyle.
Yeah,
and it's just going to be a 4-bet shove.
Denman 98. That's Frank's online name.
DENMAN.
Yeah.
So he's definitely a horse racing fan then. Denman Gold Cup winner, Jewel Hennessy winner, legend. Trained by Dara?
I don't follow
Paul
horse
Nichols.
racing, unfortunately.
Fintan?
No idea.
Who beat him the year after he won the Gold Cup?
I didn't even know he was a horse.
Yeah, what year?
We're talking 2007? 2008?
going to say Dr. Devious. He's the
God
only
O
horse I know. He's
Star.
like
God O-Star, the
30
hero.
years old.
So Fleming has gone all in and realizes,
Yeah, it's sick, isn't it? It's pretty much a setup. There's nothing really.
Yeah. Now I know
Peter
Kyle
can
has been in deep in tournaments a lot in the past and gotten very unlucky. So hopefully it's not going to repeat itself here.
well, there's a king
But
straight
that king,
away.
yeah, that's that should finish it.
And that is game over. Thank you for playing. Do not pass go. Do not collect £200. Instead, he's going to collect a nice few grand for himself. The payout structure is obviously fantastic. Not that we'd be biased, but given the fact that we're down to 26.
I think it could be 25 even, Emmett, after that bust out.
Well, the crucial thing is that it was 6,980, but he's just managed to limp into the 8,040 payout.
It's getting
So-
big. It's getting big. It's getting decent.
You know, a nice 1K jump there.
Yeah, it always happens with tournaments. It's never like, a player busting out every 15 or 20 minutes. It's like a bunch of players bust out within 5 or 10 minutes, and then nobody for an hour. It just goes in waves.
It should also be pointed out as well, because Fintan, you and I have done commentary on countless events. Dara, you and I have done the Irish Open for many years. So the players who qualify online used to be seen. We used to do the Sole Survivor with the previous sponsor of the Irish Poker Open, and it was almost like a target on their back to a certain extent, because you're like, oh, you're only a satellite player, like you've only qualified for $1, $5, whatever. Like but there's Dara wearing a Sole Survivor as a pro poker player.
I think it's completely flipped.
This is what I was going to say.
Yeah,
is
I think it has.
The skill level
yeah.
of poker has just jumped so much, and that's in no small part, by the way, to Dara, between the podcast, your books, the amount of information, Fintan, that you're putting out there.
No,
the
Dara
events that
has
you're
taught the
hosting.
whole industry how to play. That's basically what happened.
But the,
and
but the
everyone now
amount,
is caught up.
the amount of information that is out there is just, it's
Yeah.
phenomenal.
It's huge, yeah. No, I mean, back when myself and Fintan started playing, you kind of just learn by trial and error and talking to other people about hands.
a bit like betting on horses.
See
You
what
had
will
to-
work. Yeah.
You have to figure out yourself.
Now there's so much information out there that people can get good very quick, but it's a bit more like studying for a university degree or something, where there's just if you do all the reading and you consume all the content and you watch all the videos, then you get good.
But it's your only way to get good. Oh,
certainly the fastest way.
Clicky is walking up with 9.
Clicky's, yeah, I think he's putting this in now. I think
So he's down to 1.1 million. It's 110,000
It's
raised.
like 22 bigs.
22 bigs. Yeah, this is
It's going
fairly-
in for sure.
Yeah, and Frank is not going to call off with the twos, I don't think.
Yeah.
He's shown his commitment. It's like, I don't know, 350, 375,
Around about that, I'd say.
370, 325.
325.
Yeah.
King Jack from Maguire folds. Wilson 6-5 out of the way. 4-3 for Jakobsen. So
Frank's finished. He's going to be mucking these twos.
pretty sick if he called. Maybe there's a part of him that's thinking, well, if you've got Ace Queen, Ace Jack.
I think he's done a weird 3-bet actually.
Yeah.
He hasn't put it in.
He didn't shove.
But he's put in so much of a stack.
But
you
as
can't
Fintan
imagine
said, he's
ever
committed
folding.
himself.
Yeah.
So he's basically saying, I suppose, given the fact that Lillis has as much as he has with 2.9 million, he could flat call and set mine. Hope to trap
Yeah,
him.
but Paddy is so little behind that even when you hit your set,
You're not getting the just rewards for it.
Yeah.
I think I'm surprised he's taken this long to fold. I'm
unless he's
positive he
thinking
is
of
going to
doing
fold.
something unusual like a stop and go, if he just calls and then shoves any flop. Certainly not given. Yeah, I would have folded these twos a lot quicker, but he's got something else in mind.
And it's funny considering his fame has come from online when you have to act so quickly.
Yeah, but it's also fair to say that Frank has a very different table image from the table image I typically have at a table. If I open twos in some of the 3-bets, I can be pretty sure my twos are in bad shape. But Frank has such an aggressive image, he might feel people are just targeting that.
Trying to bully him off it. Well, he also will have spent so much time playing with Patrick that both of them will have good reads on each other. He's called it.
Yeah, he's 4-bet shoved and
Yeah.
a snap call from Clicky.
Yeah,
And this is
I am surprised by that. I have to say.
great situation for
Can I
Clicky.
just say I did predict this.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Emmett.
I finally got
You're
one
an-
over the two boys.
An absolute genius.
I'm headed to the bar. Good night. Some of you are thrilled, going nowhere. 3-7 king. So Clicky in control. Nine's holding. Only 2 outs. 10 of hearts on the turn. There are only 2 possible cards that can end the tournament for Clicky, and that is not one of them. And the pocket nines put Patrick Clark, Irish Open champion, up to 2.4 million. 2.4 million. The chip average is just behind that, 2.6. So Patrick Clark,
He was
getting
down
busy.
to 650k just before the break.
Yeah,
Got the double, and now
it was 12 big blinds, wasn't it?
he's got a soft double here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
2.4 million.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think that's part of. It's, it's both guys' images played into that basically.
22 bigs he'd fallen to. So
25 remain. So basically, what's going to happen after the next bust out, we'll pause the clock and do a total redraw. And Garrett, what's the idea of this redraw? Because I know
Yeah, it's basically just.
they don't do this on online poker, right?
Well, no, they don't actually. They don't do a full redraw, but that's because tables tend to break down faster anyway online. It's just you could be on a really, really bad table, and it's to kind of remove the disadvantage of that. Let's say if you know there's a redraw coming at this point, then you won't feel too bad about it. But if you were told like we're not doing a redraw until the final table, and you're on a really terrible table, that's going to put you at a serious disadvantage.
Now, what
compared
do
to
you
other
mean by a
people.
terrible table? Can you quantify that? Because I don't understand that.
A table like this table that has
That's pretty good answer.
has
yeah.
nothing but good players on it.
Yeah. I think another reason would be you do tend, like, say, some tables with the randomness of, seating, some tables could have all the chips
That's
on
a very
the
good
table.
point. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
some table could
Yeah.
be very low in blinds.
Yeah, sometimes you get a lot of bust outs on one table, and all the chips accumulate on that table.
So Wilson with the ace 10 is going to call ace 10 off. King 10 in the big blind is getting the value to at least play along, and will do so. So it was a
This
raise
is
to
Chufty.
110.
Oh, this is Chufty.
Yeah.
I just realised that.
Chufty
now.
has joined
Yeah.
the table.
This is the infamous Chufty.
2-7-6 is our flop.
I
So
wouldn't,
the
see, I
queen
wouldn't
7 goes
see,
ahead for Maguire.
I wouldn't see Chufty playing Hold'em tournaments too often.
I haven't seen that very often either. No. The very first IPO I played, Chufty was on my table, and I was quite surprised to see him then. And I think he plays even less Hold'em these days.
He'd be very successful. Any of the viewers not familiar with Richard Aspey from the UK,
Mixed,
hugely successful mixed game player.
mixed game beast, yeah, absolute beast. So with three-way action here.
And the table gets even tougher.
Yeah. So Dan's going to fold the ace 10.
Well, for those of you who are wondering, it is now 3 tables left. So what we're going to see is a redraw in a second, and then that will be the 3 as we slowly build towards the final 2 and eventually the final.
Richard is giving this some thought because he knows because it's Kyle opening, he sometimes has the best hand here, and he also does have a backdoor straight draw. But against the chip leader, who's probably going to keep barreling, you're better off waiting for a better spot, I think, and he has let it go.
Massive opportunity developing here for Kyle Maguire from Glasgow.
Kyle could hit this final table as a massive chip
Yeah.
leader with this stack. Yeah.
It looks like the clock has been paused.
Yeah, clock's been paused. We're getting the redraw, so it's down to 3 tables now. And I can tell you who we've got left in. Our chip leader is Kyle Maguire, who of course we've been watching. As Gerard Hall says, go to the bar. Emmett, first of all, it's 1T, and second of all, no. You dope. So in this position where the redraw begins, I'm going to give you the names of the players who are still in and their chip count as well. So here we go, courtesy of Jen Mason and Gareth Chandler, who are two of the absolute best in the business to give us the latest information. So things making progression as we get a new feature table.
That's the new table.
So we've made it.
Who it is, Tom?
We've made a
Lucky Mo.
a critical decision there as Lucky Mo gets a shout out. What we're going to do is we're going to take a break for about 7 minutes, which does actually, Gerard, whatever your name is, give me an opportunity to go to the bar, but no thanks. As the table redraw begins, and when we come back, we will tell you who is left of our final 24 in the 2022 Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker. Dara Kearney, Fintan Gavin, and Emmett Kennedy with you. We are counting down to the final table of the Irish Poker Open.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Busted just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped at it. I've been working all, maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile or wasn't, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon Mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped really.
No. Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No.
Oh, there must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with. Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Jilly, who plays Jean Slater. And they're both amazing. But I mean, they're all really, everybody in there is great to work with, everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but still waiting to work with my old mate Steve McFadden, who plays Phil Mitchell. Yeah. We go back about 40 years. We know each other very well. I've never crossed paths on the set yet. But yeah, but everyone's wonderful and good to work with.
They're all pretty down to earth on EastEnders, because it's like a full-time job essentially, isn't it? Like they're in every day.
It's not like it is a full-time. I mean, when you're in the thick of it, when you've got heavy storylines, which I have had over the last sort of 8 months, it's non-stop. It's relentless. You're on the set 12 hours a day, and there's an hour each way travelling. I get home, I've got to look after the kids, wash their clothes for school, and cook their dinner, learn my lines, and then get 3 hours sleep and back to work. So it's busy.
It's full on, yeah. And back to the poker, obviously your bro Barney is in as well. Yes, yeah. What's the sibling rivalry like there with the poker? Who's the better player?
Oh, he is, absolutely. We both had our share of success, I suppose, over the years. Barney's continued to play when I sort of really, about 10 years ago, I stopped playing internationally. And Barney's continued with a lot of success. So he's always my hero. He's the best player in our house, that's for sure.
That's nice to hear. Are you going to jump into anything now?
I'm going to give it a little break. It's hard when you come out of the main event to go into something smaller, but so I'm just going to go and kick out my room for a bit and watch a bit of TV, watch a bit of EastEnders maybe.
I mean, you're not doing the Irish credit. You're drinking a coffee. You should be on the booze by now.
There's a whiskey in that.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. That's all right. That's allowed. Okay. Hopefully, we'll see you back on the felt soon, winning
will.
something big.
For sure.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Day 5 of the Irish Open saw flights Day 1C and a last chance 1D Turbo attract more players into the tournament room than we've possibly ever seen. The buzz and fun of the Irish Open was well and truly at a peak, as these tournament players put everything into their arsenal of making it to Day 2. Satellites for the main were still going strong in the upstairs tournament room for the ultimate last chance to make it through for just €115. The live streaming commentary kept viewers informed, and it was Stuart McNally who made it through as Day 1C chip leader on 299,500 chips. 820 entries were counted just for Day 1C, 313 of which made it through, and Guy Johnson leads the Turbo 1D field, meaning that 724 players remain going into Day 2. With the last chance to buy in on Day 2, this could mean we see entries break records and go past 2,000. Another monster field here in Dublin as players fight for the all-important title of 2022 Irish Open champion. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Fintan Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blano as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours.
And you are very welcome back to the Irish Poker Open, officially Day 5, Day 3 really. There were so many Day 1 A's, B's, C's and D's. We've got Darragh Carney, main man Fintan Gavin on colour commentary, play-by-play with me, Emma Kennedy. Great to be back in the City West Hotel in Dublin. Great to have you along with us as well. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, let us know who you're supporting, railing. Tell us on the tweet machine, tell us on YouTube. We'll give you a shout out and let them know as well. A lot of love for Patrick Clark, by the way. A lot of love for Clicky on YouTube. A lot of people asking, is he still in?
Yeah.
Take it down. Huge reaction for him. So here is the current state of play, as we're now down to 3 tables. And our new chip leader is Kyle Maguire, who we were looking at earlier on 716.
No, that's
71 million.
7 million.
600,000. There we go. 7,116,000. It's some drop then to Chris Williams, 4.3 million. Alex Whitestall is 3.95. Steve O'Dwyer, always a favourite around the Irish Open and always dangerous, 3.4. Thomas Jakobsen was over 4.7 at one stage. Currently 3.2. Seamus Cahill, 2.85. Tomas, 2.82. Paul Coyle, 2.7. Daniel Wilson, obviously a player who's been striking fear and been pretty active up, down, level. 2.5 million for him. Millionaire last night, one of the first millionaires in the room. And Matthew Peter Bushell at 2.39 million rounds off the top 10 for us.
I know this young man from the UK. He plays with his brother. Do you know them?
Yeah, I definitely recognise him to see.
They play over in Kings quite a lot.
Yeah.
And both of them are mixed up quite a lot. They've some good results recently. Of course, Chufty on this, and probably the most recognisable local would be Lucky Mo, Tom Gelizunas.
Yeah.
The snowmen get cracked. So we had Bushell calling the 100k raise pre-flop. Williams obviously wasn't going to go anywhere with the ace queen, and he's flopped exactly what he would have wanted and checks. So essentially, Dara, he's electing to disguise the strength of his hand.
Yeah, he's going to have to. He's going to have to check a lot of boards. So even when he hits his ace, he checks as well.
Two of diamonds comes down. Now the four in the hijack position, you're not really putting player on a four, though. Are
No, you shouldn't be. Bushell now after the flop goes check and he checks the turn. He might think he has the best hand and he should bet to protect it.
And he has, which is 100k. So 425 now in the pot. Fenton, if you're in this position?
It's a straightforward call here. Ace queen.
Hope to induce another.
Yeah, he's check, flop, and turn. He's out of position, so he's just trying to control the pot, and he's comfortable enough here. Ace queen. It's going to go check, I think.
Yeah, check makes sense here. There's no reason for the eights to bet.
Spot on from both gentlemen who read it absolutely perfectly.
We had Chris on the earlier stream.
Yes.
And really sticky.
Yeah.
Player, like super sticky.
So I've a question for you, Dara, that I asked Finton yesterday. And that regarded Ian Simpson. But in terms of Chris Williams, he's listening to the stream. That's fine. 15-minute delay. Why wouldn't he? The face mask. Face masks are no longer mandatory in Ireland. Is he wearing that as actually I want to wear it because this is how I feel? Or is he wearing it to disguise any potential tell?
Yeah, it's possible. Obviously, I don't know him, so I can't really speculate, but both reasons are very plausible. I do know a few players who said to me that even when the restrictions were going to be lifted, they were going to go on wearing masks for exactly the reason that you mentioned there. They don't want to give away any tells. It used to be very socially unacceptable to wear a mask at the table.
Yeah.
But suddenly
there was some controversies.
For at least a while now, it's obviously going to be still socially acceptable. You can always claim, well, I'm worried about COVID. So I can definitely see a few more players again, but only if you're worried about giving away tells. If you're a very experienced live player, it shouldn't really be that big of an issue.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that a player who's as experienced as Ian was wearing a face mask, but then
Ian was genuinely worried about COVID.
He is a young family now.
He had COVID recently. He was worried about, even though he'd obviously tested negative, he was worried about exposing other people to it. So he did a very responsible thing. Ian's not really a man who worries about giving away tells anyway. He does so much mad stuff with his face that I could look at and read on that.
Yeah, well, we had Finton and I and you and I, Dara, have had a lot of fun commentating on Ian in the past, and I remember that final table when he won. Was it 3-4, deuce 3, something like that? It was something crazy like that.
That sounds like an Ian hand, yeah.
It was absolutely bonkers. I'm pretty sure he was holding 2-3 as the winning hand because you got to hold it up with the chips. So 9-6 for Maguire, bets 55k. It's on Williams with the face mask.
Yeah,
he's got a piece of this.
He limped pre-flop, which makes it's pretty standard from the small blind these days. And he's flopped a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, so he's decided to bet it and try and put pressure on. Now, Chris has a pair, but it's a very vulnerable pair, and that's why he's raised. Even if Kyle has two random cards higher than a 5, he still has a decent amount of equity. A lot of ways to win the hand. So this is what the what we used to call a protection bet. These days it's referred to as an equity denial bet.
Equity denial bet, Finton.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Kyle, of course, has to fold, but interesting, one of the stats from when you were calling out all the chips, and you can see it there listed 7 million. Kyle's average stack for the final table.
Yeah,
it's mad.
That's an amazing position to be in. Now, he could have done better with his table draw, obviously.
Yeah, so let's go through. This is officially table 2 as we're down to the final 3. So we've got Colin McGuire on 7.1 million, Chris Williams 4.3 million. Stephen O'Dwyer returns. We got a brief cameo of him before he was moved, and it'll be a lot of fun watching Steve. So Steve's got 3.4 million. Matthew Peter Bushell 2.3. Tomas.
Galizunas.
Thank you very much. 2.8. It took both of you way too long to dive in there.
We just call him Lucky Mo.
Lucky Mo. The first time I ran into Tommy was he was playing up in Malahide a lot, and he used to come in with Big Mick G, and people called him Tommy G. So I thought maybe they're brothers or something. And I mean, if anybody's ever spoken to Thomas, he has the most Dublin accent imaginable.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Well,
pure.
if you learn it here.
Fit down. What's his dowry, brother?
Yeah. And then I was at the World Series, and I met Tommy, and I was with a Lithuanian friend, and I introduced him, and I said, "Oh, my friend here is Lithuanian," and he started speaking to her in Lithuanian, and I was like, "How does Tommy from Finglas or wherever he's from know Lithuanian?"
So we had 9-8 and Queen 2. McGuire raised to 310. Steve called pre-flop, and it comes down 4 King 6. Both players miss, so Steve is checked. McGuire is the first to bet wins.
Yeah, his 9 high has no showdown here, but he can get better hands, like exactly the hand that Dwyer has to fold the Queen Deuce.
For those of you who are railing our other 2 players in the feature table, we should give them their due. In seat 7, Aidan O'Hagan, and Richard Ashby is in seat 8. So, Darragh, we're going to see a lot of action at this feature table. Who are the players to be seriously worried about? Obviously, Steve is going to be very, very high on that.
Yeah, Steve O'Dwyer is one of the all-time greats.
It's terrific that there's so many Americans back, but especially a player of his caliber.
Yeah. I mean, I was playing I think a 500 in the Bonington not so long ago, and Steve rocked in to play it, and people couldn't believe that he was playing that low. But he obviously loves playing live, and he does show up at these events. And as I said, he's one of the all-time greats, both online and live. So it's going to be very interesting to watch him play. Lucky Mo or Tommy G or Tommy Galazunas, or whatever you want to call him.
We're calling him Tommy G.
He's another interesting one too, because he's been an online crusher for years. He primarily plays PLO these days, but his original background was in Hold'em and specifically in tournaments. So he definitely knows what he's doing. I ran into him on the first day here, and he was stone cold sober, and I said to him, "It's the first time I've ever seen you sober." And he was like, "Come on now, Duck, you must have seen me sober at least one other time," but I couldn't remember.
Darren, what are you on about, brother? You joke me, are you?
Yeah. But he's very sober here. I mean, he's
he's focused, and I know Tom pretty well. I've travelled with him quite a lot. We were on the Irish team together for the duplicate poker,
Yeah.
And we were really close knit because there's only a few of us. You know the crack when you're travelling like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so pretty close relationship with Tom, and he is just a real sweetheart. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
The crack you have, like, he's one of the reasons he was on the team, because he was such good crack.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, his online, you would be more familiar with him as Lucky Mo.
Absolute crusher.
Like, he was top of his game. But as you say, PLO now seems to be his format. But I mean, I would put, like, even in the duplicate poker, he was up there in the top 5% or whatever. Like, you know, just a real good, clear mind, good reasoning, good thinking. And like, I remember discussing hands after, and you know, I'd be lost with himself and Clicky when they were discussing hands. They were just really breaking it down so well. And
stop putting yourself down. That's nonsense. You've broken down hands like world-class commentary level since this began.
Well, Dara helps me once a week. He gives
Dara
me a
wasn't
session.
here to help you. Dara wasn't here to help you in comms.
So Kyle is
And-
really keeping up the pressure. He's opening so wide now.
7 million, by the way. 7 million.
He has a kind of a legitimate hand here with the ace-2 suited. Bushnell has
Just to put
40
things
bigs.
in perspective, by the way, and actually both players are on the same table. Closest to him is Chris Williams on 4.3. So this table,
Bushel was
top
just
heavy.
asking for confirmation. This is Matt Bushel, by the way. He was asking for confirmation from the dealer exactly what the raise size was.
Yeah.
And now he comes out with the 3-bet and the small blind, which is... I like it, Dara, because Kyle is doing this super wide, isn't he? Like,
Oh yeah,
he's
Kyle
like-
seems to be opening every hand now. So King Queen suited suddenly becomes a monster.
Which is fair enough. Which totally, like, I mean, it's a legitimate strat when you got the chips like this.
Yeah.
And it is late enough position, hijack position. So Bushel knows that the range is wide, and he comes in for a 3-bet. And look at this, Tommy. Now this is the class of Tommy.
Yeah.
He could call 4 cold, but
yeah,
he did.
4-bet cold there with the ace-4.
Yeah.
And it would have worked, but super risky, of course.
Now, what does Maguire do with the ace-2 suited?
I mean, normally you would just fold this hand or call, but he's opening every single hand almost. So this is actually a much better hand than he has most of the time in this spot. There's a lot of options
Did he
here.
just say
He can
raise?
flat. Yeah.
He's-
he
Oh,
can
he's all
4-bet.
in? Yeah.
He shoved
Yeah.
all in.
And Bushel just hates life now.
Bushnell hates life.
Oh.
And it's down to 1.6. And is he thinking about it, Dara?
I don't think he can call here.
No, it's what has he? 32 bigs.
Because even when like Kyle is bluffing here.
Yeah.
But he's still ahead.
But obviously, our friend Bushel doesn't know that. But you
No.
can shove with King Queen, but calling with it is
yeah,
a different story
he'll
entirely.
you can only call here if you think there's lots of hands that you dominate. If you think he does this with King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, some suited kings and queens that are even worse than that.
That's highly unlikely.
But it seems unlikely, yeah. Kyle is basically just saying, look, you guys think I'm opening every single hand. I have an ace. I'm blocking a lot of the hands that will call me now, so I'm just going to stick it in your eye.
And he's folded.
Yeah. And this is real power poker from Kyle.
Which takes him to 7.7 million.
And this will make people even more reluctant to 3-bet him in the future as well.
Yeah, it's a great point as well, because it's another power move from him in that regard. There was a comment on YouTube when he doubled up. It might have been Clicky, saying that was a bit of a loosey goosey move and a fatal mistake when you're taking on doubling up a player of that caliber. But this guy knows what he's doing, Kyle, and clearly as he's out and out chip leader.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that hand really shows the power of fold equity in poker, particularly later on in tournaments. If you can be the one that gets the chips in first and makes the other guy call off for his tournament life, you're going to get a lot more folds.
And while he was live with the King Queen, he was behind.
He was behind. He could have been in a horrendous shape against Ace King or Ace Queen or Queens Plus. So he's probably thinking maybe I should have flatted now instead. But possibly if he'd flatted, Tommy would have been the one to squeeze.
The benefit of hindsight is a great thing. Pocket fives for Tommy G in the Tommy Hilfiger gear. So obviously keen to rep the Tommy brand. Of course, it's only the finest Ralph Lauren from Finton Gavin, Dara Kearney myself.
Tom has moved in here. I can understand it.
Yeah.
See the way he looked around. He looked at the 2 chip stacks on each side.
Yeah, I noticed that. Aidan O'Hagan is going to let go of his ace-3 suited.
Snap fold from. This is Matthews lost quite a lot of blinds this orbit. It's not going well for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still 30 bigs.
Yeah, this happens. You just play a few pots, and they're all fairly small pots. You do 3, 4, 5, 6 big blinds, but it adds up very quickly at this stage of a tournament.
And then it's like not only like the kind of the volume of blinds you lose, but psychologically
Psychologically
then
it's difficult, yeah.
you're trying to get involved. Like you see him there 3-betting the chip leader and getting it shoved back in his face.
Yeah.
Then he opens on the button and he gets it shoved. you feel like a caged animal, and people are starting to pick on you, like
Yeah.
So it is a test, like.
It is, yeah. It's time to do the breathing exercises and the meditation and whatever
Or
whatever else those guys do.
Pinch your leg really hard.
Or maybe go for a walk. Yeah, no, it is tough, and the pressure's mounting now because all of these guys will have it in the back of their mind just how much they would like to make the final table.
Yeah.
And just how much money there is to play for as well.
Yeah, someone's going to be walking away with 318k.
I'm really not liking this
flat call,
flat call
particularly
and the
when
cutoff.
there's 3 players still to act.
Yeah,
dealer,
good point.
small
Then,
blind, and
like
big blind.
Tommy here can 3-bet light. We've seen him 3-betting with the 5s, and then he's got like the small blind who's not deep. If he picks up any kind of decent hand, he could choose
Shove,
to 3-bet rip all in. So the Queen 10, I'm not liking. Tommy was even considering it.
Tommy
there with
was.
the
Tommy
8-6.
Tommy a few years ago would definitely squeeze
King,
there.
queen.
I remember
Yeah.
talking to Tommy about what types of hands to squeeze, and he loved those middly suited, almost connected hands.
Does Aiden call or does he raise, shove all in? 1.2 million
I
behind?
think
Aiden O'Hagan?
I think it's a 3-bet.
3-bet to
Yeah,
350.
three
Yeah.
bets, yeah.
This is the
Seven
problem with
deuce.
this Queen 10 call.
Now, the jacks aren't going to go anywhere.
Jacks should just move in now, I think. And that'll be the end of the hand for Bushnell. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
O'Hagan's going to have to call.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's committed.
Yeah, he's committed.
Doesn't love it.
17 bigs behind.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it. Is there a case here for folding, Dara?
He's put through-
17 bigs, right?
I guess actually.
Oh, wow, he did fold.
He didn't quite commit himself because there was 880 behind, and he only raised to 350. So he had less than a third of a stack in. Yeah.
Well, we're 9 minutes away from switching to level 28. So it's only going to get more expensive. You can see there's now 23 players left in the Irish Poker Open. This is the main event, the big one. The one we've waited 820 plus days to play live. All due respect to those who won online. It's the live tournament that matters most. And your feature table is officially table 2. And Steve O'Dwyer, obviously the most famous name on this table in seat 4, but
He's been kept at bay here big time.
he has. Colin Maguire in seat 1 is the overall chip leader on 7.1 million. Not just at this table, but overall in the entire tournament. So
I've played with Steve quite a bit online, and it's fair to say that his style is really based around not making mistakes. He's just a very, very good technical player. He's not the kind of guy who's going to do anything too outlandish. He's just going to sort of grind you down and not make mistakes.
Is that Mr. Tim?
Mr. Tim Calm. Yeah. Yeah, he was actually Ireland's #1 in pocket fives for a while too, because he was classified as Irish at the time.
Yeah. So cut-off open here from Lucky Mo, who you see here at the blue hat. Tom, a local reg, very well known on the Dublin poker scene and very well liked. And as you mentioned, Dara, he seems to be focused, Tommy. He's in the zone. And I tell you, like this table, it's really like, I mean, it's very high level. Look at Chufty on the right. I even forgot he was on the table.
Yeah, it's amazing. Such a high quality table.
Probably the only guy I'm not familiar with is Aidan O'Hagan.
Yeah, I'm the same. He's the only player I don't know.
So, looking back then at his decision to fold there, as we just happened to mention his name, how do you feel about folding the King Queen?
I don't think he should 3-bet with it, given his stack size, unless he's going to go with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the 3-bet's fine if he decides, right, I'm just going to put it in here.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go with the hand, just shove basically, and you'll get a lot of folds. Once you 3-bet and you get shoved on, King Queen is really horrible shape. You're dominated by Ace King, Ace Queen, Queens, Kings, Aces, which are all obviously in the shoving range.
Yeah.
So it's not really a hand you want to 3-bet call with. And if you don't want to 3-bet call, 3-bet folding is, having put in so much of your stack isn't great either. So I would either just fold it in the first place or just shove it.
So I think
Now, this is Chufty. We've mentioned him a few times, Richard Aspey. And just so viewers do know, this guy was the #1 player in the world on full tilt. He played the very highest level. He played 50, 100. I'm going back 10 years ago.
Yeah.
PLO in the mixed games.
Yeah, I mentioned I played with him in the Bonington at my first or second IPO, and he was on my table, and he had been up all night playing exactly the games Vincent is talking about.
and mixing from that to Texas Hold'em, the variety of skill set, the variety of range of because PLO is just not my thing at all. But just how different is it for those who aren't familiar? How different is PLO to Hold'em?
Well, you're asking the wrong man because I don't play PLO either.
Yeah,
but,
these games definitely would help. I think would help your Hold'em game. Absolutely, you know. Again, I think like Chufty was playing cash big time. He was playing 50, 100 cash games, which were like 50, 100 online. Like, how big is that there at 50, 100? Like, what kind of bankroll would you need to be playing that consistently?
Jesus. Yeah,
like
no.
it's huge.
It's
Like
huge,
it doesn't get really much bigger. Like, you know, I mean, games do get bigger, but playing a 50, 100 consistently, I mean, it's just massive. This guy Chufty, he's been around for like 20 years, and he's super experienced. He wouldn't really be typically traveling to like Hold'em festivals. Like you just wouldn't get him, but he would be in the bigger cash games. But of course, the Irish Open being so iconic and, you know, post-lockdown, etc., I think that's the reason we're seeing Chufty visit Dublin.
Yeah, it was great to hear Tower from the GUKPT yesterday and talking about the fact that Late Night Poker's coming back, by the way, to your screens, which is terrific. Simon Trumper was talking about that as well, which is wonderful to hear. So it's what attracted me to poker. It's what probably attracted most of our viewing audience to poker, but this could be trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew's just, I mean, he's just that little bit out of sync, and he's going to get a shoved again in his face. You know, a 3-bet from Chris Williams, who for me has been pretty much the star of the show, along with Kyle. I think these two guys are kind of setting the pace. They're running proceedings here on this feature table. Again, Williams, just straightforward, no big drama here. It's a 3-bet, and I think he just has to fold Matthew. It's getting pretty horrible, though. He's down to 1.3 million.
Yeah, the little wry smile from him there is a wry smile of frustration. I just wonder, Fintan, if he's starting to feel like, hang on a second, are you guys just
Of course
picking
he
on
is.
me?
I definitely would if I'm him. I mean, he's got 3-bet by Chris. He's got 3-bet by Kyle. He's got 3-bet by Tommy. It's like, but I think that Queen 10 was just, I think that's a big mistake. And, you know, I think, like, he's just, when this is starting to happen, I think if you're going to, you got to be more selective. And if you're going in the pot right, go in it and just show these guys that you're willing to put your full stack in there.
Yeah.
And I think then the probability of you getting 3-bet light is going to be diminished quite a lot, like, you know. Tommy under the gun snap folds, and this is probably the last hand at 25.50. It's going to be interesting because like 25.50 to 30.60, it's a big jump. I know this is like, there's no such thing as a 55. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like when you look at the percentage, so basically everyone's stack is reduced by 20%. Am I right in saying that?
You are, yeah. You're going from 125 in the middle to 150. So certainly the shorter stack guys, it puts a lot of pressure on them, and even the medium stacks. You know, you have a lot more play at 40 big blinds than you have at 30 big blinds. You have a lot more play at 30 big blinds than you have at 25 big blinds. So, but you know, you obviously need that in tournaments, otherwise they'd never end. But
and you can see with this, the expiration of this, or when this expires, this particular level and the new level, like Matt, all of a sudden, like he's down to 20 bigs when he was sitting comfortable last couple of orbits on 35, 40 bigs.
Yeah,
a completely different scenario.
It is completely, and it's difficult to adjust to that psychologically sometimes. It doesn't really matter how experienced you are. Like, you're a human being, and you're still going to feel frustrated when that happens. But you have to hope that your experience will prevent you from making any impatient mistakes just because you're frustrated.
Yeah, I know. Matt Bushell. I know he's been on the scene for the last few years, but I'm just wondering, does he actually realise what kind of level these players are at? That's the question. There would be a tendency to think, coming to the Irish Open and you get here day one and you see everyone knocking back the pints, and you see the you see the postman and the farmer and the builder, and you know what I mean, and the local bully all play
local bully.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You kind of think, right, well, this is littered like with recreational players.
Absolutely. Like, if he's not aware of somebody like Lucky Mo, Tommy Gilazunas, for example, he might just think he's some local lad who wandered in off the street, and Tommy would sell that with his accent and everything as well.
Oh, more than happily. More than happily. So, ace-8 suited, 4-3.
You see Kyle here. This is an interesting. You see Williams here and Kyle. Just this hand. Like, these are the two guys really that are just vying for that. Like, for control of the table. Like, and you see Chris there. He just flatted the open, and Kyle just stole the pot. Like, Kyle is winning.
Kyle's going to win lots of those pots.
He's winning pots he should win,
Yeah.
and he's winning pots he shouldn't.
Yeah.
And like, he's hitting the 8 million mark. I mean, it looks like there's only going to be one story here, that Kyle is going to go all the way to that final table. That's the way it's looking.
Unless he gets into a confrontation with another big stack and ends up losing and doubling that stack up, Kyle is just going to coast. He's just going to constantly pick up chips, win all those small pots where nobody has anything, win pots he shouldn't, as Fintan said, and then occasionally he's going to get hands as well, and he's even more likely to get action. And he's so aggressive. We saw him open the ace-2 suited, the king-queen suited, decided he's opening so much I'm going to 3-bet. No fear from Kyle. He just stuck it in.
And we should say that the second biggest stack, not just on the table, but in the room, is 5.7 million. So if Williams and him were to clash, that's where things would get very interesting. Right now, it's Tommy G and Williams.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Queen
bit of a clash
6
here.
and Queen 10. So top pair with a decent kicker, but it comes up against top 2 pair.
Top 2, yeah. Right, what happened here, like the chip leader folded, which was Kyle, he got out of the way. And once Kyle folds, straight away, Chris is going to open, and he's going to open pretty much anything. And now pretty straightforward defend from Tommy in the big blind here with the suited queen.
Yeah.
And he's getting the actual nut flop really for himself, isn't he?
Yeah. So
a smooth call.
Call, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Love it.
He's
Disguise it.
He's setting
That's
up
the
a
way.
check raise. He's going to be worried about the big 2 pair now, that king queen combo. But
yeah,
I think
it's a late position raise though, so he knows that Williams' range here is super wide. He knows that Williams will keep barreling a lot, so he's going to throw out the rope. Now I think this is the first decision point. Does he just want to check call again and do the same on the river, allow him to bluff? Or is he worried now that a lot of hands have picked up equity?
Yeah,
spades, there's spades, there's clubs, there's Jack 10, there's even hands like 7-8 that have gut shots. A lot of hands have equity now. So that's what's going through his mind now. Do I shut it down now, or do I check call again?
And he's flat called. So,
so he's going to allow him to bluff again.
Oh, sick card.
That's a sick card.
Now, Tommy, he's never putting Chris on a queen.
No.
So he might come out, he might lead out here for value, Dara.
Yeah, because Tommy could have hit his flush here as well. Tommy has a lot of marginal hands that get to the river and don't want to face a big bet. So there's some argument for Tommy throwing out a small bet here to make it look like he's trying to block her, that he has something like a pair.
And bear in mind, he's checked flop, checked river. So this is checked flop, checked turn. So this would be his first moment of actually taking control.
If you go check call, and then you bet the river, it's very hard to have a bluff in that spot.
And
the problem
he was calling pre-flop as well.
He doesn't want to miss out on value, like a king would check back here.
Yeah, absolutely. A king or even a queen. I mean, there's only one queen out there, so he's definitely not putting Chris on a queen. So he's trying to think, what kind of hands does he have? Does he have hands that will bluff a lot if I check, or does he have hands that will call a bet?
He's bet 410. I was just about to ask Fintan and yourself there, You like that bet side? Instant call.
gone
It's
for the
obviously going to be instant call with
It's
the
a
trip queens.
huge. This is very significant.
Full
Massive
boat
pot.
against trip queens.
Tommy's kind of look at Tommy's
Wow.
expression. He's kind of thinking, could have got a lot more.
Could have got that all in, probably.
Yeah.
But if he does move all in, the dynamic possibly changes.
He's never
but-
moving all in because he's going to scare out a lot of hands like a King X that will fold.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So, but he had an option to go for the check raise, but I think it's too risky because a King X checks back, and it brings Tommy up to 4 million.
He's gotten paid. He's gotten paid nicely.
This is unfolding to be a top quality Irish Open. I'm absolutely
really
loving it.
It's
And the players and it's brilliant. And I know I shouldn't be saying this because I mean we love having the European players visit, but I'm loving the fact that it's an Irish English kind of feel that's predominantly left, like, you know.
Yeah, well, the English come over in their droves as well, so that always adds a bit of spice to the Irish Open. So many English players and so many Irish
they love
players.
it. They love the
Yeah.
atmosphere here.
Yeah.
I mean that's one of the conversations we were having with Simon Trumper and with Tower is the fact that you play in tournaments in the UK, you bust out, you leave. You play in a tournament in the Irish Open, and you're hanging around the bar afterwards. You're chatting about your bad beat story. You're chatting about the suck out you managed to get. The atmosphere is just electric. In the room, it's much more tense now than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
But like the bars hopping, whether you're in the main bar, the bar here in the poker room, or the actual hotel bar, it's fantastic. And I think Tower was saying that he just knew that there was going to be an awful lot of the UK players who were going to return, and this was going to be the first one on the list. Ace Jack from Aidan O'Hara. Oh, this is the wrong time to move all in. Now, to be fair, he's picked up Ace Jack, so he wasn't to know he was going to bump into Bushel with Ace King. Things haven't gone Bushel's way in level 27, but this is level 28, so maybe things will turn around for him. He obviously has the advantage. Both have separate cards for flush possibilities. That's not really going to matter now, though. So it's a jack and a jack only. There were no jacks folded, so we know that there are 3 jacks out there, but it's going to have to come with the river.
Chop pop potential here.
Yeah, good point.
3, 5.
3 or
for a
5.
chop.
Not going to happen, and that will do it for Aidan O'Hagan, who is eliminated. And will end up finishing in 22nd position.
Nice run.
Lovely run from him.
22nd in the Irish Open. Really decent run.
And came out at the right time, if you're going to look on the bright side, because it was 8,040. It's now just jumped to 9,250 for the payday.
That's like for 22nd, that's huge payout in a tournament.
Massive.
I think he's probably going to look back in the stream and he's probably going to think about that King Queen hand, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, that
Yeah,
was
I
kind
think
of like a significant loss, obviously, to a stack. But he probably think, you know what, I either should have went with it or not. Like
that leaves us with 21. Steve O'Dwyer 9-3 off is going to go in the muck. King Queen off in the cutoff position. Busher will muck that.
That'll help Matthew big time now.
Yeah,
2.1
he
million
needed
stack.
a bit of a boost there.
I believe the blinds are up, so the graphic there 25.50 that will be updated.
Yeah, it's gone 30-60 with the 60k big blind ante as well. Just because Fintan and I have discussed this, but Dara, just to get your thoughts, I know you discussed it briefly with us yesterday. Ashby has moved all in with the ace-10. Ace-10 never gets beaten. And of course, Tommy G can't call.
Yeah, the Jack 2 Open was a little bit marginal there.
Yeah,
give it a chip stack, Dara.
Yeah,
You
Ashby's
know.
just going to move in a lot there. And you're not blocking any of the hands that are going to move in, apart from, I guess, Ace Jack, King Jack maybe. But yeah, you kind of want to, you don't want to open too wide into that kind of a stack.
with the structure the way it is, and with the big blind ante in play, anybody I've spoken to is in favour of it. Fintan immediately was instantly in favour of it, and yourself and David as well.
Oh yeah, massively. It just speeds the game up so much. I mean, it used to be such a such a pain when the dealers were. There was always somebody at the table who was forgetting to ante every hand and had to be reminded.
Yeah.
And then the absolute nightmare was that 75 ante level where
Oh,
the
stop.
dealer was just making
The
change all the
change, yeah.
time.
Oh God.
Yeah,
I remember
just waste of time.
Yeah, David and I were at a tournament in Barcelona once, and there was a 75 ante-level, and a guy with all the small chips got moved off to another table, and every hand was just an nightmare. Well, we thought we were going to get to the stage where we were going to have to start writing out IOUs to people, and David said to me, "I'm pretty sure I could bet an amount that nobody can call just because they don't have the right denomination of chips, and nobody can make change for them."
Good one.
Yeah, that point was being made to me yesterday as well by a pro that it cuts out all the dealers constantly having to remind players antes.
It was one of those things when it came in, people were not too sure about it, and they were like, but as soon as people saw just how much it sped up the game, I just couldn't imagine ever going back now.
Yeah.
Interesting spot here again. Now, this is the
Very
second time
much
in a
so.
row
Yeah.
Aspie is 3-bet ripped all in over Tom's Open.
And this is a big shove. This is
It's a big
23
shove.
23
Tom's not
blinds.
going to call this. And it's more likely like that Chufty has the goods the second time
Yeah.
around as well.
This is right on the line. I mean, Tommy is not going to give this one up without thinking about it. Tommy's going to ask himself, are there any hands that are worse than my hand? Like now King Queen is technically worse, but it's not really worse because it's almost
It's
a
pretty
flip.
much a flip.
He's asking
Yeah.
himself, is Ace 10 in there? Oh, sorry, Ace 9 in there. Ace 5 suited,
I think he's
Ace
gonna
4
call.
suited.
I think there's no, he's not calling. This is a
I think
fold.
he's going to call.
I think he's going to preserve.
He's
Wow!
going to call.
Call.
Yes!
That's
Ace
call,
10,
yeah.
baby!
Believe it.
What did I
Yeah.
tell you? Ace
I
10,
can't
son.
believe that.
I think he just felt there were enough hands he dominated.
That's an incredible call, that is.
And this is a massive flip now.
And Chufty, the second he heard call, he just sized. Did you see
Yeah,
that
the way he
expression?
stood up. It's like, it was almost like
That's
Phil
very
Lack.
strong. I never make that call. I try and preserve my stack. But
Queen,
Tommy,
7,
lucky
A
Mo
lot of ways to win this
Jack.
now.
Yeah.
You can see he's
flops
still,
the good shot.
he's still 45%.
Any big card.
42%.
And this 7.
7.
A Queen, Jack, half the
Oh
half
my
the deck.
goodness.
Yeah. And there's
Ace
the
on the
ace.
river, Barry Greenstein, and that is the end of it for Chufty. He almost was doing the Phil Lack and putting on my shoes and walking out the door before I even get there.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that call, Jar, because I
That's a
genuinely
super call.
never make that call. I would never make that.
Online, that call would be completely standard.
Okay.
Because you're opening so many hands that are worse than Ace 10. If you open that hand and you fold, the guy can shove almost any 2 cards over you, and it's going to be profitable because of the amount you're folding. Live is different, obviously, but
You're playing
Tommy-
much quicker online as well.
yeah,
and
Tommy,
it's the Irish Open.
Tommy would be aware of who Chufty is, and he would be aware that he is going to shove all the small pairs that you're flipping against. Some worse hands than Ace 10.
King Jack.
King
Yeah.
Queen, King
King
Jack,
Queen.
Ace 9 maybe, Ace 8, maybe some low suited aces as well. And if Tommy wants to go on playing aggressively, he can't just keep opening and folding to shoves. So I think that's basically why he called there. He didn't love it, obviously, and it's not super profitable, but it was just to stop everybody that's shoving on him.
We lose Chufty, but we actually gain Seamus Cahill in seat 7, who's taken the seat of Aidan, who was busted out a couple of hands ago.
And Seamus was terrific earlier on. So he's the latest addition, as we're now down to 19. So we are approaching.
Why is it saying clicky in the cutoff? P. Clark.
That's just a
It must be a
technical error.
Unless he's
So-
unless he's on the. No.
No, he's not there. I
No.
think it just hasn't updated.
Yeah. Graphics team will fix that, don't worry.
Yeah, Seamus was actually the player who knocked me out near the bubble. Very standard spot, but it is noteworthy. He was all in about 50 from the bubble as well. He had Ace 9 against Ace King and I think pocket 10s, and he managed to get there on the river. But it's great to see that he's used that luck that he got in the bubble and powered on. Seamus, of course, Emmett might remember this, the year that Niall Smith beat Surinder heads up. Seamus was.
You mean the 17-hour heads
the
up
heads up
final
that just went
table?
on forever. Seamus went out in 3rd or 4th on that final table.
That's right.
He
Yeah.
final tables in 19 as well.
Yeah. So he has an incredible
Didn't
record
know
in
that.
this.
Didn't know that. That's interesting.
And Seamus back in 2015 got heads up for a bracelet as well, actually with a chip lead in a 6-max tournament over in Vegas.
You very kindly joined Bex himself on comms that day. Paul Morrow, I remember, was on comms with us for a good
That's
bit
right,
as well.
yeah. That heads up went on forever.
But you were on, you were on with this until the very end, and I remember Jenny like basically handing you all the drink, all of the alcohol, and had to bribe the bar staff to stay open because it was like 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And they had to keep going. They had to figure out some way of keeping going.
It looks like Frank Lillis is back as well.
This is, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous.
This is set up now.
I mean,
what a table
you
this
would
is.
actually, I would never, well, it's probably because we're familiar with every single player.
Yeah.
But if you went to like, I mean, if you went to a 5K or a 10K, you wouldn't see as many, well, you wouldn't recognize them for sure, like,
yeah,
as many high-level players.
So many world-class players on the table now.
Kyle opening, well, this...
The 9-7. This is super
9-7,
wide.
yeah.
This is just, I can get away with this. I can open almost anything. And...
of course, Chris realizing that. He comes in with a 3-bet.
Yeah.
With the King 10 and Steve. I mean, Steve.
Oh, Steve's in a tricky spot
Yeah.
now with the ace 10. After it goes open 3-bet, the question is how much do you like your ace 10?
You have to just do a new chapter on ace 10. Come on, Steve, for goodness sake.
No,
Look,
no.
what I keep saying, ace 10 never lose.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I completely understand.
Hence why I'm on comms there.
Yeah. Ace 10 is a good hand to 3-bet, but not so good to cold 4-bet. And as I said earlier, like I have played a lot with Steve online, and he's obviously an absolute beast, but his game is really based around just being very, very technically good, not making any mistakes. He doesn't step out of line all that often.
The blinds are, the big blind now is 60K, so it's
Yeah.
30,000, 60,000.
30, 60, and then the 60 big blind ante as well. So it's getting expensive out there.
19 left. I believe there's a redraw at 16.
Yes.
16 redraw, yeah.
So we'll have a small break there.
And that'll mix it up. We've no idea what's going on in the
Now,
outer tables.
What you're
we
about to see is his Kyle come over and actually take a photograph. I don't know if the camera switched when he was doing it. So he takes a photograph of us commentating on him winning a hand, and then I turn to him and say, obviously put the mic down and went, Kyle, how you getting on? You're still on 7 million. And he goes, no, I'm out.
Joking.
And I went, what? And like my heart started to go, like this coffee mug says that Kira, who works in Insidious, gave me because it has so many espressos in it, heart attack. And he goes, nah, when you missing. And still is on over 7 million. So we're 15 minutes behind as flop comes down, 9 king queen.
Yeah, Tommy's defended the king 5 here against the cutoff open, and he's flop top pair. Williams will probably see bet this board, even though a lot of hands connect with it. Yes, a bet here will work a lot. If you fold out, you know, ace 6, that's a very good result. You're mostly just trying to fold out hands that have missed. Tommy's obviously going to hang on. Been very impressed by Tommy's play from the blinds in particular. Not afraid to defend very wide, and he knows how to play out of position.
3 of clubs hits the turn, so
I think Williams should probably just
check back
and wave the white flag. Hope his hand is somehow good against 2 hearts.
There's our...
Well, it's not anymore. No. 4 hearts in the river.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he could think about turning his hand into a bluff. Because he has the 5 of hearts, which blocks some flushes. So Tommy might not give him the chance to check back. Tommy might throw out a blocker bet here, try and get called by a queen or a 9. Tommy has the king of hearts, which is relevant as well. Yeah, Tommy's going for it looks like Tommy's going for a blocker here.
What do you do in
That's a snap fold from Chris.
Actually,
yeah.
Tommy went big.
And
Yeah, Tommy went big to try and get a cry call from a queen.
This is our Texan friend, the second tournament director behind Nick. And I think they've just been told no cell phones. I think they've just been. Yeah, he is. Now, this man is one of the sweetest men you'll meet. Tends to be the way things go in poker, unless your name is William Kasuth. Boom! We've been owning him so much.
Yeah.
William, don't look back at what David Lappin had to say yesterday on the live feed. But essentially, now that we're coming down to approaching the final two, they've decided the 15-minute delay is not a problem, but they don't want the players having their phones out. So you can send a quick tweet, but Maguire is going to be putting that away. No headphones. You can see headphones have all come away.
Yeah, you see different rules. Some tournaments take very, very strict line on this. Other tournaments just insist that you have to step away from the table if you want to use your phone. You can debate it different ways. We did commentary
last week. That's a WSOP move, isn't it?
Yeah, we did commentary with Flushy last week, and Flushy said that the obvious solution to this is just to have the live stream on a big screen, so that every player at the table has the same information, and nobody's trying to covertly get people to watch back home or watching on their own phone.
I think that's a good shout. I mean, one thing I always notice from streams I watch, and I watch quite a few of them, is there's always someone there who doesn't have the rail the other players have.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
he's just traveling by himself.
It's the amateurs who are at the biggest disadvantages then.
Yeah.
If a professional makes a final table, they can ring up any number of their friends who will happily rail for them and feed them all the information they need. But it's the guy who's travelled on his own, as you've said. So Seamus is still appearing as Paddy Clark, but we can assure you that is Seamus Cahill, and he has flopped the absolute nuts here.
And it's going to be a big Matt Bushell.
Look at what Bushell has. Bushell has
the nut flush draw.
The nut flush draw and
with a good shot. Yeah. So money going over the line.
Yeah, Lillis won't get involved here, I don't think. This is just too coordinated a board. Somebody's got something.
So nut flush draw.
Yeah, apologies
And
about the
straight.
mistake here in the graphic. It will be updated. That's not Paddy Clark. That is Seamus Cahill.
Yeah, and of course,
so
Clickies fans all know that Oliver's just going to fix that. There was a minor error, and obviously on a 15-minute delay, it just takes a little bit of time to update. But
so he's come out betting, and now Bushell is trying to decide: do I call or do I raise?
Interesting lead out here, Dara, with the nuts.
Let me ask you, Dara, first of all, and then Finton straight afterwards. Well, we're going to get our answer. I was going to say, what do you do? Do you call or do you raise? What would you have preferred, Finton?
I think it's fine, absolutely fine to call here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's probably going to save him, because if this continuation bet now from Seamus is big in sizing, I think Matt can just get away.
Yeah, depending on the sizing here, particularly with the board having straightened up even more, so now that any 5 or any 10 makes a straight. Seamus might go smaller here now to try and keep more hands in. Yeah, Seamus has gone very small here.
275 into a 1.1 million pot.
Yeah, this isn't going to get the fold because we're getting pretty much the direct odds with our hand to hit the flush. And it is the nut flush draw as well, so you're not worried that the guy has a worse flush draw. Or a better flush draw, rather. I think Bushell will probably just call here again.
Meanwhile, there's a raffle going on in the background. €5 raffle with something crazy like 11 grand for the winner.
Yeah. And we're going to see a river, and misses the river. Now, the
Seamus could check. Seamus could check here and try and deuce
a bluff. Yeah, absolutely.
Which would be very intriguing.
Yeah, Seamus's hand has been devalued as well by the fact that the board is paired. He's fallen behind some houses now. Yeah, I think he did. He's gone for the check there. So he's going to take the check call line.
And having missed,
Well, ace high no good. Ace high is not winning.
Ace high
does
yeah.
Matthew just try and come up with some sort of a bluff, or does he just give up?
Yeah, it depends on what he thinks Seamus' range looked like. He knows he has little or no showdown here. I mean, once in a blue moon, ace high might be good if the guy is barreling with the worst flush draw. But the problem in this spot is that you kind of want him to have a missed flush draw. That's all you're...
and you're
all you
blocking
can get
that
to fold,
hand.
and you're blocking that very strongly, particularly with the ace of that suit. So yeah, he did decide to just give up there. If you're going to bluff every single hand that you have in this spot, you're going to be over bluffing. So I think he just decided there are too many check calls on the river there that Seamus can have.
So, with the player being moved here, Frank Lillis, that tells us that there's a bust out on the other table. So they're balancing the tables.
It does indeed. And
So that means we're down to 18
that
free
also
tables.
means we are 2 away from cutting to 2 tables, where we'll take a small break as they redraw.
So 3 tables in play. We're concentrating on this feature table.
Yep.
And there's 2 more outer tables, 6 players on each table.
And we will have a camera that will be looking at the second outer table, so we won't miss any of the action out there. King 10 for O'Dwyer and raises to 140. Since 7's out of the way. King Jack for Tony G. As we just decided to call him, by the way.
Yeah. This is an interesting spot for Tommy now because he's on the button. He could elect to just flat here, play in position with a hand. The problem with 3-betting a hand like King Jack is you're going to fold out all the hands like King 10 that you're actually ahead of, and that's why Tommy's called here. But
Ace 10, baby.
Not
Ace 10.
Not Paddy Clark. Seamus Cahill.
Seamus Cahill. It's going to be
Picked
fixed in
up
a second.
Ace 10.
It's going to be fixed in a second.
Yeah,
so
we're probably going to see the 3-bet here.
Oh, I love it.
In case you didn't know, the Spanish team won it last week, over 40,000 euros. It was a very exciting time. It was quite possibly the best celebration we've ever had.
The big draw is currently going on, if you're wondering what's all that noise in the background. So Seamus has... Oh, he's limped.
He did decide to call in the end. Oh, sorry, he's in the small blind. I thought he was in the big blind. Yeah, Kyle is behind. Kyle has just folded the 5-3.
So, given how aggro Kyle is...
Yeah, again, the problem with 3-betting a hand like Ace 10 is you fold out all the worst hands and you're in trouble.
9, 7, 8.
Okay, so Steve and Seamus are both open-ended. Tommy doesn't really have much. Well, actually, Tommy has a gutter and 2 overs. So, yeah, this is... They've all quite connected with this, but not really strong enough to bet, probably. Tommy will probably elect to check here.
Tommy G just take the free card and try and get to the turn.
Yeah.
Get to 4th Street and see what happens.
It's just very hard. It's very hard for everybody to have missed this board. But no, Tommy's taking the aggressive action. If he can fold out one player, that's a good result because then he's going to be heads up in position. So I think that's why he's elected to bet. He does also have the backdoor diamond going for him.
True. Seamus, though, is going nowhere.
No. Seamus, as probably most Irish people know, is primarily a PLO player. So when Seamus has any type of equity, he's continuing.
Steve O'Dwyer is getting a huge price here, 160 to call.
Yeah,
There's 860 in the
He's not folding. His only question here is it worth raising here and trying to force them both out? But he has
decided to call as
well. These are 3 relatively big stacks as well, and ICM is starting to be fairly big now. And when ICM is big, the medium and big stacks tend to play more passively post-flop against each other. than they would earlier in the tournament.
Well, the ace-10 still leads after the queen hits the board on 4th Street.
It's going to go check, check, and Tommy's going to have a decision.
Tommy
He
will-
could fire again here.
Yeah, but he's firing into 2 people, and he only has a gut shot now with 1 card to come. Gut shot and over, I guess, but it might be the time for Tommy to just raise the white flag now.
And he is indeed going to check. So
Yeah,
let's
he's gonna
find
try
out
to-
what we get on the river. Ace! Ace-10,
So-
baby!
Yeah.
Ace-10 never loses. What did I tell you, chat? Never loses. Chapter 5 of Finton and I's book,
Playing
where we're
ace-10.
going to just take some of your wording and rewrite it in our own words. You're writing the forward. Chapter 5 is all about how you win with Ace-10 in tournaments.
Yeah.
This is-
Seamus has decided he's got a check call here now. He's hoping somebody will bluff at this. So many draws have missed. Diamonds have bricked. All the 10x has missed. And looks like Steve might take the bait here.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
I don't know. Is this straight? I don't know. Does Seamus call this?
Oh, I think he does.
It's a pretty big bet. It's almost pot. I still think Seamus is calling though.
Tommy has no decision here at all.
Now, Steve is an exceptional player, but I think the 800k is almost. I am trying to steal this.
Well, to be fair, he probably would do this with his value as well. But yeah, Seamus is a very easy bluff catch here, I think.
You're not coming over to the top, but you are going to call.
Oh yeah, we're never raising here.
And it's a massive pot. 1.8 million.
Yeah, I mean, if you play ace-10 on this run out and you hit your ace on the river, I think you have to call.
Yeah.
These players are going to play some poker for money the hard way.
But he obviously doesn't like it because you are only beating a bluff now.
Very true. I mean, look, you could easily be in a situation where Steve had ace-7, ace-9,
Yeah.
ace-jack.
Yeah, those hands would play like this for sure.
You know, suited ace-jack, diamonds.
The only thing is, ace-10 specifically is blocking a lot of the hands that you would be afraid of. Like he's also blocking jack-10.
Yes.
So this is one of the better bluff catch candidates.
Seamus is in the tank.
Yeah, the reason why Seamus is tanking here is because of the size. This large size is basically Steve saying either I have a hand that ace-10 is behind, for sure, I'm not doing this with a weaker ace, for example, or a queen, or I'm bluffing. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
He's basically polarized his range here, and so when your opponent polarizes your range, you just have to focus on whether you're blocking the bluffs or you're blocking the value. With the ace, he's blocking a lot of the value. He's blocking all the 2 pairs that Emmett mentioned, ace-7, ace-9, that get in there on the river, and you're also blocking the jack-10. So I think this should be a call.
Finton, what do you expect him to do?
I don't think it's that straightforward. I really don't think. I mean, this board is just. I mean, it's horrible. I mean, one pair on a board like this is horrible. Yeah, I get the diamonds have missed, but I think it's just. Given that Steve, yeah, I did think it'd get through.
90% of the time, he's right every time. Finton Gavin calls it, and
I mean, he is only beating the bluff. That's it.
He's only beating a bluff, but you are blocking
a lot of the
you're,
bluffs.
you're blocking,
Jack 10,
you're blocking none of the bluffs, and you're blocking a lot of the value. So I think Seamus has to call there really. If he's going to play ace-10,
yeah,
and he's going to get no money into the pot on the turn, and then hit his ace on the river, I don't really understand why we're playing ace-10 like that.
yeah, you've taken the free shot and you've hit. Now maybe in his mind he was hoping for the straight, but
yeah, he obviously he was primarily hoping for the straight, which, as we know, would only have chopped the pot for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you have to call there. I think you just have to buckle up, put on your big boy pants, and say, I'm beating all the bluffs. Steve is good enough to have lots of bluffs here.
It's in his wheelhouse.
I'm not blocking those bluffs, and I am blocking the value.
yeah, and as you said, I'm genuinely stunned that he's folded the ace-10. I really am. But 90% of the time, he's right every time. Finton Gavin done it again. Aces for Tommy G.
Nice time, I think, for Tommy to pick up a premium here.
Really nice time after the last few hands.
And look at this, Seamus.
Oh dear.
After making a big fold last hand.
That's probably still nagging it in the back of his mind. He doesn't know whether he folded the best hand or not.
True. He's made it 480.
Yeah, King 7 suited is the right kind of hand to 3-bet, obviously. He can just fold to a 4-bet, and if you get called, you have some sort of playability.
Now, Kyle has 7.4 million and is the overall chip leader in the room.
Yeah, and he's looking at an aggressive opener in the cutoff, a very aggressive 3-better in the on the button. Queen 10 looks fairly reasonable in that spot, but he has decided to let it go.
Yeah.
You don't want to go too wild in these spots. And now Tommy's loving this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great situation. And he's a couple of choices.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think,
let's
he wants to get money in the pot.
Let's
I think
discuss these
that's
choices,
the
gentlemen.
the key here with the aces, it's the target in Hold'em. Get your money over the line
But
with the best hand.
how big is the raise if you're sitting in this position, Fintan?
I think he goes small. I think these big 4-bets can be small enough and entice, keep all the marginal hands in. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tommy went as small as 1,050,000, something like that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tommy just flats here as well. He's
Really?
He's blocking a lot of the bluffs here. A lot of the bluffs are weak aces, and aces is just so unvulnerable, and particularly against Seamus. Seamus is just so aggressive when he has the betting lead that we can expect him to see bet almost 100%.
Yeah, spot on, Derek.
So, flat and disguise the strength.
I love this from Tommy.
This is fantastic
Yeah,
poker.
this is brilliant because Seamus will blast off on a lot of flops.
This is just quality
This
play.
is box office stuff.
Lucky Mo.
We're charging 50 quid per view because this is better than pay-per-view boxing. This is much better.
And I mean, it's incredible, really.
Yeah,
like Seamus has flopped. Good shot, backdoor
Backdoor
clubs.
And he's the 2 overs as well. He's flopped so well that
He might even check
he
back.
might even check and just take it straight out.
Take a free card to
Yeah.
the turn.
But
It looks as though the way he's eyeing up his stack looks as though he's trying to decide how much do I fire here.
yeah, I played a lot with Seamus, and he generally takes the aggressive option when both options are reasonable. Which again is a good reason. Another reason why I absolutely love Tommy's flat pre-flop, because he's basically expecting Seamus to blast off a lot.
Now, does Tommy
The
come
pot's-
back over the top here?
Well, the pot's very big now. The pot's already 1.5 million, and Seamus only has 2.3 behind. So this might be the time to bring down the hammer.
Do you bring down the hammer here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the ideal scenario, he's up against like kings or queens, something like this that will stay. But like Tommy's just check calling out of position.
Yeah. No, Tommy's buckling up here. He knows that Seamus will blast off, and this is a card which actually gives a
club.
flush draw.
Yep. Which is what Seamus exactly wanted. So it's going to keep Seamus in business. He now has 8 outs.
A lot of players would check here, but Seamus might not be one of them. As I said, when both options seem reasonable, Seamus pretty much always takes the more aggressive option.
He might even shove.
Yeah. Now, Tommy's not going to be at all concerned about the 6, because the 6 really shouldn't be in Seamus's range.
Yeah.
This is a huge moment for Seamus now.
He check back and he misses.
Yeah.
Queen of Diamonds hits the river.
Now, now if Tommy checks again, Seamus will almost certainly bluff, I think.
And Tommy's going to know that.
Yeah. Tommy has to ask himself, did Seamus check back something like an overpair that he didn't feel great about anymore? And maybe and that's going to check back again? Or did he check back a hand that he might bluff with on the river? So Tommy's staring at the board, trying to work out what are the hands he could bluff with? What are the hands he could have checked for pot control? Which of those hands will bet the river if I check? Which of those hands will call if I bet? So what's the best line here?
Also, the longer you stare at the board, gives the impression to your opponent that you've missed.
Yeah, there's a lot of misdraws out there, so Tommy might try to make his hand look like a misdraw.
And just hope that Seamus either pays him off or comes over the top.
Yeah. Oh, I love this bet.
Oh, 375
This is a brilliant
into
bet.
a 2.2 million bet.
This looks like a blocker.
It does. And that's a great fold. That's a great fold.
Yeah, he was hoping Seamus would launch there.
Yeah. And that was exactly, basically, Fintan, what the bet size was Come on, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. It was trying to induce a raise from Seamus.
Yeah.
That was real. That was a quality hand. It was so interesting.
Yeah, he was trying to make his hand look like 8s or 9s, which is just trying to not get bluffed on the river.
Well, we've been 18-handed now for quite a while. We're going to break when it hits 16 because that will be us down to 2 tables. We are playing down to the final table tonight. Final table, for the record, is 9 players. And fair to say that from how quickly the war of attrition was in the field in the City West earlier on, it has dramatically slowed subsequently. There may actually be a redraw happening right now, in fact. Bit of a rail where the normal payout structure is developing. Nick is coming over alongside the assistant tournament director, the man from Texas.
It could be hand for hand, perhaps. With 2 tables still in play, it's probably going hand for hand.
So players were actually a little bit confused there. They were thinking perhaps they were going to go on break as there's a redraw about to take place. But they are going to continue on playing. Our table is about to be mixed up though.
What does that mean, Emmett?
Apparently we're going to have a little bit of a redraw. Let me just confirm all this. Hold on. So the noise you're hearing in the background is the big bingo lottery draw that's going on. And it's so active that the players actually thought the redraw was going on for them.
Okay.
So they all stood up and confused everybody. Only to be told, sit back down, you're going nowhere. So ace-9 suited against queen-jack suited. Jack hits on the board, which is king to jack. And you can hear just how excited they are about this, this major draw. Gentlemen, I'm going to let you two speak amongst yourselves, because I'm going to find out exactly what the story is from our main man, Nick, in terms of it's not going to be hand by hand. It is going to be a soft hand by hand. And
I understand that. That's fair
You
enough.
can explain that a little bit
Yeah,
more.
it's pretty.
With
I like.
Dara.
I think that's better because, like, hands don't take the same amount of time. Every hand is unique.
Yeah.
And like sometimes, like if you, I think a good TD will let the 2 tables run. Yeah, one table's going to go ahead, be faster, and then the other table will catch up, and I think it'll balance out. But obviously, if one hand is if one table has tankers and they're just deliberately stalling and it's going on, then I think it's time for the TD to step in.
Yeah, I think the fact that Will Kassouf isn't in the tournament anymore makes that less likely. Will is an infamous staller. I actually played in a satellite once where there were 2 tables left, and I was counting the hands. And in the time they played 1 orbit on Will's on Will's table, we played 3.5 orbits on our table.
That's not right. That's ridiculous. Yeah, but I mean, the hand for hand. I mean, players are in the flow, particularly on a stream. There's viewers watching.
Yeah, there's always one table waiting.
Yeah, let them play. And okay, after 3, 4, 5 hands, if it is a problem, then I think the TD. So I love this.
Yeah,
I think this is the best way to proceed for sure.
Yeah, this is very good ruling. Nick's a world-class TD, it has to be said. We're blessed with the quality of staff that are
Absolutely,
working this event.
floor staff. We've
Yeah.
said it. Like there's a bunch of top TDs coming out of Ireland, and really good floor staff, like that
They
can
can
TD themselves. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, and then a lot of the Americans that we see here are the top guys from the WSOP. Every year I go over, I see these guys at the WSOP, and they are the cream of the
Same,
crop.
yeah. It's the same that you see here in City West at this year's Irish Open. Steve O'Dwyer.
So we've a pot here between Steve O'Dwyer and Chris Williams. No amount of money has gone in yet. Steve has bottom pairs, so this is a pretty thin value bet. Might get called here. Wow, he targeted exactly ace highs there. That is a very, very good thin value bet. And that might not look like much, but world-class players like Steve will eke out a little bit of extra value in those spots. So they're changing the dealers now, and we're really getting down to the business end. 18 players left of the 2040 that started.
I'm not even sure what the payout level is at this stage, but I'm sure we're up to about 9 or 10k.
$10K, yeah. $10K was a good call.
And a pretty decent jump then.
Yeah, actually, one more player gets eliminated. It goes from 10.
Well, no, it's much higher there. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, 18. Yeah,
Yeah,
spot on.
10-6 to 12-3.
Yeah.
So they're actually on a pay jump. Sometimes you find players stalling on pay jumps as well, but there's no evidence of that. Certainly none of these players are stalling.
You know you're at the Irish Open when you see the back graphic displaying the band that's playing that night in the bar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Williams,
Yeah.
suited ace in the cutoff. Pretty
Suited.
standard here. Open
very,
up.
Very, very standard. Steve has got an easy fold on the bottom of Jack 8, and Bushell has 7s and 25 big blinds. There's an argument for just shoving this hand now. Fold out lots of hands that have good equity against you. 7s doesn't play very well out of position. It's not really strong enough to 3-bet call. Yeah, he's moved all in. This is fairly standard, to be honest. Sometimes recreationals are surprised to see guys shoving 25 big blinds with this type of hand. But it's just the other options kind of suck. But look at, the Lucky Mo has woken up with ace queen.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to call. And then Chris will obviously fold.
So there's only one hand really that Tommy's concerned about is ace king, right?
Ace king, yeah.
Because like aces,
kings, queens,
kings,
don't do
queens,
this.
they won't.
They'll all
yeah,
induce.
Yeah.
And to be honest, even ace king might induce as well. So Tommy's going to hope he's up against a worse ace or something like king queen. Maybe some suited queens, some suited aces that he's dominating as well. I love how long Tommy's taken to think these spots through
It's
as well.
been absolutely class to watch.
Because Tommy's a man who plays 16, 20, 24 tables online. So he doesn't necessarily always have a lot of time. So a lot of his online game will be just standard, and he would always go with his hand in this spot. But he's giving himself time to think about this.
So the original open from Williams, of course, that's a concern. It's not out of the question for, Williams to be opening light. Do you know what I mean? He could have the goods here. So that's in his mind.
Yeah, he could have the goods. And he is very deep against Williams. Williams has, wow, yeah, I didn't realize they were that deep. Williams has over 65 big blinds. But he has moved all in, yeah, which is the standard play here, I think. And there's another big flip.
Not great, really, for Tommy. The
ace is
ace,
gone.
yeah, not a good scenario. But still, 45%, 55%.
And this is obviously a huge moment for Bushell. His tournament life on the line here with the 7s. And straight out
it's
of
over.
the door,
End of story.
Unless
comes runner for a straight.
Yeah. Tommy's struggling it ruefully. Yeah, Tommy's dead now. So setback for Tommy, but there's nothing he can really do there. He wasn't hoping for a flip. He was hoping for something like Ace Jack, Ace 10, King Queen, those types of hands.
Matthew, up to 3.2 million. Big blind 60k. So over 50 bigs.
So, no hand-to-hand. They're going to keep it on rocking and rolling, which is one of the reasons why, and to be fair, this is Nick and our second tournament director, assistant tournament director from Texas. Don't mess with Texas. Both of them just love the fast action, and the players are in agreement on that as well. They also don't want to end up in a situation where on table 2, for example, a player goes all in and somebody has a hand on table 1 and goes shut down. So they want them to keep going.
Yeah, no, that makes
and
sense.
It does make sense, yeah. So we're
it's better for the viewers at home as well if they don't want to see the player standing up and waiting for 2 minutes.
exactly. And you and I have been through that. Finton and I have been through
it's
that
not
as
fun.
well. It's not the most fun
It's
in the
not
world.
fun to watch. It's not fun to be a player in that situation either.
No. So it keeps the action going. It keeps it moving. In around about 8.5 minutes, players are going to hit a break. So we'll get a 20-minute break. Pump ourselves up full of coffee.
And the next level will be 40-80, right?
Next level is indeed, my friend, 40-80 with the 80k big blind.
So another big jump, like 30-60 to 40-80.
Oh, it's huge.
Like that is a big. That's sizable. Like
yeah,
do you know what I mean?
150 to 200 in the middle.
Yeah.
An extra 1/3, and the other thing is now as we approach the final table, you get short-handed as well, and the big blind ante becomes even more significant then.
Which is all great for viewers to see the action unfolding. And Clicky has left the table, and Seamus Cahill has sat down, even though they look the exact same.
That's amazing, isn't it? And do they just allow that happen? that Clicky can just walk away and Cahill can come on in here?
There'll be a big court case over this.
What's the story?
Yeah, they're both Irish.
Seamus will go, how can I win a flip when you don't even put my right name there?
So, yeah, obviously, well done to the graphics team for correcting. It's just a minor error. The 10s are still in the lead here, King 10. There is a backdoor flush draw for the 4s, but needs not to know that. So, it's gone check from Seamus. Finton, what are you expecting here? With the
Chris is
10s?
going to bet now. No, he checks back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he has showdown here. He doesn't. He's hit.
Well, he's lost.
Oh, wow, that's
a weird hair
amazing.
here.
Now, Derek,
horrible
it is on Seamus to make the action. He's checked. It's obviously 2 pair for Williams. So
you can't value bet.
He's going to check as well.
You can't value bet that. You just
and he's going to be pretty. He's looking at your
Yeah.
face when he sees the 4 spades. Oh my God, he's
How
sick.
do I lose to the 4 high flush?
Yeah. Because I was going to say a bet was going to be pretty tricky for Seamus to call, but at the same time, it's difficult to get him off it.
That would have been very difficult to call.
Now, Philip Baker made an appearance on the Final Furlong podcast, and he came on and he said, sell your kid's bike, and then goes, actually, forget that. Sell your kids. Sell the kids' tuition. Sell their college fund. Get the Trocra box out. Embezzle as much as you possibly can, and back Galopin Deschamps to win by over 8.5 lengths. Kaluki stuck their neck out, they gave you a fair price, and they took a hammering because you said Paul Townend's going to put on a show, and Baker, what happens? He wins by 18.5 lengths. Get in there. Philip Baker back on the Final Furlong soon, and he'll be here tomorrow as the announcer for the final table. He'll be suited and booted. But what a debut on the Final Furlong podcast. Don't just sell your kids' bikes, sell your kids. Get the Troker box, get all the money you can. And Kaluki did stick their neck out, gave a very fair price on a long odds-on favourite, because I was thinking maybe Townend, they'll be having Bunchestown in mind in a couple of weeks, and we'll take the action. You know what? We'll just get him over, happy day. And he goes, no, I don't think that at all. I think what they're going to do is they're going to put on a show. Slams a grade 1 winner by 18 lengths. Pay that man. Right, Ace King versus 9s versus Queen 10. So we've had a raise to 120. Steve has called with the Queen 10 suited.
I think this is
And Seamus,
an all-in.
I was going to ask you, so you've given me the answer.
You can also squeeze here and call a shove, I think. Obviously, he's playing the hand. The question is how he wants to get the chips in. But by making a normal squeeze, you can get some hands you dominate in, maybe. That would otherwise fold.
This is becoming a big pot, gentlemen.
Yeah, so Seamus has gone for the
50,000.
Squeeze, hoping to induce something like a worse ace or king queen maybe to shove.
Williams with the 9s under the gun, with O'Dwyer still to act behind him, having called. How do you see this playing out?
It's tough to play 9s in this spot.
It's very tough.
Given that he's not closing the action.
This is a really
so
tricky spot.
He
might just flat here.
Do you see him making that play there?
Yeah, I do. I think he could flat because he's in position against Seamus. Seamus is in the small blind. 9s is the kind of hand that it'll be ahead of the bluffs, but it'll be in bad shape against the value. Like Seamus is not going to squeeze with worse pairs than 9s. So it's going to be either an overpair or the type of hand he has, ace king. So I think you can, I don't mind the fold at all, actually. I don't mind the fold at all.
It's because Steve is behind.
Steve is behind, but also, like, you're just crushed by the value. Seamus has all the bigger pairs than 9s. He doesn't have too many worse hands. And you're just in a dark tunnel spot. If you call with the 9s, you're going to be looking at overcards most of the time. Seamus is an aggressive player who's going to keep betting. You know, if it comes ace high, king high, you have a fairly easy fold. But if it comes queen high and Seamus comes out betting, you're in a horrible spot. You can either try and hang on and then you're just praying that you're good, or you can give up and then, you know, Seamus is exploiting you, basically.
So Maguire still on 7.3.
17 left, so one off the final 2 tables. Still 3 tables in play.
Tommy G on 76 big blinds with 4.6. It's then pretty level, and then Seamus is on 2.9.
It's kind of like the chip leader and a bit of a gap, and then everyone's kind of squashed together.
Yeah, and he is chip leader overall. It should be pointed out on our feature table.
But I mean, it's interesting. Even with Kyle, he started out this feature table, obviously with a substantial lead, and he tried to just run over the table, but he hasn't really been involved in anything.
Well, he's adjusted to the fact that he's got an absolute murderous draw of players.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's
sometimes you just have to do that. Like,
it's hard to get your money in here. It's like, you know.
And like even players like Seamus, who is primarily a PLO player, Seamus is one thing he's not scared money. Seamus is a very aggressive player. So if you go on opening any 2 cards or opening very, very wide at a table like this, you're just going to get peppered with 3 bets. You're going to have guys check raising you on flops, all sorts. So Kyle has very sensibly decided, okay, let's go for plan B.
Look at this 3-bet from Tommy with the weak queen.
Yeah, and again, this is a good hand to use because he'll get hands which he is dominated by to fold.
Like this king queen.
Yeah.
Chip leader folding in the small blind, and
what's
ace 8 folds.
What's
Matt out of position.
What I have to say is impressive about Kyle, just as you're saying that his adjusting to how this game is going, trying to steamroll over it with the chip lead, and then going, actually, that's not going to work.
Well, he's not getting a chance. He's
initially
he can't get his money in
the
the
pot.
pot.
Murderer's row behind him. Yeah. So, but he's cool as a breeze. Like I was chatting to him there a little bit earlier on, and he's just ice cold. He's having time of his life, loving life, and no fear whatsoever.
Power poker by Tommy there. Gets the hand which was actually dominating him to fold.
Yep.
And again, if he got 4-bet there, he had a very, very easy fold. If his hand was a little bit stronger, if it was Queen Jack suited, he might have flatted. But Queen 9 suited is just it's a weak hand to play in position. But you can get better hands to fold by 3-betting.
So given the current status, and obviously this is going to be a little bit of an adjustment to the chips after that hand, but Kyle on 120 bigs, Tommy G on 76 bigs, Chris 66, Steve O'Dwyer 65 bigs, Bushel 53, and Seamus on 47 big blinds. So 7.3 million to 2.9 million is what we're talking about. Fintan, how do you expect the remainder of this feature table to go before the 10 minutes when we get the 20-minute break?
I think pretty much what we're seeing is it's going to unfold exactly like it is. It's tough to get in the pots because it's just super aggressive. I mean, it's like every pot is being 3-betted, and you know it's a pretty tough table. I mean, I'm at this table. I'm kind of looking at the other table, going, I've got a bad draw, and I'm happy with the redraw that's incoming at 16.
Yeah.
Dara, for you?
Yeah, I think it's going to continue. I think that all the players have their game plan and they're sticking to it. Steve is playing very, very solid, but after the small blind limps, you know, Queen Jack suited is a pretty big hand, so he's going to raise. You can raise that hand and get called by worse.
And he does make the raise, and he does take down the
And
win.
you also benefit when the guy just folds.
Yeah.
You go from winning the pot 60% of the time or whatever it is to winning it 100%.
And the importance when it's small blind versus big blind in those positions, you know the small blind is going to raise you basically with any two, even though you are Steve O'Dwyer, and you're now an Irish passport citizen, by the way, so we can officially claim him with the tricolour, no longer just having to wear the American flag. But he gives himself the option of winning it there and then, but also potentially looking out on a flop, or a flop that he'll be able to put his opponent on and work out exactly how to strategize and play.
Yeah, another, like, if you go back 7-8 years ago, people very rarely limped from the small blind. It was considered to be a fish play, but now you see it all the time. And when players are limping super, super wide, so they're limping 70% of hands, a hand like Queen Jack suited is suddenly a very big hand. If you raise and he folds, that's good. You take the pot there and then. If you raise and he calls, that's also good, because now you're playing a bigger pot in position with a very nice hand. So all of those are reasons to raise that kind of hand. Because the limp is essentially just, I have a hand I want to play. I have lots of weak hands.
This is a $500,000 raise with the ace-6 suited from Seamus Cahill. Steve will be getting out of the way with the 8-3 on the button. Small blind out of the way, so it folds to Tommy G.
Was that really a $500,000 raise?
I don't think it was.
Yeah, I think that might have been
suggesting it was, but
yeah.
that is it. You can see the players are standing up there. We're going to go grab a coffee. There's no beers been bought tonight. No one's doing that on the table. Everyone's taking things pretty damn serious, although Kyle did make a quick joke about how tequila might be a nice option for everybody, but we're going to see our players go on break, which means we're going to get ourselves a bit of a break as well, and we will be returning. 17 players left. Who's going to make the final table? We'll find out in about 15 minutes' time at the Irish Poker Open.
Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Fintan Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanor as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to Day 2. The ladies' final table was fast and furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Migla Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Feraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You've caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know, not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day.
Mate,
Didn't needle you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Yeah, you going to play any other tournaments? Or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
you could always just enter the raffle as well.
Yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day 1.
You've made that up. Not again, you know.
That would be Mr. Fintan Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that particular
the expletives?
No, really, no, I think I was talking all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day, because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker. If not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Yes.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and Day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5K High Roller, the Heads Up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into Day 2 of the 5K High Roller, although registration remains open until the end of Level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonough and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 Heads Up Championship event also got well underway, which will continue to Day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from Day 1's Six Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly. And the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I'm with a man that needs little introduction, Mr. Will Kassouf. You're doing pretty well.
Not doing too badly now. I had a horrendous final session last night, last level. I lost a big pot with ace-king against ace-5 all in pre-flop, and he spiked a 5 on the turn, so it was a bit frustrating. Bluffed a couple of pots towards the end just to chip up a little bit, but bagged up 48,000 for the start day 2, which is 40 big blinds. Coming back to 612, I managed to spin that up now to around 150 odd. So yeah, it's a much better stack now than I had before.
You had a tough table yesterday, didn't you?
I did, yeah, a couple of tough tables. Got moved about twice, but a few pros. So yeah, really tough tables. So it was a hard grind and didn't really get many hands.
And how are your fellow players on this table? Because I can see your dealer already wants a pair of earplugs.
Yeah, that's a fun table. No, we've got like David Barnes, Drayton Hackstairs, we've got Dan Sampson, a few of the guys from London. We're having some great bands, even with the Irish lads as well. They're getting involved with the crack. So yeah, it's a fun table. It's lively. Every pot's fun. Decent big pots coming now with the blinds going up. So yeah, we're having a good time.
And you are known as the Satellite King, in for the min to get the max.
That's it.
Has it been that way here at this trip?
It had, before I even arrived here, I played one satellite online on Party Poker, the €109 satellite, one shot, one attempt, one a seat, first time. So I was in for the min then, had to play day 1A, like most of the qualifiers had to as well. I bagged up a stack, in fact, then 32,500, which just over started stack, 27 big blinds for day 2. But fortunately here, you could play another flight and take a bigger stack through. So in the meantime, after I finished playing, I played cash games last couple of days, spun up over 1,000 in cash. And had a friend of mine who was selling a ticket. It's €1,150 buy-in, but he sold it to me for €1,000. So I thought, okay, happy days, got a discount. In for them, not quite in for the min, but yeah, semi-free rolling. So I'm in for 1K to win 318,000.
How did you deal without live poker the last few years?
It's been tough. Yeah, I had to adapt. I had to play online. It was like playing online poker or no poker. So I had to be versatile, adapt, play online. It's a completely different game for me. There's so many good players online. It's tougher to win online compared to live. But as you know, I played the Irish Poker Masters, satellite in again, then €109 to €1,100 event. It's like 1,300 something players. Cut long story short, 4 days later, won outright for 215,000. So yeah, can't complain.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well,
and
in
not
for the
only
min and won the max that time. So I hope we do the same today or this year.
We'll
live,
try.
yeah.
We'll try. Also, not just the Satellite King, but Karaoke King.
Oh, please. I don't know. That was just for entertainment. No, I don't claim to be any kind of karaoke king.
No, you're not.
It was great fun. Thanks. You were there. I see the photos on Facebook and you're in it. So you qualified. There you go. You made the cut. Congrats. So you were there. You had a good time, I see. So yeah.
I did. Hopefully, we'll hear some more karaoke when you win this one.
Hopefully, if and when I win it. Yeah, 318 bags later. Yeah.
Thank you very much for chatting with us. Good luck.
Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Cruickshaneda, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I told the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing. You know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played, and this is your first live cash in your Hendon Mob is now ready to go. But you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies or do you normally play mixed games?
No, like normal, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I do, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's like it's harder.
Yeah.
It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you? The main event?
Nope.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies' event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil the Tower Hild. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you're not seeing for 10 years. It's like you're playing again. Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided. I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people, you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we've now, I started walking. I start getting out and talking to people and speaking, and it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way? How good?
It's such a good
How
buzz,
good
isn't it?
is this
He
room?
was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left, and he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone from 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA and he's literally going, you can dance, you can dance, you can dance. And I went, I don't know the next line. I said, how do you not know the next line? And so now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long.
Absolutely.
If he gets any further.
Absolutely. Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was karaoke.
There was karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was the song. It gets the crowd going, and everybody knows it.
Yeah. So are you playing poker, or are you just socialising?
I've tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the Seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the Seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it, and I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come. It has to be on the calendar. Now we're back, so it's just great. It really is.
It is so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone again and be back.
It is brilliant. It really is, and such a vibe. And the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Phil.
very much.
Cheers. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Well, the news is just in, and the Irish Open 2022 has done it again. The records have been smashed. This is the largest ever main event, live one, in Irish poker history. We have an astounding 2,040 entries, which means a prize pool of just shy of €2 million. That means 263 places will be paid out, and our champion will receive a payday of €318,700, and of course the trophy and those all-important bragging rights. Stay with us here. You can follow all of the updates with the live stream and the commentary on YouTube, and of course on irishpokeropen.com. Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders, we've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped at it. I've been working all, maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile or wasn't, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon Mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But, fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting, over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped, really.
No. Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No.
Oh, there must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with? Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Jilly, who plays Jean Slater. And they're both amazing. But, I mean, they're all really, everybody in there is great to work with, everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but...
Not only a great poker player, but also a great actor as well, Mr. Boatman. Chatting earlier on with Laura Cornelius and Mr. Kennedy, using the wrong headset. This is a professional operation here. That's Vincent Gavin's headset. I've got Dara Carney beside me, who is one of the best pros. Been a lot of requests for you, by the way.
That's brilliant to hear.
A lot of love for Fintan on the chat. A lot of requests for yourself as well. We're currently at 3 tables, and the players have just come back from a 20-minute break. So that break will have given them time to reassess. They'll have obviously talked to a few friends. I'd like to correct the record on something as well. I was under the impression that the players had been told to put phones away. They were not told to put phones away.
Okay.
It was a player, I think, had been called on the clock.
Right.
So that's why the TD came over.
Yeah.
And he's the don't mess with Texas.
Yeah.
Texas forever. So we're back to our feature table, which again, maybe you'll have found out a bit more about Maguire in the meantime. But 7.3 million.
Yeah, Kyle has been around the block and has been here for ages. Basically, this is a great chance to get the result he definitely deserves, because he has been knocking on the door so often. He did take a selfie with us earlier, as you may have noticed, and he put it on his Instagram saying, "I hear these guys have been bad-mouthing me." That's clearly not true, Kyle.
And we've been nothing but nice.
His family must be trying to wind him up with that.
Yeah, he was having the crack with us earlier on, actually. He's a lovely guy. He's also made the straight here. So in case he was worried.
Yeah, just worried about the flush, but yeah, I can't imagine Bushel's going to put too many chips into this pot.
What have you made of Bushel, of what you've seen of him?
Yeah, he's been very impressive. He's playing as loose as you should be in this spot, and it's a very, very tough table. I mean, he's got Lucky Mo, one of the most aggressive players, to his immediate left, and we've already seen Mo has been peppering him with 3 bets. And sometimes players lose their heads in those spots, but he looks very, very composed, very experienced. Now Kyle just has to try and decide how much value he can get with his straight.
Yeah. And you can be sure that's exactly what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, in this spot you have to kind of think about, well, what kind of hand do I think he has, and how much will that call? If you think he has a weak hand, you go fairly small and try and get a cry call. If you think it's possible he has a pretty strong hand and you can make it look like a bluff, maybe you can go big. On this occasion, he has gone very small, so he's trying to get a cry call from a weak pair here, or maybe even ace high.
It's a clever bet, 150 to make it a 650 pot.
Yeah.
Blind's now 40-80 with the 80k. Big blind ante as well.
Yeah.
And
Bushel has folded. I mean, also at that size, it's not going to be a bluff all that often.
Yeah.
If you go bigger, you're more polarized. But when you bet that small, it does look like you're trying to get a cry call from something.
So obviously Kyle has been very impressive and is the overall chip leader on our feature table. What have you made of Steve so far?
Steve has played exactly the way I would expect Steve to play. It's the way I've always seen him play. Super solid, super tight, but he is capable of making moves, in as well as we saw with the King Jack. And yeah, Steve just won't make any mistakes. He doesn't have a high variance style, so he doesn't look to bloat pots. He doesn't really make any high wire moves. He just wants to slowly accumulate chips and not take any risks and make sure that he's going to get to this final table.
Yeah, this tournament means a lot to a lot of people, but it means an awful lot to Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah, and he's opening the 10-9 in the cutoff here, which, you know, some people would fold this hand, but it's actually fine at this stage to open this hand. You're mostly hoping, and Tommy might flat this hand.
I was going to say, actually, yeah, so he's got 4.5 million, Steve has got 3.8.
Yeah, he won't necessarily want to play a big pot against Steve either. But Tommy has shown a willingness to do a lot of 3-betting as well.
Is he going to raise?
I think he is going to 3-bet, yeah. And again,
no,
he has just flat called. Yeah, if his hand was a bit weaker, like we saw him 3-bet Jack 9 suited earlier, and it's a weird one, but you're more incentivized to flat a stronger hand like Jack 10 suited than a weaker hand, and to 3-bet a weaker hand like Jack 9 suited.
So flop comes down ace 8-8. Good thing for Steve that
Steve is going to win this hand, I think, now, because he has more aces.
And in position as well.
So
he was in the cutoff, so he can rep that. And to be fair, the way he's been playing, it's not that he's been in any way tight, but
he hasn't been tight, but he's certainly getting more credit than other players would get in the same spot.
And what exactly is Tommy going to call?
Tommy's going to fold. He's not going to. Yeah, Steve made a really small bet, and this is very much Steve's style. He plays on the tighter side, but you know, when a board like that comes down, he recognizes that even though he only has 10-9, the other players don't know that. The other players will see him as tighter, and they'll know that he has a lot of ace-x in that position. He bet really small as well, so he just didn't risk very much. Yeah, there's many ways to skin a cat. There's the two players involved there, completely contrasting styles. Tommy's an aggressive pre-flop style, 3-betting a lot, whereas Steve is much more small ball.
100%. So we're on 17. We're waiting to get to 16, which will bring us down to the final 2.
Yeah, and then there'll be the redraw.
Which will result in the redraw, and then that brings us to our final 2 tables, and then we are playing down until we get to a final table, unless it gets to something ridiculous like 4 a.m., in which case Nick, the tournament director, has made the decision to go, well, okay, we'll just come back early if that's the case, but hopefully it's not going to be how it plays out.
Yeah, so Bushel's opened the 7-6 suited here in the cutoff. Again, it's a nice hand, and he has enough blinds that he can make these sort of speculative opens. Kyle has tightened up, but I think he'll probably defend here.
Yeah,
this is a very strongish. Well, it's not a very strong hand, but it's a pretty strong hand in this spot.
It's you'd love it to be suited, but it's
Yeah.
connectors. They can often flop
hits,
big,
It hits a lot of boards.
and it's also value for him to call.
Yeah, and it's a late position raise. He's hit middle pair, so this will probably go
Oh, this could
check.
this could be a problem.
Call. Martin won't
Bottom.
necessarily always bet bottom pair here. He might try and take a street out.
Bottom pair with backdoor flush draw.
Yeah. I mean, if he bets this hand, he really just folds out worse hands. So there's some argument for just checking this hand as well and seeing what happens on the turn. But he has gone for the bet. This is mostly a
Yes.
fold equity bet. This is trying to get two overcards.
Okay.
Kyle's going to call at least one, I think.
Is there room here for Kyle to put in a raise and try and take it down, or does he flat call?
I think he's just going to flat call.
Spot on.
Again, when you raise there, you just get action from better hands.
Well, let's see what the turn brings.
Yeah, if the turn is a brick, there's a very good chance this goes check, check. Now, the turn is not a brick. It's the opposite of a brick. Bushel has now turned 2 pair, but Kyle has picked up a gut shot.
This could be brutal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of 8 outs there for Maguire.
Yeah,
for
Kyle is going to check this again, and then Bushel's almost certainly going to bet again. Because he now has 2 pair. It was a pretty reluctant bet on the flop, but now that he's turned 2 pair, he's feeling a lot better about his hand.
Yeah.
Wow, it looks like Kyle has actually led out here.
Kyle has.
Yeah, this is a bit unorthodox.
425.
Yeah. But Kyle is basically saying, I could have a straight here. I could have check called 8-9. I guess Bushel just calls now. That seems like the obvious play. And Bushel does make the call. Now this could get interesting on the river.
River brings a king,
Okay,
and it's the king of diamonds, so it doesn't.
Yeah, the river is kind of a brick. It shouldn't really have hit either player. So now Kyle probably recognizes that he doesn't have the best hand anymore. So the question is now, does he want to bluff or not?
And the problem for Kyle is that he's in the big blind, so it's less likely that 2 pairs hit him, whereas Bushel can be pretty confident about his hand.
Yeah, Kyle has decided to raise the white flag here and not go for the bluff. He couldn't really rep too much there, I think, if he decided to bet again. And
by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 16.
Bushel's trying to decide now whether he can value bet his hand or not. There is one interesting possibility. I don't think it's necessarily going to happen a lot, but if Bushel had decided to bet the river there, Kyle could have gone for a big check raise as a bluff. And I think worried about that possibility is why Bushel decided to check behind. If he had bet there and got check raised, he would have hated life.
Do you like the show? The fact that he's showed.
Well, he had to show it when check on the
yeah.
river.
Apologies.
Yeah.
It did, of course. Yes. Been a long day, folks, and it's going to continue to be a long day. So that means we are doing a redraw. So there is a 5-7 minute break. We're down to 2 tables, 16 players left. But who's going to make the final table? Darragh Kearney. We've also got Andy Black coming in. We've got Vincent Gavin and me, Amos Kennedy, with you at the Irish Poker Open. We're going to find out who'll be taken to the final table a little bit later on.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I am here with Ross Boatman. Sadly, it is no longer in the tournament.
Just busted, just literally 5 minutes ago. But that's okay. I busted before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. It's a shame because I love this tournament so much. And it's the first tournament I played for 3 years because I've been busy doing EastEnders.
Yeah. Well, I was leading on to that. We see your face, not just on EastEnders. We've seen your face on loads of different TV stuff lately.
Yeah, it seems to be popping up all over the place at the moment, which is great. I did a thing for Netflix, series for Netflix, and a series of Grantchester, and something for Sky, all sorts of stuff. I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so obviously you used to do London's Burning, right?
I did.
And then did you sort of just go dry for a little while and then it all just happened again?
Well, I never really stopped at it. I've been working all, maybe stuff that wasn't quite so high profile, or wasn't, didn't have such an impact as London's Burning did, because right back then there was only 4 channels, so we had a bit of a captive audience, But no, I never stopped working, but poker really kind of took over for a long time with the Hendon mob and stuff. And I was busy travelling the world playing, and my agent would call me up and say, episode of the bill, 1,500 quid, and I'll be in the final of a tournament that was sort of for 2 million first prize. Nah, I don't think I'll bother with that. But about 7 years ago, I sort of put the cards down, really, and started to focus on acting again, which is my first love. I mean, I love poker, obviously. But, fortunately, it's been really good to me, the acting over the last 7 years, and I haven't stopped, really.
No. Can you tell us any secrets from the set of Albert Square?
No. You know,
there must be some dirt.
There's plenty of dirt, but I can't give you any of it. More than my job's worth.
Who's your favourite actor to work with?
Me? Oh, my favourite actor to work with. Well, I'm working with Lacey at the moment quite a lot, who plays Stacey, and Jilly, who plays Jean Slater. And they're both amazing. But, I mean, they're all really, everybody in there is great to work with, everybody that I've worked with so far. There's still a couple that I haven't. I've been there a year, but still waiting to work with my old mate Steve McFadden, who plays Phil Mitchell.
Yeah.
We go back about 40 years. We know each other very well. I've never crossed paths on the set yet. But yeah, but everyone's wonderful and good to work with.
They're all pretty down to earth on EastEnders, because it's like a full-time job essentially, isn't it? Like they're in every day.
It's not like it is a full-time. I mean, when you're in the thick of it, when you've got heavy storylines, which I have had over the last sort of 8 months, it's non-stop. It's relentless. You're on the set 12 hours a day, and there's an hour each way travelling. I get home, I've got to look after the kids, wash their clothes for school, and cook their dinner, learn my lines, and then get 3 hours sleep and back to work. So it's busy. It's
full on, yeah. And back to the poker, obviously your bro Barney is in as well.
Yes, yeah.
What's the sibling rivalry like there with the poker? Who's the better player?
Oh, he is, absolutely. We both had our share of success, I suppose, over the years. Barney's continued to play when I sort of really, about 10 years ago, I stopped playing internationally. And Barney's continued with a lot of success. So he's always my hero. He's the best player in our house, that's for sure.
That's nice to hear. Are you going to jump into anything now?
I'm going to give it a little break. It's hard when you come out of the main event to go into something smaller, but so I'm just going to go and kick out of my room for a bit and watch a bit of TV, watch a bit of EastEnders maybe.
I mean, you're not doing the Irish credit. You're drinking a coffee. You should be on the booze by now.
There's a whiskey in that.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. That's all right. That's allowed. Okay. Hopefully, we'll see you back on the felt soon, winning something big.
For sure.
Thank you so much for chatting with us.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Day 5 of the Irish Open saw flights Day 1C and a last chance 1D Turbo attract more players into the tournament room than we've possibly ever seen. The buzz and fun of the Irish Open was well and truly at a peak, as these tournament players put everything into their arsenal of making it to Day 2. Satellites for the main were still going strong in the upstairs tournament room for the ultimate last chance to make it through for just €115. The live streaming commentary kept viewers informed, and it was Stuart McNally who made it through as Day 1C chip leader on 299,500 chips. 820 entries were counted just for Day 1C, 313 of which made it through, and Guy Johnson leads the Turbo 1D field, meaning that 724 players remain going into Day 2. With a last chance to buy in on Day 2, this could mean we see entries break records and go past 2,000. Another monster field here in Dublin as players fight for the all-important title of 2022 Irish Open champion.
And you are welcome back to the Irish Poker Open, where my back is in pieces. So Crystal here, thankfully, from In Touch Massage is sorting that out legitimately. And Dara Kearney's here, and we're joined by
when are you getting a new back then?
I'm going to see if I can swap with you, because the GOAT is here. Andy Black is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Andy, great to have you on board. I was just saying to you beforehand that it literally broke my heart that
A
you
lot of people
bust
were
out.
crying. I mean, I was walking out there.
Oh,
and
the black armband. Did you see the black armbands today,
A lot
Dara?
of people wearing black shrouds. I mean, some people thought there was some ISIS stuff going on. No, that's not what's happening. There's just sadness, you know. It's all over the place.
Black armbands
know?
all over the Irish Poker Open. Look, I know it means a lot to you, but just how much does the Irish Open mean to you?
If I don't fucking win it in the next few years, yeah, it'll be like fucking ISIS. I'll be out there. It'll be a fucking
taking you all out.
automatic. It'll be like the Batman movie Massacre or the fucking synagogue over in the, you know, it'll just be like I just want.
Spoilers for the new Batman film,
Yeah,
by the
so
way.
if you see me going along, I was talking to John Hespen in an interview, and he said I had a twitch in my left eye, and I was thinking, if you see that starting to go really a lot, either I've got like Alzheimer's or I'm about to pick up a semi-automatic gun and just start shooting. And I have a list made out as well, yeah?
Oh, there's a list?
Yeah, and it starts, and the first line on the list is, anyone who's fucking alive. You know?
Wait.
So that's how much it means to me to try and win the Irish Open.
Is this Vladimir Putin in disguise as Andy Black? Is that what's happened here?
No, he would never say that. You know.
Yeah, no, he's too.
So are these the cards here? Is this happening?
We're actually going to get to see whole cards.
Right,
so
yeah,
we're on the same as yesterday. 15-minute delay. We're down to the final two tables
That's
now.
some serious players left. Still.
Yeah. So I was going to ask you to talk us through. Colin McGuire is our chip leader on 7.9 million, and there is going to be a slight issue with our graphics, but we'll make up for that because we got Darren and Andy.
For my money, the best player left remaining.
Steve
O'Dwyer.
Yeah.
Steve O'Dwyer, who has recently moved to Ireland.
Yes.
And, you know, it's funny because I was talking to him at a break around the money or just for the money. And he had like no chips. He'd like 50,000 and he was cool as a cucumber, you know. So he had no chips at the time. It was like a 6th average or a 10th average. And here he is. And what I like about Steve when I played him is he combines the best of mathematics with he's a serious reader of people. I mean, his ability to read people is off the charts. Like, he scares the absolute bejesus out of me. So here we got Paddy Clark with ace queen off.
Paddy's class, isn't he?
Yeah, he's class. Now he's been unlucky at the end of a few of these big tournaments. I mean, I was there in the Millionaire Maker, and he was pretty unlucky. Oh. Now this is one of, in my opinion, Clark's weaknesses. He can be a bit too sticky. Now, if you've been watching this guy, yeah, I mean,
Steve has not been as active.
Yeah, has he been not that active?
He hasn't been as aggressive as you would have expected him to be.
It's a hijack small blind, so I expect Clark to at least call.
Oh yeah, you're not opening ace queen to fold it to a 3-bet, I don't think, from that seat.
Well, this is some hand for Andy to stroll into.
Yeah. But I'll be honest with you, I think it's a serious consideration of folding. Yeah, I know it's non-mathematical, but if it's not an automatic call there.
Well,
I mean, you're sitting around 30-something big blinds. It's one of these decisions where it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dara? I mean,
yeah, Ticky's opened here off 35 big blinds, and ace queen's a hand you hate in this spot because you're just dominated by all the, the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace king, etc. So he's gone for the call.
I mean, I knew he was going to do that.
Yeah.
But it's more like let's put this hand in one of the ones where you end up you just don't like it. So
you hate it.
Why play it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like there's a whole group of hands where you just kind of don't like them. So maybe why play them?
And it was the first thing you said was it's one of Patrick's weaknesses.
Well, I mean, technically it's correct.
Technically it's correct for sure. And the thing is about if the other players know you're opening hands like ace queen and you're folding to 3-bets, they're going to start 3-betting you a lot.
Now look at this. So Steve has bet around
350 is 1.15. So this is a small bet.
Now I think Clark again will call because he's got the ace of clubs. So that's what the book says.
The book says call for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here we go now. He's now left himself with, he's got nearly a third of his stacks in already. Now, Steve's an evil person. So I think he could...
He might very well check here.
Check.
Yeah, Steve could check here for sure.
He could check.
The views of Andy Black are not necessarily those of the Irish Poker Open. Or are they? The average chip stack in the room is 3.5 million. And...
Yeah, Steve is trying to size up what Clicky likely has here and how he'll respond to a bet, how he'll respond to a check. He's loving his aces here because he's not worried about the 6, obviously.
Yeah, and a big factor in this is Clark's only got 2.1 million.
Yeah, but he is going to keep betting. He's basically hoping that Clicky either has a pocket pair or he's hit the jack.
Yeah, I was going to say, Andy, what is Steve putting Patrick on?
He's just hoping he's got something to call him. That's what it's about, So he's thinking he's got a pair of 8s or maybe hoping he's got a jack,
Clicky doesn't realise this, but this is actually a very good turn card for Clicky because there's no reason for him to continue now.
Yeah. Spot on. This really is the... Vincent Gavin has just turned up offering
Actually,
cup of
that'd
tea.
be really nice. Can I have a Coke and one of the 10 Mars bars you've got in your pocket?
There actually is fresh 7-Up here. Actually,
is it
legit.
diet? Is it diet?
It's not diet 7-Up.
Is there some ice or something?
Yeah, right in front of you.
Yeah.
That's not been used. That's not been used, my man.
Thanks.
We only bring out the best for Andy Black.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have it before I sat down. But it's all right.
We don't mess around here, Andy.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, it's some service.
How obviously it was frustrating getting knocked out, but how did you enjoy the atmosphere of the previous 5 days?
Just amazing, like everyone, the coronavirus has been just an enormous effect on everybody. So it doesn't matter whether you're a poker player or whatever you are. Just being able to go out and chat to people, meet people, and do what you're doing it's like you're on some very good drugs in your 20s. So even if your experience is sort of average, so we got an ace king. Oh, so how's this lad playing?
We haven't seen this guy yet.
No,
Timothy Shirley.
This is his first time on the feature.
Picks up a premium obviously, and Steve O'Dwyer will be feeling good after that nice pickup last hand.
Absolutely.
I tell you, he's giving a lot of shit away here, this lad. He looks strong as hell.
Yeah.
Why does he look strong? Yeah.
Because he's got the guns.
No, his eyeing. If you look back at how he's looking at everyone, it's kind of like he's going around looking at them individually. Each person he's looking at, he's really confident. So he's kind of absolutely eager. There's not a slightest bit of fear in him. So I would have put him on a really big hand there,
Yeah, there was there were hands yesterday I was expecting you to go Andy Black creative with, and you were very controlled. Do you want to just talk to us about an incident that happened on one of the outer tables prior to getting to the feature table? I think was it King Queen?
No, I just fucked up. It was a disaster.
But you're not known for that, Andy.
No, I am. Yeah,
Wait, Andy Black?
Yeah.
Going crazy?
It wasn't, it's like, it wasn't a Phil Helmus line, If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd win everything. And mine is like, if I wasn't a complete fucking agent and the worst player in the world for like 5 hands in tournaments, then I'd win them all.
That's a pretty harsh thing to say.
No, it's just the truth. It's the truth. I'm pretty determined to sort it out, but I've been working very hard for 20 odd years, and it keeps coming to haunt me that I make a play every once in a while that is completely against what I think, but I just my mind kind of goes, and I just do something that the worst player in the room probably wouldn't do. Yeah. So it's stupider than that. It's not like I'm doing it and I think it's a good idea. I'm doing it and I think it's a bad idea, but I just do it anyway.
but it's in your subconscious. Something, the hamster is running on the wheel and has come up with some kind of an idea of.
It's like we all have our faults, you know.
Yeah.
That's mine, you know.
Well, nobody's perfect.
Now here we go. You know, but that's just what it is. But if I ever crack it now, I'll really let people know. But I haven't cracked it yet.
Dan Wilson has the ace-7 suited, which I presume he's going to let go here after the bet from our Spanish friend, who now suddenly has an Irish flag. Jerez.
And yeah, so that's just me. I made an awful play. It was like somebody raised 8,000. This is so bad. I can't hardly even say it. And I called the 8,000, and I just got a lot of chips. And then the big on small blinds. So I called somebody raised in late position. I called in small blind 8,000. The big blind made it 25,000.
This is you having king queen.
And he'd only shown tight play, and I decided, well, unless he's got a huge hand, he won't call me. So I just stuck him in for 175,000, and he had aces. So
oh God! Oh.
But I mean, everything's wrong about it. Like you could, you know, it's a complete car crash. Yeah. You know, if I really felt it, I could have put in 60,000. 65,000 got away from it.
But you built it back up and got yourself right back into it.
Yeah, but it cost me the tournament because if I'd kept 300,000 at that time when the antes were very low, I would have murdered the table, I'd say.
I grew up when my first interest in Texas Hold'em came along. We would have been through late night poker, so I obviously grew up watching yourself and Liam Flood and then the WSOP.
They both got a pair now, so
this
jack and the turn.
Yeah.
This could go.
So Williams with bottom pair with the 2. Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson
has the jack with the queen kicker.
Yeah.
But I was going to say to you, Andy, there was a period of time there during the poker bubble where people would be sitting alongside you or sitting at the same table as you and would just want to get in a hand with you because and make it a hero play with any 2 so they can tell their friends
or fold. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, you know.
But then they can tell their friends, I was playing with Andy Black. Andy Black knocked me out. Has that changed?
There's still, I mean, I think in Ireland people play worse against me than most other people.
That's good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing for you.
Which is a skill set, you know. Helmut does it to people. A few people do it to people. In Irish terms, I'm pretty sure I do it because I know what it is. Essentially, whatever my, whoever the hell I am, or whatever the pressure that I put on people because of my reputation and who I am, or whatever, some kind of combination. A certain number of people, their brain freezes. And their brain freezes, and one of the things they do is they either do something really stupid or they tighten up. And I just kind of like torture them, and then they'll make a call with some slightly average hand. So I think this happens to me quite a lot.
Have you seen, in your view, has the standard improved from online players and satellite players and Rex?
Yeah, of course.
From 2009 to now.
Yeah, but yeah, it has. But the game's still the game, as they say in The Wire, you know?
Yeah. Because, I mean, I know you were talking about an Andy Black mistake, but between Fintan and I and Darren and I, there have been things to be critical of and critique, but there's been very little that you could say, oh, that was a ridiculous move. That was just stupid. It's
yeah, no, I mean, yesterday for like 6-7 hours I played very well. I missed a few raises, which I should have done. There was a chance to really go to war on the table because it was very tight. And I maybe, if I found 1 or 2 extra raises, and I know which ones I missed, then I think that might have done it, you know?
So given the final 2 now, we're at 16, so we're going to play down to the final table tonight. We're 15 minutes behind, but in IRL, the blinds are 40-80 with 20 minutes left at this level. Steve is obviously the player you've picked out at the table. Dan has a big reputation. Of the 2 outer tables, who's really catching your eye?
Seamus Cahill, any chips?
Seamus did have
just over 3 million.
Yeah.
According
Yeah,
to
Seamus is fearless, you know. I mean, and I expect. I mean, Seamus will, when we start getting down near the end, will start making some serious moves, and a lot of the other guys might freeze up. Yeah, I'd be looking at him as a dark horse. Now he finished 4th in this tournament not that long ago.
That's true.
If I remember correctly, he doesn't play many Hold'em tournaments. You know, he should have won a bracelet in Vegas, and he actually only went over to play in I think a 3,000 tournament. But he only went over to play that tournament. So he's one of these guys. He rarely plays, and his record in terms of winning when he plays is out of this world. You know, I mean, he more plays Omaha. So here we got a raise.
Wilson with the ace-10 runs into Williams on the button with ace-king, king-10 for Clark.
Yeah,
Now those
can't imagine-
clicky.
No, I can't
No,
imagine
he's
Clark
not
getting
gonna do it.
involved there.
He's out. Big
King
blind is
queen,
king
though.
queen, and he has the value to call.
Oh, so the Ace King's only called.
Yeah,
There you go.
flatted.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, he was trying to
that's-
induce action behind, I think.
He's a deal. I think. I don't know. I don't like that at all. At this
So
point.
2-4 jack. You mean that because we're down to 16 and it's
Well, it's a lot of you know. You can just pick him up. You know. I mean, what do you reckon, Dara? I mean, are there two very small stacks in the blinds? There's 1.3 million.
No, I don't think they're that small, but I think if you're going to be flatting weaker hands on the button, sometimes you have to flat these really stronger hands as well. I mean, there was an earlier hand where we saw him flat with Queen 10 and Queen 10 suited, and Clinton made the point that he didn't like that because it induced the players in the blinds to squeeze. So, but if you want to go on flatting those types of hands, then I think you have to also include Ace King sometimes, so that if they are going to start attacking your flats, sometimes you're going to have a hand strong enough to back raise.
And if you're going to do that, then do you have to put things like aces and kings in there?
I think aces for sure, yeah. Kings is a bit different because it doesn't block a lot of the ace-x hands that will give you action.
Right. Okay.
So now we have a race to a straight for the wheel with a
Now,
5.
who's going
but
for it?
It looks like
it's jarring is gonna.
Yeah, it looks like Rolf Fjoring is going for it with his just king queen.
Love that pronunciation, by the way.
Well, that is a good play. That feels like off that kind of stack. It's a really nice play. He's assessed the situation very well. He's working off a short stack.
Dan isn't going to. Dan does let it go because he has Williams behind. Williams has 2 overs and
He's got
a gut
straight
shot
draw.
as well.
Yeah,
So
to the wheel
he's
draw.
not going to give up here. And now the question is, can Yarding find the barrel on the river?
I think he can. Right? I've only seen him for a second. I think if a blank comes off here, this man is going to bet 600,000, leaving himself 400,000.
Oh.
Come on, we want a blank in the river.
Let's see what we get.
He's reaching for
I'm
chips.
reaching for chips. Now, we haven't seen the river.
I don't know what the river is.
He's only bet 325,000. That's too small, my friend. I don't know what the river is, but it's obviously a blank. Unless it's a queen, which would be funny.
That would be priceless.
But I felt he was going to bet because he's Swedish, and he looked like he was going to bet.
He's a Scandi, so he's
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
gonna come
he
in.
was like a young kind of, Scandi. There's a river down there, and I'm assuming the river's nothing.
We still don't
He's
know the
bet
river.
260,000, which is too small. I thought 3 oranges there.
Yeah,
Now
he gets
that
the
is
call.
just.
He doesn't like the
he
call. We're gonna
deserves
find out
that
what
loss
happens.
there. Yeah, it's an 8. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
assume it was a blank. It was, come on, man. You could have put 600,000 in, and it was happy birthday. You put a kind of weak pussy 260 out. Yeah. Yeah. You're just. I mean, what is? You know what that was? It felt like.
Please call me.
Well, it really felt like I don't want to be knocked out of this tournament.
I have to.
Yeah,
the book
I have
tells
to
me I
bet.
have to bet, so I'm going to bet the
But
minimum.
260. It's like. What do you think of that? I think that's
I think
appalling.
I think that kind of play maybe used to work 10 years ago when you sometimes heard people say, well, when they bet that small, they're never bluffing, but that's not true anymore. And the modern generation of players are more happy to call down with ace high in that spot, even against an older gentleman who looks like he might not be bluffing.
I know, yeah. They don't care how old
They don't
you
care.
are.
They're at the top of their range, so they're going to call. Otherwise, they're opening the door to be exploited.
You got a brief shot there of the outer table.
And the bloggers Gareth Chandler and Jen Mason bringing great coverage on IrishOpen.com.
Yeah, IrishPokerOpen.com to give it its
IrishPokerOpen.com,
proper
sorry.
name. Somewhere Paul O'Reilly is shaking his fist. Did you expect this amount of a field?
Yeah.
Great answer.
Well, no, I was trying to put a bet on over 2,000.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, but we reckon it was going to be close.
Finton got screwed. He feels something was done to him. Ace.
What's Vicky going to do here?
I think he's got ace queen.
Ace
Very
queen.
premium hand against. Was he Antonio?
Has he raised? He raised.
He raised to 200k. Actions on.
A bit slow on the
Clicky.
old graphics coming up.
Yeah, Clicky's moved all in.
He's shoved.
He's moved all in. Okay.
25 big blinds.
Now, you see, he went from 3 million to 2 million there with that ace queen. I mean, I just want to go back to the other ace queen, assuming your man isn't going to call. He's just probably wouldn't hear.
you're not
Yeah.
So, you know, and he's trying to look intelligent, and you're not, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Black, live at the Irish Poker Open.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
Looking
I do.
intelligent,
How much?
looking intelligent.
How much?
A guy when he does that, unless he's me, never calls, right? Now, if I look like that, I might call. If I start going, I could easily call, but I haven't met anyone else who seems to do that.
You
know?
probably already have called. We're probably
Well.
already seeing the flop.
It's all over, yeah. It's
You're
like
wa-
I've already
you're,
hit the
you're,
nine.
you're walking
Yeah,
away.
I've already hit the
Going,
nine.
Oh, it came
why
down
did-
9,
Why
9,
did I
9.
lose my mind calling off with ace 9?
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, don't talk to me about ace 9. I've got sleepless nights about ace 9. Yeah. But look out, world. If I ever stop doing that, everyone is in trouble, you know?
You've some sleepless nights where Phil Hellmuth has rubbed it into you at the WSOP with Ace King.
What was that one?
Remember that was it Ace King against Aces, and he
Oh, no, that was
or was it Negrano and Hellmuth
Ace
had
King
a pop
against
at you.
Kings.
Yeah, Ace
and
King
that was
against
in
Kings.
the
That was it.
Tournament of Champions,
That was the one.
where I had everyone. I think I had almost as many chips as everyone put together, which I
Yeah.
used to regularly do. I had the opposite approach to Dara. What Dara does.
I get the final table with starting stack, yeah.
Yeah, you guess with his starting stack, you know.
And then he builds it up.
And then I
Yeah.
come second.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait
That
for
was-
everybody else to be knocked out. Get heads up
No,
with a
he's
30
just
to 1
okay.
deficit.
Okay,
I don't know what this is.
clock.
Has the screen frozen?
The screen is actually
Screen
frozen.
is frozen. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Yeah.
Screen is frozen. I was just calling clock, but it's 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Although, ironically enough, actually, the tournament director Nick is over there now. We are 15 minutes behind, so Nick is obviously keeping an
We're
eye on
frozen.
something.
Right.
But
I look.
our team are top class. They're going to fix that. So Stephen has just told us no action.
Yeah, it's all right. What's happening? Well,
So with it, there's a technical issue, which means the table has just been put on pause, basically.
oh, are we speaking?
So we're speaking. We're still going
So
live.
people are still hearing us.
People, oh yeah, they're hearing Andy Black, Dara Kearney, and Emma Kennedy.
Well, mostly
at
Andy
the,
Black.
Irish Poker Open.
Yeah. Yeah. So he. I mean, that's a bit unfair in this poor gentleman. here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been castigating him for
He's
Right,
Hollywood.
frozen.
I mean,
Right,
look
he
at all his.
frozen, you know.
He
He's a
folded
great
20
poker
minutes.
face.
He
isn't
folded
he?
20 minutes ago.
He's
Wow.
great poker face. In fairness, to keep that exact stoic position for so long.
But joking aside, it's great for the Irish Open to be back. You know?
It is, isn't it? 820
It
plus
is.
days
And
without
and
any
just
live Irish
seeing
Open.
everyone pushing out of the room and elbowing out of the room. But one of the big problems I had is there was no Thai beef salad. Actually, in
How
kind of
dare they?
And there was only like
And you requested that
chicken
beforehand.
McNuggets, you know, and stuff like that. So they had it up there, and in the Asian food stall, and there was no Thai beef salad. You know.
Well, I'll tell you
I
what.
asked them to strike it off the menu because it was never there. Any day I asked for it.
That's some bitter bastard knowing right well that you want it, so they're taking it on you.
It's personal. All of this shit is
Yeah,
personal.
every bit of
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
All of it.
it's starting to feel that way anyway.
So just so you know, the screen has frozen. We're just looking at
On a
and
bizarre.
they all look like poker players. What do you think? They all look
do, yeah. It's a
Steve
good
looks like a
pose.
poker player.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're on. This is basically a podcast now. It's
Hey,
the-
so who was the last woman standing?
Oh, great question. The last woman. Are you? You're a superstar. See you in the morning. All right. So, as Crystal heads away, we're going to cut back live, and then she comes back in because that is badly needed, of course. So, as you can see, the screen is frozen behind us. Andy Black, Dara Carney, and Emma Kennedy with you for the day 5, technically day 3 of the Irish Poker Open. What did you think of having a day 1, A, B, C, and D, which we haven't had before?
Well, it's great that they use the first few letters of the alphabet. I mean, if they had it A, B, C, D, and X, I think that'd be really good. You know, because then people would think, oh, I want to play in day X. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Irish Open Day Zulu.
I mean, yeah. I think you can only have one rebuy each go.
Yeah.
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 So
I
there
mean,
were-
what
there
was
were
the most
freezers.
bullets that someone fired? I know someone who.
A friend of
Dara.
mine
fired
mine
5.
folded 6. 6. Kevin O'Donnell from the States.
Oh yeah. Oh, he had 6.
6. Yeah.
Oh dear,
Wow.
Kevin. Now Kevin stayed with me up at my place there a while ago.
Kevin's
Lovely
staying
fella.
with me actually this week.
Unbelievable. Well,
He's an incredible moocher.
he's a yeah, absolutely. And he thought my house was too cold. You know,
What?
in the middle of fucking summer, you know.
He.
He's walking around
He's from
complaining about
like,
the
and
cold.
then we went for
He's
a
from
walk
Arizona,
on
to
the
be
beach,
fair.
and he kind of like, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, take him for a walk on the beach, you know, summer, and he was like, nah, it's too cold,
No, man.
too cold.
He came on over to the comms desk because his daughter was sending him a message about how I was slagging him for wearing a 49ers jersey, as I should, by the way, because the 49ers suck, and saying that Dallas Cowboys are inevitably going to win the Super Bowl. So he comes on over and starts.
Dallas Cowboys have never won the Super Bowl. have
Excuse
they?
me, we won 3 in 4 years.
Yeah, but back in the 20s.
Back in the 90s.
90s
92, 93,
Back in the
95.
last millennium.
Yeah,
And
but
we've
it's not-
done
you're not-
nothing since.
Yeah,
Nothing.
So it's like 28 years. And
Yeah.
Why on earth you're Irish? Why the fuck do you support the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh, I don't know. I got
What is
sucked.
it?
I got sucked into
Is
it.
it a woman involved?
One
somehow?
one of my uncles was over in the States and they came back with a Dallas Cowboys jersey. I got into the NFL. It was on Channel 4 at the
NFL
time.
is one of it's my favorite sport.
That's
I think,
brilliant. I
have
love
to
it.
say.
But it's been so frustrating having such
Have you
a
ever
good
seen
team.
that speech from Any Given Sunday about Al Pacino?
Oh my god. The inches we need are all around us.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Absolutely epic.
Now
Gentlemen,
I can't do it for you.
but you gotta go. I want you to look at the guy to your left.
Look at the
Because-
guy to your right.
Because that's the
Look at
guy.
the guy underneath you. And then look at the guy above. And
That's
he
the
can't
guy.
do it for you either.
That's the guy
Only
who's
you
willing
can do it.
to go to yards for you. That's the guy who's going to lay down his life.
Okay, I didn't sign up for this, a reenactment of any
What?
given Sunday. Sorry, guys.
So you're playing the role of this what's the
Oh,
blonde?
yes. He's in the dark.
No, it's the woman who's the blonde. who's
Cameron,
really
Diaz.
Cameron
You're
Diaz.
Cameron Diaz
Yeah,
in
you're-
Any Given Sunday.
You're,
now.
you're the
How
team
did that
owner,
happen?
and you
the
want
team owner, and you're all
you want new
serious,
life.
and
Yeah.
you sort of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Andy is Al Pacino, and I'm Jamie Foxx. I'm the third choice quarterback who's now
I'm not buying you
In-
as a Jamie Foxx.
in the
I have to say.
game.
I'm just looking at you.
and
You're white.
I'm
pal.
not going down that way.
You're white.
I ain't falling
Can't be
for that
Jamie
one.
Foxx when you're white. It's just not happening, you know.
By the way, what a phenomenal actor. Let's just say I'm the third choice quarterback, and now all of a sudden I'm in the game. But that was an amazing film. It's one of my favorite films.
I don't know. Yeah, it's yeah. There's something about some of these that film which I really like. You know.
Too real for the NFL. They wouldn't give it permission to use the NFL, so they based it off of. It was based on the Dallas Cowboys coach who gets removed when Jerry Jones comes in. It was based on his career, and Dallas Knights were based
Do
on
you know,
Cowboys.
has anyone been watching recently the 70s one with the Lakers?
Oh, the
It's very
is it
unusual.
Is it the documentary or the series?
No, it's a series
On Netflix?
and on Netflix, and it's about. I mean, it's interesting for poker players because Jerry Buss used to play cards, who is quite a lot of poker. Who was the manager of the Lakers, and he was very, very alternative. You know, he was almost like a used car salesman in his approach, and royalty ran the whole of the NBA, and it was the time when Magic Johnson started playing basketball. But it's very, very unusual. And from a race point of view, it's brilliant because they show the entirely different character of different races and how racism actually happened in reality at the time and was normal, you know. But nonetheless, each you know, the whites and blacks almost had their own separate sort of way of being. Of dealing with each other. I thought it was fascinating.
And almost separate locker rooms to a certain extent, even on the same team.
Yeah, but almost a different type of languaging and a different type of movement and a different type of, you know, it was just really, really interesting, you know. So, but quite negative, you know, stunningly negative in many ways.
Yeah. I'm going to give that a go. It's on the list. It's on the up next list.
You want to be upbeat going into it because even I started feeling a bit down after watching it.
Jesus,
but
if we felt down
the
about
other
it then.
show, which a lot of people watch over, if you're a kind of competitive nut, The Last Dance.
Yeah, that's class. I love that.
Yeah.
And I took that personal.
Yeah.
When he says that. And I took that personal.
Well, they really, I mean, from a meditator's point of view, I mean, I'm starting to do all this coaching and a bit of broadcasting and da-da-da-da-da. So I've just started properly getting into that.
You're on Instagram now.
Yeah, I know. I only got on it like a few weeks ago. But I'm beginning to sort of put all of my bits and pieces together, you know. I want to do a line in speed coaching.
What brought this about?
I've always planned to do it, you know. I mean, I've been planning for like 10 years, and it's sort of a bucket list thing where I put together, all my sort of meditation-y type skills. Now, I actually did a professional coaching course, a year-long professional coaching course during the pandemic as well. But I was always interested in how you actually help people improve their game, you know, how you help them play better. So I was doing a series of interviews here with a bunch of people just about that. You know, so someone like Dara is, you know, he's an expert on the maths, and maybe at this point I'm probably an expert on some of the other stuff. Yeah.
But it is a fair thing to say, Dara, and this is not just saying it for the sake of Andy saying it. Like, we were talking about you in depth yesterday. You are legitimately one of the best live read players in the business. So how did that come about? How did you realize that you were picking up reads on players and able to get players off the best hand with air?
Well, it's funny because when you start off doing something, you think everyone else does it, usually, to some extent. Often you assume sometimes that other people do it. And then slowly as time progresses, you start noticing that that isn't the case. But what's fascinating is the family of reading is misunderstood. There's all sorts of different ways that people read. Some people read by feel, some people read tone, some people read movement, some people read, you know, I was hearing the story the other day about, now Farah was telling me about Ludo reading a guy's pair of shoes, you know, Ludo Gaelic, you know, he was sort of going, that guy's got that pair of shoes. Call, you know, and it's a big family. So sometimes whenever people are talking about this, it's a bit like, oh, that's a live read. Much as it would be insane to talk about just mathematics from a simple, you know, it's like just talking about one aspect of the maths of poker. It's a giant arena. And the more you know about it, you realize the more different people do it differently. Yeah. But for me, I think I just noticed that I'm a kind of tone movement guy, you know? I pick up, I get a picture of someone. I'm looking at people all the time, and I get a picture of them when they're strong or weak. Yeah. So, and particularly if they show down a hand, yeah, I get that picture. But then over the years, I've looked at thousands and thousands of people. So sometimes I'm looking at someone and I think, okay, maybe they're like that. But the second thing you need to do, which a lot of people find difficult to do, is you need to then go with it.
Go with your gut. Go with the info that you've built
And what
up.
I found talking to people is, I don't know whether you have this conversation with people, Dara, is like when you talk to people, we've talked about this before, when you talk to people, you often find, people who are more on the mathematical side, but as they come in and they've got more other bits, that they actually know often what to do, but don't do it. And the more you talk to them, you find that they actually had picked up something. And then you talk to them a bit more, and you find, oh, there's a little bit more information. So it's almost like they had some kind of read, some kind of information, yeah? And combined with a bit of logic, they did know what to do, but they didn't do it. So not only do you have to learn to read, but you have to learn to kind of find it almost. So the skill is something that a lot of people actually have, but they just don't notice.
And you're exceptionally good at talking to your opponents. And just by having like a gentle, subtle conversation about how's your day, how was last night, how was breakfast, like you're picking up stuff, you're picking up very valuable info
I'll
there.
tell you what I do a lot. I shouldn't tell you because it's giving away shit, yeah? So what I'll do is...
This is a freebie first, folks.
This is
an
a freebie,
exclusive
right?
Andy Black freebie.
This is a freebie. I shouldn't really do this, but I'm going to do this for the crack. So basically what I do an awful lot is I'll look at somebody, right? Yeah, and I'll go, nod my head a bit. I'm sitting there trying to decide what, supposedly what to do. And then I'll have usually built up a relationship with them. And then I'll do nothing for a bit while I'm thinking about the decision. And then eventually I'll go, or something like that. And then eventually,
subtle little laugh.
Then I'll go, I'll ask them some question that you'd normally just answer. Yeah? So I won't go straight back, not easy, is it? Or so some kind of comment which is just ordinary. And then I'm setting it all up. So eventually I'll ask them something that they'll think they'll answer. So there's a whole build-up to actually getting them to speak, right? You have to get them to move, look, do something. And the moment they do something, they're fucked. Yeah? Right? Because then they'll give me something more, yeah? Right? Yeah? And if you do nothing, you may be fucked as well, right? Because then, can you really keep doing nothing? Not when you're in a nice relationship with me and all the rest. You wouldn't do that to a pal, would you?
No,
yeah?
that's
You
the thing.
wouldn't blank them.
No
You
pals
wouldn't-
at the table.
You'd be like, oh, no. Like saying
Andy
to one of
Black's
your-
my friend.
Saying to your mother, like, no, fuck off. You can't come to Christmas dinner. You can't do that, yeah? You can't do that, yeah? So I shouldn't really tell you that. So all these people will just be not speaking to them. They can't
Well,
help
you
themselves.
see-
They'll be all right. They'll be all right.
But I think you can't not speak to Andy Black. I think that's one of the things.
No.
Like Dara was mentioning this last night. David Lappin talks about it as well. Just that you're such a likable individual, but people then start to fool themselves into thinking, "Oh, Andy's my friend." The next thing, all their chips are gone, and they're sitting in your
it
stack.
reminds me. I always remember one of the most enjoyable moments I ever had in poker was I was down the last bracelet that Doyle Brunson won. He won a 5,000 short-handed bracelet. I was down near the end of that tournament, but for a long time I was sitting on the table beside him. Yeah, and one after, and you had to be there to see this. One after another, somebody would come along, sit down, yeah, and then you'd hear them because they could just right beside us. So you hear them chatting to, oh Doyle, oh nice to see you, yeah, and then Doyle would take their chips and they'd continue with an even bigger smile on their face, right? And they'd walk away, and then the next guy would come in and it'd be the same thing, So I've always thought that would be a good thing to do, a lesser sort of version of. So that's what I do try and do.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I feel that people's minds freeze. I mean, this happened when I play someone like Durr. I always found Durr very difficult, and my mind would freeze over. Or J.C. Tran. I found my mind going. And then, believe it or not, there's one of the guys who I regard as one of the better players of the world over the last 20 years in terms of being good at cash games and tournaments. And that's a guy called Keith Lear. And he was over here, and it's the first time he won the World Heads Up Championship. He's won a bunch of things over the years. But it was his first time he'd been in Ireland. And sure enough, he's the player I found the most difficult in the world. I've only played a few tournaments in the last 4 months. I played the World Series main event, a couple of tournaments in Limerick, and then here. He was at my table in the World Series main event for a day or so. He's never been in Ireland, yeah? Never been in Ireland. Yeah.
2,040 players, he ends up on your table.
No, on my left!
Oh my god!
On my left, right? On my left, you know, and I just my brain just collapsed, you know? And twice I had queens on the big blind, and he raised and someone else called, and I just called.
Oh, of course he did.
I just called. I don't know what happened to me at all. What is
God
going
almighty.
on here?
You're like,
you know?
what?
So I'm assuming what I want to do to everyone else, as many human beings as possible, is what Keith Lear does to me, you know?
Just figure out that way of doing so, and away you go.
And he's a very good communicator at the table.
So we gotta figure this out, because your Instagram following is nowhere near what it should be. But you're only on it a week, a couple of days, Stephen. Is that right? So you got 69 followers. So Andy Black Poker is real. This is legit. This is Andy's actual Instagram.
We're gonna start putting shit on there, like not literally shit, but just in case for those that are more anal about that. But yeah, no, there's going to be all sorts of things starting to appear over the next while.
And you've got the website as well, andyblack.ie.
There's websites, there's stuff like, I mean, I don't know anything about this, but we did a bunch of interviews here on how people play well and how they don't. And we focused in on that. There'll be an interview with John Hasp, an interview with John Duthie.
Excellent.
Ross Boatman. We got Will Kassouf.
And how did that go?
Will Kassouf stayed at the end of the interview.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
All
Stay
right.
at the end of the interview.
andyblack.ie. Stay till the very end.
I told him I wasn't going to give a moral lecture, because the last time I was commenting, I happened to be commenting on his win in the Irish Poker Masters, where he won $250,000, and I did give a moral lecture about him. So I said, look, this is not about that this time. It's just about how he actually plays well. Because it's very interesting. If he won the World Series, it would have been dissected in a kind of way like Jimmy Gold's victory was, or Chris Moneymaker's.
Yeah.
It would have been really dissected what he did. Instead, it was morally attacked more than it would have been if he'd won or something like that. It's almost like,
Just to expand on it, just for those who don't know the Will Kassouf story and know him from the Irish Open, Dara, do you want to just briefly explain the controversy that happened at the WSOP that resulted in David Lappin writing a blog about it, which he then opened up right in front of William Kassouf, and then turned to Kaz and said, hey, you should have read my article, and so he couldn't get away from it.
I discussed that with David, right? This and I told David that maybe there's a possibility that if someone was like that they actually wouldn't care about negative criticism. So I thought David's example was a good example of negative criticism. But sometimes if people are doing quite a bit of stuff like that, they just like the attention.
That's a good shout, actually. But
possibly.
Do you want to break that down for
anyway.
Sarah? What exactly happened at the WSOP with Will Kassouf, and why Twitter and the poker world blew up?
Well, the incident I'm thinking of actually wasn't at the WSOP. It was at a Grosvenor casino in England. But at the WSOP, obviously, he got into a big hand against Griffin.
So it's right, nick money off a pal or something.
Yeah. That was in the Grosvenor, allegedly. I guess we have to throw that out there. But he
for the benefit of the camera, allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, he played that huge hand against Griffin where they somehow took 22 minutes to get aces against kings in 2 tables out in the WSOP.
You just don't give a fuck, do you? You're just like,
allegedly.
Fuck it. Yeah, he does that allegedly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, but Will is a polarizing figure. Obviously, a lot of people find his table antics quite tiresome as well. They're entertaining in small doses, let's say, but he definitely needs new material.
There's a
There's
good
only
shout.
there's only so many times you can hear Nineha like a boss.
Yeah,
before.
but who should jump on that? In my opinion, when I talked to David about this, I believe it's the tournament directors need to come down on it. It shouldn't be the work of the players, and I think it's really the tournament directors. And at the World Series, he got away with doing this so much.
Yeah.
And and they just decided not to come down on it hard. So the main fault lies not so much with him, in my opinion, but with
The TDs.
the TDs, because you get that, you know. Yeah, he delays forever and all the rest of it. I spoke to
Yeah,
Greg
he's one of the
Bender
slowest
about
players in the world as well. That's like I said. I mean, that hand which people saw on TV and a lot of people found was very entertaining. You were watching a highlights
Edit,
reel.
yeah.
That
You're
is a
watching
very
something which
heavily
was
edited
out to
ESPN
2 or
reel.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
And I actually saw it in real time, and it took 22 minutes. And
Jeez.
and when the two hands went over,
I would have been over the table and arrested at that point. You know, let's be clear. I mean, what I would suggest is if he's doing that immediately he sits down at the table, call the tournament director.
Clock.
No. Before he does anything.
Oh, just have him there, ready.
Just bring him over.
Nick,
Gerard Gassouf
Nick.
is at the table. If or anyone else who's delaying that much, not just William, but anyone who's delaying that much, you immediately call the director over. Yeah, and that will change it slowly.
So you've done the interview with them, and we can check that out at andyblack.ie.
Yeah, when it's just being edited and kind of
All put together.
or not edited, as the case may be.
Yeah, I hope it's not being edited.
But
actually.
I
Let's-
mean, the most interesting interview, in some ways, I did. I plan to do some interviews that are just live coaching, right? So live coaching interviews. So they're not interviews; they're coaching interviews.
So is this with a recreational player and you
Could be with
demonstrating to
anyone,
them?
yeah, anyone. I could do anyone, yeah. I mean, I can do anything from like 30 seconds to weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. But funny enough, Ross Boatman just happened. He's an old friend of mine, came along, and he arrived at the Irish Open, and he was very nonplussed. You know, wasn't he? You know, he's a very well-known actor now. He's in EastEnders, and he's been in various other things, and he was just not really
He's seen
feeling
some big
it.
show
He
on
was-
Sky lately as well.
Yeah. He's like his acting career is taken off. But nonetheless, he was over here, and well, it's an interesting story. There's a lot of people, you know, recreational players.
Hey, we got a table back, baby!
Wait a second.
We've
No,
gone all
that's
in as
Jacks
well, do
against
we?
Tens.
Yeah, Yoring is all in.
Looks like this table. It looks
No,
like
it's
the screen is
frozen
still
again.
frozen again. Oh no, there we go.
Now, Steve is that good a player, he's going to hit the 10. Now, watch this. I'll bet. Give me.
Under the Gun
give
has
me
moved
four-
all in. Steve has called from Under the Gun +1 with pocket tens.
Wait, if you give me 4-1, I'll bet hitting a 10.
I will not give you 4-1. This happened 15 minutes ago, so.
I don't know, actually. No, I genuinely don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay, so Jacks against tens.
You're going to see it.
Jacks is a better hand than 10s.
Is it, Andy? Oh, is that on the site?
No.
Is that on your site?
I was talking to a girl. Look.
Oh,
I
10!
bet I
10
guessed
ball!
that. I just said he's that good. He's going to hit the 10.
Well, you gotta have the skills to pay the bills, and he's flopped the set. Yoring is all in.
I didn't actually know that. That's very bad.
I think the whole world just witnessed Andy trying to hustle me here.
No. I had no idea. So I've been here
I
the
smelt
whole
a rat.
time.
I smelt
We've
a
been
rat.
here more than 15 minutes.
I refuse to bet on stuff that happened in the past.
No. I mean, you're very sensible, but I just figured he was going to hit a 10. I wasn't trying to bet.
Yeah, well, we
particularly.
didn't we have legitimately
all the
you've
time.
been here all this time, and we're legitimately on a 15-minute delay.
You heard it here first. Andy Black, the Will Kassouf of Irish poker. He just tried to hustle the mate.
And you can see that Will Kassouf interview at andyblack.ie.
Well,
and
I
make
was
sure
funny
you're-
when I was talking to Will Kassouf, now that you mention it, in the interview.
As he shrugs his shoulders, by the
That
way.
in some ways, there was a more mathematical approach to the game. You know, yes, he's got these moves, but there is more of a mathematical approach. And the first player I thought of in some ways was you. That he was more like that. So is there a connection between being that and being completely unethical and selling crack?
Allegedly,
I mean, I don't
allegedly.
know. Is there? Is there
I
a
think-
connection? I mean, you
That's
could
an
probably
interesting
speak
one.
from personal experience.
Yeah.
Personal experience. Paddy
I
Clark.
don't think Will is a mathematical player. That's the part I object to the most.
No,
actually.
he's not. He's not. I was only messing. I was only messing. No, he actually. No, it's
So
frozen
there's a 10-second lag every now and again, and look, our team. It's just because there's so many people watching.
But every time it's lagging, then
See, this is.
people
Do
look
you know
like
what's
poker
happened?
players.
Andy Black came over, and it went on Twitter, and people just went nuts, and the live stream just can't take it. That's what's happened. That's what's. It's your fault. So that's what's happened to the 10-second lag. You can also see that we've gone from 16 to 13 players.
Now, is there any way Steve is going to get involved here?
Steve's in the big blind.
So he does have a gut shot to the draw.
Paddy just limped pre-flop in the small blind, so
Yeah,
Steve checked
So
behind,
he's most certainly raising.
and
top pair, top kicker.
Paddy has checked the flop, and Steve has bet with his gut shot.
Now, he's going to raise because it's 10. It's not like a king or something like that up there, you know?
Yeah.
So this...
Yeah, he has
16
raised.
cards.
He's raised to 425, and now
That's it.
Steve is
Steve does
shaking
not
his
like
head.
it.
He's going to fold his hand.
He's going to wait to, like, flop sets of under pairs against over pairs a
But
bit more.
the intriguing thing is that while we were offline there, Steve O'Dwyer has gone up to 7 million.
Yeah. Well, he just picked up... yeah.
He picked up some chips there from
So
with the tens
Steve
against
was
jacks.
my pick to win this thing.
Yeah.
Right. I've never beaten him in a hand.
In terms, has anyone?
I'm not sure I've ever beaten him in a hand. We have a
People don't.
we have a strategy tip on our YouTube channel where I bet.
Yes,
the
you know he has a podcast by the way.
I bet
called
the
Chip Race.
I bet the river with trips, and Steve raised me, and I folded, and everybody in the comments said that was the worst fold ever. How can you fold to Steve O'Dwyer there? And Steve told me afterwards that he actually had a house.
Beautiful. Bueno, bueno.
He lies a lot, Steve.
He doesn't lie, but he did actually he said the hand history. So
Nice.
Okay, well, Ed.
Well, then in that case,
Fair enough.
have a bit of that. Ya puta, ya madre, ya puta. So Patrick Clark, former Irish Open champion with Jack 8.
yeah, we've got two former Irish
Now
Open
look, you
champions
see
here.
that I know it seems funny, but he went from 3 million to 2 million by doing ace money with the ace queen, and now he's looked back up to 2.7.
Yeah.
So if he hadn't have done the ace queen, when you're a creative player like Paddy Clark, there's an argument for eliminating some more of those marginal hands.
That
Because
said,
he's-
that said, when he picked up the chips with the second ace queen, if he'd had more chips, he wouldn't have shoved.
He would have won the hand anyway. Wouldn't he?
I'm going with Andy on this one.
Three
Sure,
bets.
raise,
I'm going with
yeah,
Andy on
yeah,
this
yeah.
one.
Probably
Big
three
call.
bets, and the guy probably folds. Yeah.
So that wasn't right.
Take that, Dara.
Yeah.
Or maybe the guy
maybe you've been using your own product a bit.
Maybe the guy makes a bad call and he flops him. There's many branches to this multiverse. In one universe, that happened. In another universe,
Is this where we got?
Andy Black never came into the commentary box.
I'm not
and he's
here.
out on the lash with Will Kassouf.
Is this where we get to talk
I
about
am
Doctor
on-
Strange and the Multiverse of Madness? Out in cinemas next month. So, in the end, Patrick decided to give up the Jack 8. Again, that probably has an awful lot to do with Steve.
Well, I think that's a bad raise by Clark there, you know. I don't like that raise off that stack with the big stack to the left. What do you think? Jack 8 suited?
Yeah, chip average is
I
now.
think when you raise Jack 8 suited on the button and you get 3 bet and you have to fold, it's a bad raise, yeah.
And the
But
chip
in this particular branch of the multiverse.
top class analysis. The chip average is now 4.6 million in the room. And Colin Maguire, who has been the chip leader for quite some time, nothing's changed there. He still is.
So the screen is frozen again, but we can
7.4.
see the two Irish Open champions still in the mix.
Dan Wilson and Patrick
Dan
Clark.
Wilson and Paddy Clark. Two very different players, it has to be said.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I'm going to slip off to go to the bar and chase the dragon with Will Kassouf.
Considering you were coming in for 20 minutes, you've more than
Have I been here a long time? It's been such fun.
You've more than earned your right to do whatever the hell you want, basically. So Andy Black Poker on Insta. To qualify it, just to make sure, because some clown's going to try and copy it. Ireland's most successful all-time tournament poker player, Fact. $5 million in winnings. High performance guru, high pressure people reading savant. AndyBlack.ie.
Is that from Jesus Christ? That's from the website. And anyone's interested, coaching, have a look at the Barney Boatman or the Ross Boatman interview, because I start coaching him just by chance. And people might have some idea the kind of stuff I do. You know?
Okay.
So,
and we definitely have to see the Will Kassouf interview to the very end.
Yeah, you see that. I don't know, some of it. Some of the stuff I do is, let's just say, there isn't much of a censor on it. I mean, the Niall Farrell interview, he laughed at
Well,
the
the
end.
fact that your producer just
The
burst out laughing.
Niall
it's took
Farrell
away.
interview went, that was the best fucking interview I ever did at the end, right? And let's just say it's definitely XXX rated at various points. You know, there isn't a kind of,
fantastic.
you know. So if we had any sponsors, we would have lost them by now.
No, in
Unfortunately,
this world.
we haven't even explored that yet, so we couldn't lose any sponsors.
I'll get you on
so
Spotify.
We got a freedom now. We got a freedom now. This is before the kind of like, you know.
I'll have a chat with
forces were in.
Megaphone. I'll get you on Spotify. Don't worry. You'll get on the
Megaphone and Spotify. What
yeah,
the hell
Megaphone
is
are the podcast platform that were bought by Spotify for $250 million, and they
Well, I
signed
didn't buy it.
they signed my show, The Final Furlong. So we'll get you sorted there.
Okay, I
Get you on-
appreciate that.
We'll get you on
That's
there,
good.
Andy.
I feel complete nearly.
I-
Hey, so thanks. Nice hanging out.
Listen,
with you,
thank
Darren.
you, my man.
As
Thank you, my
always,
friend.
Real pleasure. Thank
Absolute
you so
pleasure as
much.
always, Andy.
Yeah.
Gentleman and a scholar, except to Will Kassouf.
Actually, on the subject of Will Kassouf, I got a text from David Lappin saying, please correct the record. I wrote after he stole, not after his WSOP antics.
Oh, all right, Lappin. Andy, pleasure. Thank you very much. And Andy Black, ladies and gentlemen, bringing the noise. And even our producer just went, Oliver. By the way, if you're offended by any of the F-bombs, fuck you.
Well, it's Ireland. it's Ireland, so
the Irish
so
Poker
I'm sorry,
Open.
we use the F word as punctuation,
Yeah.
adverb, adjective.
Also, can I just point out that the world's biggest podcast is hosted by Joe Rogan, which happens to be on the same network as The Final Furlong. Now, I don't have 11 million listeners. We get 200,000 average for Cheltenham. 57,000 is our average per show. 72% of that in the UK, 19% in Ireland. A bit like yourself. USA, Canada, Dubai is very big. So all expats, Australia,
Right.
France.
Places where there is horse racing as well, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, horse racing very heavy in Dubai, very heavy in obviously in France. But a lot of expats tuning in, and we drop F-bombs constantly. But Joe Rogan has the biggest podcast on the planet. They've tried to cancel him 7 times in the last couple of months. No one can succeed in doing it because there's 11 million people listening to every single show he does.
Sure. Yeah,
Do you know how many people are watching CNN? They lost 90% of their viewers within a year. Now, I will say this, their coverage of Ukraine has been amazing. And please give to our good friend, who's actually back playing poker today. Why am I having a brain freeze? Fergal Nealon, thank you very much. Fergal Nealon's incredible Ukraine cause, where they're not even taking anything out of the donations. Every single bit of cash that is donated goes straight into the cause. Even the T-shirts they're wearing to promote it, they made themselves. So, well worth giving. And the poker community has been unbelievable in supporting him, so well done for that. But, yeah. Andy Black. I quite like Andy to come on the chip race.
We've had him on the chip race. We had him actually in season 1.
I mean
similar to what just happened now. We asked Andy one question and he spoke for 3.5 hours, which we edited down to a 1-hour show.
Well, we got lucky in the sense that of all the times to get Andy in, the stream crashes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it crashed because Andy came on.
Absolutely,
And the
yeah.
word went round on Twitter. So
Yeah. And you can see Steve is really opening up now. Steve has a commanding chip lead, and when you see him opening Queen 9 under the gun, Queen 9 offsuit at that. Now it's short-handed, so under the gun is obviously effectively the hijack.
Yep.
No, it's the low jack. Sorry, they're six-handed. So Steve is just going to put the foot on the accelerator now.
And this is as we approach a quarter to midnight in Ireland. in Dublin, Ireland. The blinds are currently at 50 and 100,000, with the 100,000 big blind ante as well. There's 35 minutes left in IRL. So once the next level jumps, it's 50, 100k with the 100k big blind ante too. So it's about to get saucy as Jose Antonio Arias.
So we have ace queen against ace queen here,
and this is going to be interesting to see how this
Yeah.
plays, because there's the dynamic between Jose and Paddy. Like, I can't see Paddy going anywhere. In fact, has Paddy just announced all in?
Yeah, I think all in is probably the
He
standard
has.
move here. Yeah, it's just over 20 big blinds. You don't really want to play ace queen out of position, so he's just trying to end the hand now. And now Jerez is in a tough spot. Ace queen is this is super marginal. It's probably an ICM fold because we're getting near the final table now.
Yeah. I mean, we are now down to 13.
Yeah, as I said earlier, in this spot you really want to get your chips in first. Once you put your chips in first, the other guy has to fold far more of his range than normal, and that's why Jerez is in the tank here. Normally ace queen obviously would be strong enough to raise call, but because we are getting near to the final table and Paddy has stuck all the chips in, he's really not sure what to do here.
So this is ace queen off for Paddy, which is against ace queen off for Jose Antonio.
Yeah.
Who made the pre-flop raise to 250,000. Clicky goes, well, shove all in.
Yeah.
And
he looks like he's genuinely thinking here. It's not for all of his chips. He would have 1.4 million left if he called here and lost.
But it puts him in a very tricky position.
Yeah, it brings him down to 14 big blinds. So he might elect to go for the stack preservation here.
It's intriguing just to see how this has played out, in the sense that obviously we know that both players. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Fintan Gavin back to my partner in crime. Fintan Gavin is back in the house.
Ace queen, ace queen.
Ace queen against
Chop
ace
what?
queen. So 250,000 was the raise from Jose Antonio, and Clicky.
I haven't seen him in about 4 hours.
Clicky shoved all in 2.1, and he's been in the tank now, Jose, for quite a while. Probably going, "Ya madre, ya puta."
So this is a 3-bet. Jose opened.
Jose opened under the gun, exactly,
Yeah.
six-handed.
Okay.
Paddy
So
stuck
this
it in
might
from the
work.
small blind.
This might work.
Yeah, I think he probably will eventually fold. I actually think this might be a fold as well, even just in theory,
So
because it's so much of a
13,
stack.
what's the payout? Like 12, 13 grand more, 15, 16?
Yeah, and the thing
that's
is,
another factor.
if you call here and lose, you're going to be short stacked, and it's going to be harder to make the final table. You
Wow.
can just fold and preserve
Yeah.
your stack.
Wow, Clarkey, well
So,
done, son.
Yeah,
That's Clarkey up to 2.6 million.
big pickup there for Clark. He basically added a quarter, 25% to his stack there.
So if he was to go now, he'd be getting 17,350. 11 to 10, it's 20,000, pretty much 20,500. So you're spot on, Fintan. It's a big jump.
I see Dan Wilson on the left-hand side. Great to see. That's two Irish Open winners.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. You're not going to believe what happened, by the way. So Andy comes in. It obviously goes all over Twitter. Andy Black's on the live stream.
Well, did you notice the way I was
Shut
walking
down.
towards the booth, and then I did a
You
U-turn?
did a U-turn.
I said,
You're like, I'm
"Goodbye."
not having any abuse off of that man.
And I met Stephen Lone, and I said, "What's the story?
I'm not
Is
taking
that-
any
is
abuse
Andy
off
staying
him."
long?" He says, "No, he's just hopping in for a few minutes."
that's
So
what
I
he
guessed about an hour. I don't know how far I'm off.
An hour and 30 minutes later,
Yeah.
he's still here.
Like,
But the thing is, the live stream itself actually went off. Now the sound kept going, so it became a podcast between
Okay, well, Andy's
Dara,
perfect.
Andy, and us. And that was the ideal thing about it, is that
Perfect.
Andy was able to talk about. I was asking him about players who, back in the day, would have just shoved to be able to ring their friends and said, "Andy Black just knocked me out of the Irish Open."
I've had loads of really long, deep conversations with Andy, loads. And there's always two things I think about afterwards. First of all is, I actually didn't get a word in there.
Yep.
That's the first thing.
Yep.
And then
We
the
tried.
second thing.
We tried.
The second thing is, what the hell did we just talk about? I never remember. And I'm kind of left kind of dizzy going, what?
Yeah.
It's a And the amount of time I spent in this company, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
To be. That's a real privilege now to get to commentate with Andy. It genuinely is. And
Yeah, a couple of years ago in Vegas, Andy came up to me and he said, "What's all this GTO I'm hearing about? Do you know what that is, and could you explain it to me?" So I said, "Yeah, okay, Andy, we can give it a try." So he said, "Okay, come off to the buffet with me," because that's what he calls a buffet. The buffet. He insists it's called a buffet. So we went into the buffet, and I think I said about half a sentence on GTO, and then Andy started talking. And 4 hours later, I decided that I had to go. Exactly like Finton said. I can't really remember what we talked about, but it definitely wasn't GTO.
He's brilliant.
Well-
He's a bit of a kind of like one of these guys that put you under a spell. You
Oh,
just
yeah.
kind of like
Yeah.
Oh, he's
you're
hypnotic.
listening and
Yeah.
you're engrossed.
The eyes.
But
the
you know,
voice.
it's most of it is complete horseshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well-
there's always something there. There's something there that keeps you hanging in because he
Yeah.
does come out with some real golden nuggets. That's for sure.
Well, he's now on Insta, and it's genuinely him.
Andy, I tell you one thing. Andy is a social media sleeping giant.
Yes, 100%.
Absolute.
He had about 50 followers.
Oh, look at this.
Whoa,
This could be troublesome for Steve.
Sorry,
has-
guys. What the hell is Dwyer sitting on 8 million?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Good
yeah.
luck, it's
Things,
over.
Things changed.
I'll see you tomorrow night for the trophy ceremony.
So he's flopped.
You
he's
won't
flopped
get chips off him,
Trip
right?
Queens.
Yeah.
There's no way of getting chips
Yeah.
off.
And
So he raised the button with Queen 7, so he's obviously opening almost any two, maybe even any two, and he's flopped trips.
Mikro
And the other guy has a pair.
Rus has got 2 pair. So
Roos thinks he's good here, and he's
Yep.
actually drawing
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah. Yeah, he thinks his 8 here has to be
Do
golden.
I'm familiar with this name, Dara. Do you know?
I don't actually know him, but he does sound familiar to me as well.
So the bet is 140 from Steve. What's your
He has
player?
to call.
Just
There's no
insta call?
chance. Well, there's no chance he's folding here. Absolutely, could even raise. I mean, like Steve with the big stack. Steve is opening every button.
Yeah.
100% of buttons
And
he's
you're
opening.
spot on, Finton. That's exactly what he's done. He's raised. He has raised.
And Steve is loving this. This is a smooth call.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to find bluffs here, so...
Yeah, and he's like, Steve is blocking all the big hands, so it's just
Yeah.
going to be flatted.
Calling and hope he keeps firing.
And great to be in position, Steve. I mean, how does he do it? He's like a magnet for chips.
Yeah.
And people just keep handing him chips.
Yeah.
How different would it have been if Seamus Cattle called him that time with the ace?
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
6 of spades comes down, changes
So that
nothing.
looks like a safe card.
Yep.
Um,
By the way, your tournament, this man was playing in. He finished 31st.
Okay.
Mr. Horus.
Okay, I actually do know him because I booked his bedroom for him.
There you go.
That's right, and I actually have a.
Oh, you owe me
Thread.
big time, by the way.
I owe you big time, big time.
No, no,
But
no.
there doesn't need to be a reason because I owe you anyway.
7 individual people were coming up to me saying, "Where's Finton? Because Finton will sort me out with a room." And I was like, "Oh, Finton's gone away. You weren't. You were
Okay,
you were
okay,
around,
gotcha,
and I got them to leave. So, got your back, son.
Nice one.
Got your back."
And Mika firing. So Steve, I think again, he's trying to just tank, try and portray weakness here. There's
Yeah,
no way
absolutely.
Mika's ever putting it on a queen here.
Yeah.
And Mika thinks he's just going to get him to fold what Jack 9, Jack 10 type hand.
Yeah.
And Steve again just with the smooth call, and it's just been set up perfectly, really, isn't it?
Yeah, the pot's already 2 million, so you can... And another brick on the river is... This is trouble for this gentleman because he still thinks his 8 is usually good. Being out of position is really unfortunate in this spot, though, because when you bet and you get called twice, you're not loving it anymore. So he has decided to check the river. Now, Steve has to decide
How big?
how big.
Yeah.
What will an 8 call? And you can see he's actually sizing up his opponent with his eyes, thinking, how much does he have? How much is out there? Is there any way I can get him to call an all-in? How often does he call an all-in? How often does he call a pot bet? How often does he call a half pot bet? These are all the mathematical calculations now you have to make to decide what's the most profitable size to go here. He's pretty sure, he'll be pretty sure that he has this type of hand, an 8. So he's considering this carefully. 2 million in the pot. Let's see what size he goes for.
That's 1.6.
1.6. Yeah. Yeah. He's going for 1.6. It's not an overbet. This is the maximum amount he thinks that an 8 will call. And now the king 8's in a horrible spot because he's thinking, well, Jack 10 bricked, 10-9 bricked. Could he have those hands and he's just trying to bluff me off now? Does he really have the queen? It's a very, very tough spot for him now against a player as aggressive as Steve O'Dwyer. This is a horrible spot. And this is why it really sucks to have to play out of position against a player as good as Steve O'Dwyer. You'll find yourself in these spots so often where you have a hand you think is going to be good a lot of the time, but in this specific instance, you're really not sure. Steve is impassive as ever.
I mean, look at he's stoic in his pose. It's just like, look at this.
Everything is
It's like a frozen caption.
Yeah. And I think he might get. He has got the call. Wow, he got absolute maximum value there.
But Steve, look at Steve.
Yeah, this is absolutely crushing now.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
He's up to 11 million.
Yeah. 11 million. How many chips in play, Dara?
That's
100. I'd say 100 million. No, 2, 5 to 10. Yeah, 100 million.
There are 2,000 players, and we all started with 30,000.
So
60 million.
Sorry, 60 million. 30,000 starting stack. Yeah, 60 million.
Yeah, but he already has the average stack for 6 people left.
So he's average for a 6-handed.
Yeah, or 5-handed almost.
Yeah, 5-handed.
Yeah, this is brutal, and we're not even on the final table yet.
Yeah, and it's not like, he hasn't been in this kind of situation before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's like the most experienced.
You're already
player.
the most experienced, best player, and now you have all the chips.
And the buy-in level, and it's not like he's a ton of experience at like kind of low-level tournaments. We'd call this a mid-range. I'd call this a mid-range buy-in, like just over the 1K.
Yeah.
And like this is just a playground for Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, Steve turned up at a 500 I played in the Bonington a few months ago, and everybody was surprised to see him there. But he obviously just loves coming out and playing.
Yeah, and I guess after the pandemic as well, he wouldn't have played that much live, and he just wanted to get back in. Clicky still there, great to see.
Yeah, and look at this. Steve O'Dwyer's now actually picked up a legitimate hand, Ace Jack. Is he going to get any action? Somebody needs to find a hand behind. Dan might Dan can definitely defend the 6-4 suited here. But he's not going to like it against the best player in the field with all the chips. Dan would defend this against. He'd already have put the chips in against anybody else. But even against Steve, he's going to put it in. Dan isn't short of self-confidence, and he's one of the few guys who wouldn't be terrified about playing against Steve out of position.
Is this just our screen that's freezing?
The screen has been freezing up periodically, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's an interesting flop.
I think a lot of money's going to go in here.
Yeah, I think...
Could be a check back for Steve.
Yeah, he might check back this with the... Yeah, exactly, with the ace high. If he had absolutely nothing, no showdown, he would auto c-bet, but he might check some aces.
2 overs, backdoor spades.
Yeah. Dan has a good hand. Yeah, he did check back. Well called by Finton there. Now... Steve has turned a flush draw.
And a straight draw.
And a gut shot as well. So...
And the 2 overs. So
and he has the 2 overs, and he has showdown. So the question is, does he want to bet and try and fold out equity, or does he just take his showdown and check? But Dan hasn't acted yet, I guess. So Dan also has a gut shot. He's not to know it would be a disaster to hit that gut shot. They both have a flush draw and a gut shot, but the difference between the two hands is Steve has showdown with his ace high, and Dan knows he doesn't with his 6 high. So Dan has come out betting, yeah, because Dan doesn't have showdown here. That's why Dan is betting. And now Steve is deciding. Yeah, I think he's going to take the conservative option here and just call.
8, of course, would be disaster.
It would be disaster for Dan, yeah. And the 3 of spades makes the flush for Steve. Now, Dan could lose some chips here. He might decide he has to bluff. He has just about the worst hand he can have in this spot. And from a theoretical point of view, when you find yourself with the worst hand that you can have and there's no other way to win except to bet, that's usually a situation where you're supposed to bet a lot of the time. I think
it's going to be hard to wave the white flag here.
Yeah.
Just surrender.
Yeah.
1.4 million.
Yeah, Dan is reached. Yeah, I think Dan's only question in his mind was his sizing.
So I guess we're going to see 600k.
Which size? Yeah, let's see what size he's gone. He's actually gone for small.
Wow.
He's basically trying to make this look like a
value bet,
that he can't be bluffing.
Brilliant. And at the same time, minimizing
his loss. Exactly.
Exposure, yeah.
Exactly. This will get folds from better hands. This will, you know, if Steve is sitting there with queen high, you can definitely get that hand to fold, even to this size. But obviously, Steve is just trying to. Steve is basically hoping that Dan has a hand and trying to, again, the same decision as last time. What's the hand that's going to call me, and how much will that call? And he's actually moved all in. He's gone for it all because he's hoping that Dan somehow has a 7, a straight, something strong enough to call there. And Dan obviously snap folded. Nice to see the snap fold as well. No posturing.
Yeah, I love that. Instead of wasting time, precious time, 12 million stack.
This is ridiculous. Look at the size of that stack.
But the field is still littered with some top regs.
Yeah.
I was sorry to see Frank Lillis go out there.
I was sorry.
16th.
Yeah, he's from your part of the country as well. And
I was just passing the table. I think it was 6s against Ace 10 all in pre, and I think it was the young English player Matthew Bushell. I'm not sure now. I think it was Matthew.
Yeah.
Who hit the straight against him.
Yeah. Yeah, very sad to see Frank go. He's an absolute quality online player. Obviously, he's starting to play a bit more live now, and he's definitely going to make a splash, I think, on the live felt if he commits more time to it. Frank the Tank, as he's known. So this is an open with the Queen 10 suited, obviously. We apologise for the pictures periodically freezing up. We have some technical issues, but we'll try to keep going. So raise to 250. Dan's in the small blind. Can't imagine he's doing anything with King 5, and the big blind folds as well. The 6 deuce.
So basically, everyone is short, really. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Everybody's playing sort of sub 20, sub 30 big blind poker, while Steve has all the chips. Look at that.
That's ridiculous.
He has 3 times as many chips as everybody else.
And the player with the stack next to his 3.5 million stack, from what we've seen, Jose, probably the tightest player.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair. And the others are, I mean, the bottom 3 there, Clicky, Dan Wilson, and Roos, they're all 20 big blinds or less. So they're really handcuffed now.
And this, of course,
Steve is going to mandatory open.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, Steve is just going to run this table over.
Yeah, we saw him open Queen 9 early, Queen 9 offset earlier in the siege, so he's just going to open super wide. He's not going to open any 2 because that's actually easy to play against. If you know somebody's playing any 2, then you know how your hand stacks up against that. But by opening 40-50% of hands, you put doubts in people's minds.
And this for sure is a 3-bet.
It should be, yeah. This should be just all in.
1.6.
Yeah.
That's 16 big
16
blinds.
big blinds. I think this is just a shove now.
Yeah, he's counting out about 900k, so
yeah,
he's just
the same
showing
thing.
I'm
here.
going with this, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got the Irish flag, so I guess.
Yeah, he played Limerick. He won a package online. Came down to Limerick.
Yeah.
Came down with a few of his mates, and real nice guy. Snap fold, another.
Yeah, again.
Good feature of watching top pros. They
don't bother. They don't bother with the posturing.
They don't need the TV time, and it's not like they're going to portray any false information by tanking.
No. If you're a good player,
people know if you're a good player, you do have hands that you raise that you're going to fold to a 3-bet. You don't have to pretend that every time you have a tough decision.
So 6-handed on this feature table, and then there's another outer table with 6 players. On the outer table, we have the local hero. We have Thomas Lucky Mo
Gelazunas, yep.
Kyle Maguire from Glasgow. We have Matthew Bushell from Bournemouth, I believe Matthew's from. Okay. Also, we've local Justin Boyle, local reg. Justin doing really well. He went super short a couple hours ago, but right back in there. And Alex
Whitenstall,
yeah, I don't know Alex, do you?
I don't know him either, no. Okay. I might recognize him when I see him, but yeah.
So 12 remain. It might not be as late as we expected, given the dynamics of the chip stacks.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys who are in push or fold mode now. So, okay, so what's happened here? Again, our pictures froze up. So, Chris opened on the button with King 10. Clicky moved all in from the small blind with Ace 8. And can't imagine Williams is going to... No, Williams just fold. So, another pickup for Clicky. Patrick Clark.
So the big blind is 100k, and there's 60 million in play, which is equivalent to 600 big blinds, right?
Yes.
That's a lot of blinds.
That is a lot of blinds for 12 players. So the average stack is still 50 big blinds.
50 bigs, that's huge.
That's
yeah, super deep. This really is
super deep.
Well deep. Having said that, with one player with 8 or with 11 or 12 million,
that's
really
skewing it. Yeah, exactly. That really skews it. So Chris is folded here. We don't know what Patrick's cards are on the button yet. Again, apologies for this freezing up, but okay. So Patrick has raised Ace-7 on the button, and the big blind who covers him has defended the King-6 suited, which is perfectly legitimate. He can put a lot of pressure on post-flop now. Okay, so Clicky's bottom pair, and the big blind has some backdoors going on. He checks. Now Clicky's deciding whether he wants to check his bottom pair or bet it for protection. But he decides to check. He doesn't really want to get check raised there. Now he'll feel a lot better about his hand if the big blind checks again. And if the big blind bets, he can call one and then decide what to do on the river. Big blind has turned a gut shot. This is a spot where Patrick won't have too many hands that will give up to a single bet, but he could have a lot of hands that will give up to 2 bets. So if you're the big blind in this spot and you bet the turn, you have to be prepared to bet a lot of rivers as well. So he's going to go ahead and bet, and I expect Patrick will call.
Well, given that he checked back flop, this is an auto call on the turn.
Yeah, he has a pair, and now he's going to have to. He will have a tough decision on a lot of rivers, but Patrick is backing himself to navigate. Okay, so now will the big blind follow through here? That's the question.
Jose with King High knows the only way to win this pot will be to bet again on river.
Yeah.
It's not really feasible that King High is going to win, but he shuts down and Paddy with a
he
really
does
easy
shut down,
decision.
yeah. I think
Paddy checks back.
Paddy always checks back. Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I would have liked to see the big blind fire again there. I think, as I said on the turn, I think that Paddy has a lot of hands that'll call the turn, but fold the river to a big bet.
He had a hand he could have fired again, given he had a king in his hand.
Yeah, the king is actually quite useful because on that board, King Jack is the nuts, and that obviously makes it less likely that Clicky has that hand, and it's also blocking stuff like King Queen.
A very precious pot for Paddy Clicky Clark, about 10 bigs in that pot, and every chip, of course, so precious. The guy with all the chips, you can see massive stack for Steve O'Dwyer, the American based in Ireland. Multiple super high roller winner. I guess he must have about 15 million in live earnings, Dara.
Yeah, I think the joke going around the Boddington was whatever the number was, 15 million, 16 million, and he was trying to make that 16 million 5,000 or whatever
Okay,
was
yeah,
price in
yeah,
the
of course,
500
of
we
course.
were playing. Okay, so Paddy has another hand, and the other players may be starting to wonder about Paddy now because he seems to be very, very active. And Steve is thinking he's got some mischief in mind here. He has the Queen 6 suited, and that is a kind of hand which does make a pretty good 3-bet. And he's actually, he's made a really small 3-bet, which is basically leveraging Paddy's stack. Paddy kind of has to decide now whether his hand is good enough to continue or not. And Roos has an interesting spot here in the big blind. He's
Quite a lot of interest shown already.
Yeah, a lot of interest, but he only has 2.6 million. If he were to shove and get this through, he would add more than a third to his stack. And he knows it's Clicky who's opening super wide. He knows it's the chip leader who's 3-betting super wide. So this is actually a pretty good spot to think about just shoving the ace-10. Yeah, he's giving this a good long think. There is just so much out there, and both of these players will fold a decent amount of the time to a shove. I think he just wishes his hand was slightly stronger. If he had ace-queen, he's definitely going with it. If he's ace-jack, he'd probably feel better about it as well. And he has decided to let it go in the end. And now Paddy has a horrible spot. He's getting an amazing price, but he has king-queen, and it's out of position against the chip leader and the best player left in the tournament.
Yeah, this is a big moment. And it's not like Steve is not continually 3-betting him. This is the third time we've seen it in the last half hour.
Yeah.
And Clicky, well, he has to make a decision, but I mean, the risk is so high, isn't it, Dara?
The risk is really high, yeah. And Clicky has added to his stack just by sort of picking on other players. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see
ripped. 4-bet ripped.
He 4-bet ripped. Yeah. Again, he was in the same spot as the big blind there. There's a lot out there. O'Dwyer is full of it a lot of the time. So that's a big pickup for Clicky. And it also kind of lays down a marker as well. It'll make O'Dwyer less likely to 3-bet him light in future.
Yeah, now I'm getting several messages. Mick G, Shane Carter, they're telling me that that Roos is very well known on the Dublin scene, plays PLO in the D1. Also a very competent online player.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's played really, really well from what I've seen so far. And the fact he gave that spot so much consideration means he knew what
he knew what was going on.
What was going on.
But it was
but in
just
the end,
so
he just
difficult.
I think if he had ace queen, he was sticking it in.
Yeah,
if he had ace jack,
probably closer.
Probably closer. Ace 10 in the end, he decided it was just not strong enough.
If you've just tuned in recently, you're watching one of two tables left in play. We're down to 12 players in the Irish Open main event, 2,000 plus players, and down to just 12. All of these guys, they've locked up, I don't know, 17, 18 grand there. I've totally lost track of the money, to be honest. $17,350, and we're on a pay jump.
We're on a pay jump, yeah.
Which is over 3K.
Over 3K, which is three buy-ins. It's pretty significant at this point.
Clicky with the 4-bet against the boss, Steve.
Yeah, Clicky's fearless in these
O'Dwyer.
spots. Absolutely fearless. A lot of players would be afraid to stick it in there with king high, but
I'm just wondering, the 3-bet sizing from Steve, like the very small 3-bet sizing, did that lean Clicky towards the 4-bet?
Yes and no. I think Clicky, there are some hands that if he'd gone bigger with, Clicky would fold rather than 4-betting. But then it is risk to reward. Like Steve was risking only 480 there to pick up a pot that was much bigger than that. So it was just a very good size. And again, if he had aces or kings or queens or ace king, he would have used exactly the same size. So, like I said this before, Steve doesn't really make these big moves a lot of the time. He just gradually accumulates chips. He keeps the pressure on with small bets, small raises, and just gathers chips that way, rather than, you know, some players are looking to win big flips or win big all-ins, but he's very much sort of small ball, Stevie.
About 20 minutes left in this 50,000, 100,000 blind level.
Yeah, Dan has been very quiet since his stack drifted back, basically, which is Dan just recognizing in this spot that he just has to adhere to the laws of mathematics, as it were, and wait for a good spot.
It's great. Social media is brilliant. Another message there from Carol Nolan.
Yeah.
Just about Roos. Obviously, Roos is a reg in the Dublin poker scene.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, with lockdown and everything, Dara, it's like, it's hard to have your finger on the pulse.
It really is, like, because there are a lot of online players who never really played much live, and now they want to play live because they kind of they've been locked in their house for 2 years and they're desperate to get out. So I think we're going to see a lot of new names that we might think are just completely noobs, but actually they're going to be these online end bosses. You know, guys like Frank Lillis, who unfortunately, as Fintan said earlier, lost a flip to be eliminated. But when people saw that name, it didn't really mean anything to him. And if you Hendon mobbed him, I think it's $60,000 he had on his Hendon mob. But, you know, online crusher, and he's going to clearly do live.
Hated him on day 2. I was the only one he folded to, and I played back on him 4 times, and only one he folded to, really. He just, every hand, he's a monster. Great player, really. A lot of respect. But what do I know?
Well, Dan Wilson has just 3-bet here with the ace-10 from the small blind against the cutoff open. We don't actually know what the cutoff has.
2.7 million is what he's got there.
And yeah,
Steve chipped up.
he gets the fold. Oh, Steve has all the chips now.
Oh. Is this what, oh, that's his, oh, fuck. That's his, yeah.
So, Dan Wilson, left-hand side of your screen, centre of your screen, Chris Williams and Clicky Clark, right-hand side of your screen. Out of 3 players there in the caption, 2 are Irish Open winners in the modern era, both with very significant scores. And both, of course, went on to establish themselves on the live and online scene.
Yeah. So, despite having had to fold to the 3-bet last hand, he's opened the Queen 10 this time. So he's sticking to his opening ranges, which is always good to see. He's not getting discouraged by the fact that he got 3-bet. Clicky has the kind of hand that he could defend in the big blind here, 10-5 suited.
Phil Clark who won the lottery? Is that Phil Clark who won the lottery? 7,000 CSP Clark. What result?
We have JJ.
JJ is
visiting
providing
from the UK.
unofficial third commentator
He's
at the
giving
moment.
us some intel from the from the floor. He's letting us know who
You
won
might
the
be
lottery.
picking him up in our microphones there.
Of the massive Liam Flood 15-minute turbo Swanee one would have wanted.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Two hands a day, Liam Flood.
So folded to Dan in the cutoff. Dan can definitely open the Queen 9, but he's decided to let it move. Oh, I guess it's Steve's big blind. You don't want to be opening the Queen 9 into Steve's big blind.
I mean, you're getting walks with 6 deuce.
Yeah, Steve gets the walk with the 6 deuce there. I mean, there's probably no other player in the world. Dan folds the Queen 9 there too, but he's not getting involved.
It's a caption from the outer table. You can see Justin Boyle there with the black baseball cap
Yeah.
and the headphones.
I do recognize him now, yeah.
So just 2 tables in play, 12 players. Blinds still 50, 100k. About 15 minutes left in this blind level. And this is Micah Rus folding the Queen 6. Dan Wilson lets it go clicky, and it's kind of get the feeling this guy, Steve O'Dwyer, well, he's actually folded the 5-2. But it's a good, like you made the point there, Dara, earlier. He just, it's not going to be smart for him. It's not optimum to be raising every hand.
No.
Because
No, if he raises every hand, they know what he's at, and then it makes it a lot easier to decide what your reshoves are. But by folding a decent amount, you know, well, not a decent amount, but 30, 40%, whatever it is he's folding currently, you put doubts in the minds of guys. Guys look down at hands like ace, 9, king, jack. They're not sure about it anymore. But if he's opening any 2, you're definitely going with those hands.
Dan Wilson, left-hand side of your screen, first to speak here.
Yeah.
And
We still
Dan decides to open.
Dan is opening, and Dan has really battened down the hatches since Steve got all the chips. So yeah, he does have a legitimate opening hand. Obviously, he's got the king jack.
Steamroller day 2, and I heard he tightened up a lot day 3.
Yeah, Dan's a player who basically will adjust to any dynamic, and
Now this looks super strong from Clicky.
it does. Yeah, I mean Clicky
versus an under the gun open from Wilson, who has been playing pretty snug for the last couple of orbits. You would expect this 3-bet from Clicky to be genuine. Wow. Same hand. 3 bets of the king jack off.
Yeah, and king jack off isn't a hand you can call a 3-bet with. So even though it was a small size, Dan gives it up.
Jose sitting to Steve O'Dwyer's left, and then on the very right of the table is Micah Rus, the Dublin-based player. Left-hand side, Dan Wilson, who you see in your screen now on the very left. First acto is Chris Williams folding the 8-7.
Yeah, Dan is a picture of concentration there. He's basically now in a dogfight to try to get to the final table, having had a commanding chip lead for much of this tournament. Steve's picked up a legitimate hand here, pocket 10s. If anybody's got something half decent behind, they could be in trouble.
Is that freezing on your screen as well?
And we don't know what Dan. Dan has the a6 here. This could be trouble.
22 bigs
This
behind.
could be trouble.
Is there a case here for folding?
There's a case.
Jarrett?
There's a case for all 3 options actually. There's a case for flatting. There's a case for folding. There's a case for shoving. And different options are probably the best against different players. So Dan is going to have to give this one a deep think. What does he want to do here? Does he want to stick it all in and just hope that Steve has one of the many hands that he's folding? Does he want to call and play a pretty ugly hand out of position? He's gone for a third option, and this is basically a 3-bet fold. He's not inducing here. He's hoping Steve doesn't have a hand, and Steve will just fold now. But if Steve does pile on him, he can fold.
Steve pushing here?
Steve is probably pushing here. I guess there's just a lot of hands that you want to deny equity, even an ace. Yeah, Steve moves all in. Yeah, a lot of hands will have one overcard, and you don't want to give them a free shot to hit. And Dan has folded.
Dan's range is just mad. It was. I spent the whole day playing with him too. Fucking killed it. Excuse me. Steamrolled everyone.
So Dan took a shot there that Steve had a hand which he would fold, but once he got piled on, he had a fairly easy fold himself.
Who's your favourite?
JJ is asking us who's the favourite. I mean, Steve is a massive favourite now. He has so many chips. What did he have now even?
He's 13 million.
13 million. I mean, he has almost a quarter of the chips in play with 12 people left. Dan's in the small blind with King 4, 16 big blinds. This is a tricky one. This is probably an ICM shove, and you just hope the guy folds. It's mucky though, like King 6 you'd be probably very happy to go with. You can take the other option too and just limp in and hope that you get to see the flop.
It looks like he's
raised, yeah. He's gone for the small raise, and again I guess that was a raise fold. If he got shoved on, he would have folded.
Still 12. Blind still 50, 100. Big blind ante 100 also, obviously.
Yeah.
But coming towards the end of this blind level, then I guess we go to 75, 150?
60, 120 maybe?
60, 120. Wow. Well, that is...
Let's see. It is 60, 120.
60, 120, yeah. That's
very, very good structure, as we've
unbelievable.
said. Yeah.
Unbelievable. You really wouldn't get it. I mean, this is like EPT standard this structure.
Yeah. Yeah, Liam Flood is probably spinning in his grave that the structure is so good in this tournament.
Sure, I remember getting
already.
the phone call like 15 years ago about the stack going from 10,000 to 20,000, and he was like not having it.
Yeah. Okay, so what's happened here? Russ has opened the ace in the cutoff, which is perfectly legitimate. Dan has a kind of hand. Dan keeps getting these hands you can make arguments for pretty much everything with. His small bets have been working, his small raises. So he could go again for a small 3-bet here and fold if he gets jammed on. If he makes it like 500-ish, but he's decided to let this one go. And Paddy Clark is not a man you want to see in the big blind when you've opened a hand as weak as ace-4. And Paddy's flat called with the ace-10 suited. So this is interesting. Paddy has chipped up now, so Paddy has more ICM pressure on him than the short stacks have. And that's why he's playing this one more passively than you'd expect Paddy to play it. And it goes check, check. Wrist turns an open ender, but his ace high has a decent amount of showdown as well. So you can go two ways with this. You can bet and try and take it down now, or you can just check and either try to hit your draw or hope that your ace is good on the river. So it looks like it did go check, check. And in fact, they checked it all the way down. And Paddy ends up taking the pot down with his ace high, better ace high. So it might look to viewers at home that that hand played out weirdly passively, but that's actually just because of the ICM. Neither of those players wanted to get into a big confrontation against the other, and they were both hoping that their hand was best.
By simply just surviving the next bust out, you're winning multiple thousands
You're winning
of
multiple
euro.
thousands, and you're also retaining your the possibility that you're going to win one of the really big prizes. Whereas if you bust out now, that's it. You're gone. You're done. You've no chance of coming first, second, or third.
Actually, top four, Dara, 6 figures.
Top 4 or 6 figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. In a 1K.
And like just 12 players left. I mean, it's like final table within touching distance of these guys.
Yeah. Paddy Clark has done really well this session of play.
Yeah.
He's just moved up the charts. He's the one player who's basically not bowing down to Steve.
No, that 4-bet with the king queen
Yeah.
was a key hand. He folds there. It's a totally different
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah.
And it's given him a lot more, like, playability. He can proceed, different ways in each hand. Even there with the ace 10, he can just flat and see how the board develops.
Yeah. Yeah, we interviewed Clicky on the chip race a few years ago, and we asked him about his game, and he was very frank. He admitted that he wasn't technically the best player in the world and that he didn't know the exact maths, but he said his game was based really just on reading people very well and reading situations and understanding situations. And we can really see that. He's putting on a masterclass here. He was back in the pack, but he's actually pulled into a very comfortable second now without winning any big flip or any big all-in.
This is a little loose, 7 high under the gun.
This is very loose, yeah. I'm not a massive fan of this, I have to say.
It's going to get punished.
It is going to get punished.
Roos with 21 big blinds.
Yeah, he can make a small. He can. We've seen a lot of small 3-bets recently, and this is a spot where you can make the small 3-bet to make it look like you have some folds. Like, for example, we saw Steve do with the Queen 6 suited.
The other benefit, of course, of the minimal 3-bet, you're just clearing out all these blinds that are getting super value.
So that's what he's done. He's bet basically just about a third of his stack, which makes it look like he could have some folds. And Steve is not going to be foolish enough to play the Phil Hellmuth, the Queen 4.
That's right. And a snap fold from Jose.
Yeah, he's got the 7 high, so what can he do?
Quickly realizing
maybe he shouldn't have opened.
Well, you want a cheap flop, don't you, with these type of hands?
Yeah.
Clicky on the button there in your screen. Steve O'Dwyer, the massive chip leader, posting 50k and 100k posted by Jose under the gun on the very right of the screen. Small pair. Now, what's he do with threes?
Fold.
I think he folds.
Fold.
Yeah,
You're supposed to fold. Yeah, you really want to move your opening range towards high card hands. So even a hand like King 4 suited makes a better open in that position than pocket threes. You're just blocking nothing, and you have very poor playability if you're called. Now,
Clicky opening on the button.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a fold, but Clicky is obviously going very wide here because he's so fearless. He's going to get less picked on than other players when he opens. But Steve
O'Dwyer
has a hand which he could definitely do one of his small 3-bets with.
$700.
That looks like, yeah, close enough. 600. Yeah, this is basically, again, it's a leveraging bet. Clicky now has to decide whether he wants to continue for his stack effectively. He can't raise fold here. I think this time he's probably going to decide discretion is the better part of valor and give it up. Yeah, I mean, Clicky gets away with these opens in Irish fields, but Steve isn't going to let him away with it, unfortunately. As soon as Steve sees an ace, he's always 3-betting there. But, you know, it's not a big loss for Clicky. He put out 200 there to win 250, and it's probably going to work more than half the time. So
even when he gets knocked back, he has to fold to these 3-bets.
Exactly.
He's still making profit by picking up these small pots continually.
Yeah, he's the one player at the table apart from Steve who's been picking up a lot of small pots.
It's a pretty tough seat given that Steve is to his left.
Yeah.
So, just coming towards the end of this 100k blind level. Still 12 players, been 12 handed for quite some time now. Of course, there's a bunch of bigs out there. 600 big blinds?
600 bigs, and we're 5 minutes away from the break as well. So we are playing down to the final 9. So 12 to go. We're on the 15-minute delay as Fintan Gavin, Dara Carney and Emmett Kennedy bring you coverage of the Irish Poker Open. The screen's going to freeze every now and again, about every 10 seconds. We think it has something to do with Andy coming on, and I'm not taking the piss here, by the way. We think that it went out on Twitter so much. Oh, Andy Black is on the live stream. Anything could happen. That so many people flocked.
It does not happen. This
Just not credible.
So many people
Sorry.
flocked.
I mean, it's just not
and it
credible.
just jammed up.
I'm sorry.
It's his 64 followers on
I
Twitter.
said that-
64.
yeah.
He's now 85 on Instagram, actually.
I said he was a giant, but I said he was a sleeping giant.
Well, it's a bit of a coincidence that it crashed just as the monk decides to sit down. Andy Black. So
Roos is going to win a pot here. He's not folding his ace in the big blind.
No, I imagine.
Jose raised pre-flop.
Jose Antonio. to
Yeah, he could be in
350.
trouble here with his second pair. Second pair blind on blind is very, very big.
Yeah, he's down to 1.8 million.
He's
now
not
as well.
gonna. He's not gonna love this at all.
And to be fair to him, in the big blind, given that he's in small, you're not exactly putting Roos Mikura on an ace.
No, you're not, because he was the one who raised pre-flop and Roos just called, and Roos would certainly 3-bet a lot of his aces. Now, there are some weaker players who would 3-bet all of their aces, and that means when this type of situation arises, they just can't have the ace. But Roos is savvy enough to know that he's supposed to just call with some of his aces, probably the weaker ones, and that's put Jerez in a very difficult spot now.
He's only got 5 outs.
So he's decided he's going to check and see what happens.
He messed around with a few chips, but in the end decides, and checking is the best option here for him.
Yeah, he doesn't get called by worse hands when he bets again. And
Check back as expected, but what's going to happen on the river?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Jose checks again,
and
then there's a decision.
I think there's a value bet. I think if Jose bets the river, Roos will call, and if Jose checks the river, Roos will bet himself, knowing that he would never check an ace twice.
So it's a 9. The ace will hold, and
It's almost
Was
a
he
it's almost a pleading look there. Please
Is it?
check.
I know. Let's go
I've
to
seen that.
showdown.
I've seen that look
Do you
before.
want to do a deal? Do you want to just show the cards?
Yeah, come on. I have a
the way he's eyeballing him before he makes his decision is quite intriguing.
It's a tricky spot because your ace is very weak, but I do think you probably go for value here. He has an 8 a lot of the time.
No, but in terms of Jose, the way he's just like the actions on him and the way he's just staring down.
The screen
Mikula.
does freeze though.
I
as
think he
well.
might have checked
Do you know
already.
what I mean?
We're not sure on that because of the freeze.
I was looking at a caption of Steve O'Dwyer and I was saying it's incredible how still he is.
So it is. He's like a statue.
I know. And
It's almost like it's frozen.
He's got an incredible poker face.
It has actually gone check.
Check,
Yeah.
check.
I'm surprised Bruce didn't go for
Yeah, we could have gone maybe for a little bit of value there and try and get called by an 8.
And now Roos up to 4 million, second in chips, and that's
Looks like everybody's left.
Last
so I
Yeah,
guess
hand.
that is it. That is the break. So there's going to be a 20-minute break, folks. We're playing down to the final table. 12 remain. Chip average is 5 million, but who will be on that final table? Join us in 20 minutes at the Irish Poker Open. Dara Carney, Fintan Gavin, Emmett Kennedy with you as we get down to the final table at the Irish Poker Open.
Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blano as its